I got the fire in my belly. I got the fire in my soul. I can smell fear, now I'm ready. Ready to win that control. If you think you wanna come find me, bring it 'cause I'm ready to go. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. Held to everything that I've been through. I'm gonna make bigger, better, stronger than you. Stronger than you. Yeah. I use the pain that you gave me. Remember the tears that I cried. I'm still the same, you can't change me. Something so strong never dies. If you think you wanna come fight me, bring it 'cause I'm ready to go. There'll always be a stage where you can find me. So come and take a seat for the show. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. 'Cause I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. After everything that I've been through, I'm gonna make bigger, better, stronger than you. Stronger than you. Better than you. Better than you. Look at me now, king of the crowd. Oh, lining you up, bringing you down. Yeah, never give up. Look at me go. Oh. I came back stronger. I came back proud. I came back braver. Yeah, just look at me now. I come with a heart of a lion and a head for the ground. I came back braver, braver. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. After everything that I've been through, I'm gonna make braver, braver than you.
Ready to fight, wanna survive. I got that lust in me.
This is the winning ticket.
For the thrill, a beautiful kill. I'm the only queen here.
One day, king of the mountain, other day, in the valley.
I came to play.
I was born to play this game. No one standing in my way. It's what I'm fighting for.
Counter on Jack.
It's what I'm fighting for. I'm gonna take it all.
That's why I'm number one in the world, if you ever wondered.
I got fire in my blood.
Why are you so good at that?
It's what I'm fighting for.
I'm steaming.
It's what I'm fighting for.
Oh my God. One time for the kid.
Take it all. I'm gonna take it all.
I'm going down fighting.
Another river suck out for Jason Mercier, and this one gives him the win.
Are you kidding? A royal flush for Chris Moneymaker.
Vanessa Seltz is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
Braver, stronger than you ever knew.
Hello, welcome to the poker capital of the world. We are in Las Vegas with the PokerStars North American Poker Tour, starting 2 days of live coverage of the 5K main event. Today's day 4, the penultimate day, playing down from 18 to the final 6. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
How excited are we to be back in Vegas? Second year in a row, Joe.
Did you just see that skyline? How is Vegas even real?
It's real, and we are here for 2 days of cards up coverage. Live tomorrow with the final table at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. Pacific. That is 4 p.m. Eastern time. That is 10 p.m. Central European time. That's when we'll stream the final table. Every single hand live as they play down from 6 to a winner. And of course, across today and tomorrow, we'd love to hear from you. It is Saturday today. That's right. It's Chat Pro Saturday on both Twitch and YouTube. Use the live chat and be across the PokerStars channels on X, Facebook, and Instagram. So yes, here at Resorts World Las Vegas for the 2nd year in a row, with a bigger main event, a 5K main event, and a big field. 895 total entries, 543 uniques, including more than 100 Gold Pass winners. With 127 players cashing.
Congratulations, everyone. You're all in the money.
It was Michael Lavenberg who was the bubble boy. Last year's champ, Sami Beshahed, went deep again. But after 3 days, we are down to 3 tables. We're down to 18, including Maria Konnikova, Masato Yokosawa, and David Baker. Start of day chip leader today, Victor Paredes from the US of A. 18 remaining, and these are the short stacks, or shorter stacks, I should say. Matthew Wantman with fewer than 15 big blinds, approaching the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Maria Konnikova from Team Pro only has 20 big blinds. Joel Mika, a PCA runner-up, not much more than that, 22 big blinds. So let's look at the big stacks. Let's look at the chip leaders. We already mentioned Victor Paredes. He's got 3.4 million, 85 big blinds. David Baker, an 80 big blind stack. Jeff Madsen, close to 50 big blinds. Masato Yokosawa, who has been a big stack for the last couple of days, coming in today with 30 bigs. Blinds 2040 with a 40k big blind ante, kicking off today at the start of level 25.
I'm not used to starting with just 18 players remaining. I feel like we missed work the last few days. Like, how did we get here?
Yeah, we have been recording a new season of the Big Game on Tour, which is why we're only able to stream the last 2 days of this 5K tournament. And this is the first feature table. We've got Maria Konnikova, we've got Joel Mika. He was the runner-up in the PCA main event back in 2013.
My friend Mika.
More than 10 years ago now. Only 2 players with above average stacks. Jared Jaffe playing 1.7 million, 2.4 for the table chip leader. And at the secondary feature table, we have got the overall tourney boss, Victor Paredes, and Matt Affleck, a player who made a deep run in the 2010 World Series of Poker main event. Everyone remembers that brutal beat, losing with aces to the jacks of the eventual winner, Jonathan Duhamel. Right now, everyone's locked up the better part of 30K. We've still got $2.8 million in prize money to pay out. We're going to be playing 6-figure scores tomorrow with 765 grand up top for this year's NAPT Las Vegas main event champion. And time to get the action started. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante.
Always makes me think of my mom's sister, Helen.
I think that they were giving me a stars hat. I have this.
What do you have, 2.5 or something?
And of course, there's free merch doing the rounds. Players got to grab all that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you seen the bags, you guys? The NABT bags? They're so sweet.
The hoodies are good.
Yeah.
The hats are cool.
Yeah.
The hoodies are awesome. I don't know why you're looking at me like that. I'm not gonna throw you under the bus. The hoodies are dope. You're nodding. Yes. Yep.
I haven't seen any hats yet, though. I might have got stiffed on the hats.
They just put them out today.
Oh, okay, I'm out there. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 5 minutes.
The table that had the most superstars.
Jared Jaffe, a character, by the way. Hopefully we get to see a little of his personality come through.
I have to say as well, guys, it's so weird to see that many American flags coming from so many EPTs that we tend to do.
Yeah, and also when we look at the pie chart from a European event, it's a pretty even split between most European nations and indeed North American nations. Here, it's like a Pac-Man, with the body being the USA
being America
and the mouth being rest of world.
I mean, it's a great metaphor because America does sort of chew up and swallow the rest of the world and get fat.
There's two countries. There's America and there's Europe, okay? That's how it is.
Okay, first hand of day 4 of the NAPT main event, and we have an under-the-gun raise.
Oh my God, this is such a good hand.
Michael Vania opening with ace-king, raises to 85,000, and Byung Shin has got ace-jack.
How does he make his hair do that?
Product. He is going to 3-bet, and a pretty committing 3-bet considering his stack size, Nick.
Yeah, that hair is going to stand up all on its own when he sees ace-king turned over here.
Yeah, hard times here. I don't know if I love it, though, guys. You know, facing that under-the-gun open here, ace-jack just feels like a hand that you maybe want to call with. I think the 3-bet's going to be okay, obviously. Maybe he's perceiving Vanier to be opening a wider range, perhaps.
It's hard to give somebody credit on the first hand, right? You just think, like, oh, this guy's coming out swinging.
30 now.
Some consideration in the big blind, it would seem. No, this is back to Vanier, sorry.
Correct. Tomas on YouTube asking, how many hours do we have for tonight? We're playing down to 6. Not sure how long it's going to take. Could potentially get done within 5 levels, but we'll be here till we reach the FT as we see Vania respond by shoving on Shin. It is all in to call, and yeah, he's probably going to have to let this go and will have lost a quarter of his chips in this hand.
Yeah, and generally speaking, you don't want to 3-bet fold a quarter of your stack, but I feel for him here. I feel like this isn't necessarily a mistake, but at this stage in the tournament with pay jumps to come, maybe we want to take some more passive lines here once in a while. I mean, the wider issue is maybe that you might be up against 10s or something, or you know, 9s even once in a while, where you have the equity to call.
So the shove gets through. Michael Vanier, start of day table chip leader, now playing more than 65 big blinds, about 2.7 million as he posts the big blind and the ante.
I gotta say, I'm gonna be more focused than I ever could possibly look at, so.
That's true.
Can't help but look at it and like, when I'm out.
Brock Wilson,
Yeah.
pretty big name in the American poker community.
It's lucky
So Joel Mika is going to be first to act here.
On live stream for like 3 days. Like for sure yesterday you'd have been on live stream all day. It's pretty draining.
I need another card. Oh, thank you. I'm not that good.
You're like the last stars pro remaining for a while, I feel like.
Has been folded to Shin.
Now looking at about 15 big blinds. Effective. Ace-5, little decision in the cutoff here. Do we sometimes just shove this one, guys? Do we just let it go? I think this is very, very reasonable. It's definitely not a mandatory play.
So Maria Konnikova, repping Team Pro, author of The Biggest Bluff, raising the button here with 10-7 of hearts.
This is not the biggest bluff.
She's made it 80,000. Brock Wilson folds the small blind. Michael Vanier with King-5 in the big.
Little good news, bad news for everybody. The bad news is that there's a lot of dumb stuff being said in chat already. The good news, it's Chat Pro Saturday. You didn't have a chance to blow it because we didn't have a live stream before this. So no chat comment is too dumb today. You're all experts. Be sure to label it as, well, actually, so we know that you're participating in Chat Pro Saturday.
So Vanier defends with King High, which is still the best hand on this Trey Deuce board. Action checked to Maria Konnikova, who has the pre-flop betting lead and will continue.
I'm at 40. Yeah. Just kidding.
A little misclick there, but I think it's pretty much effectively the same thing.
Minimum bet is 40,000. And I think Maria has been called.
That was a wide variety of chips being used.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 10 of spades, and that is top pair for Konnikova, who is now better than a 9-1 favorite.
The biggest value bet on the turn.
No value bet on the turn.
No, just decides to slow it down.
Inconsequential 8 of hearts on the river.
And yeah, the idea is to try and get to showdown with the king 5. We're not turning this hand into a bluff necessarily, especially when our opponent checks the turn. That looks like it might be 100K, yeah.
It is.
I mean, how do you decide when to get to showdown with king high there? Like, that 10 might not have hit her.
Yeah, in my mind, that was definitely 40. Like,
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Joe. I feel like, you know, against the button opening range, your king high is going to be good there pretty often, so you kind of want to stick around, especially because it was such a small c-bet on the flop. But then, yeah, when you get to showdown, then you're like, okay, roll the dice. King high calls sometimes.
So we've already mentioned a couple of times, Joe, that it's only a 2-day stream from the NAPT because this has been a very busy week here in Vegas. A lot of tournaments being played, but our attention has very much been on the big game on tour. New season filmed across the last 3 days. The 3 days before that, Joe and I were casting, along with Nadia Magnus, the loose cannons who played in those games. A very rewarding week, Joe, but a very exhausting week.
Ups and downs for sure. It's funny because I was talking about how stressful my week was, but can you imagine being a loose cannon?
Yeah.
You know what's even crazier, guys, is when I went down to play cash downstairs here at Resorts World a couple nights ago, 2 people joined the table that said they made it to the final 10, and they were absolutely crushed not to make it. And they were saying what a grueling process it was. Yeah, it's really sad. You know, obviously we have to. There can be only 3.
Correct.
So I understand, but it was really cool to interact with players that had made, you know, sort of deep run in the process as well. And nice to hang out with them and play some cards.
Well, they got to play poker with you, which is like so, like just a very close second to being the loose cannon.
Exactly. What a treat.
Thank you to B. Zephyr, who's here with us in Vegas and is watching on Twitch right now, for highlighting the fact that I have indeed published a behind-the-scenes video looking at what we were doing during the first few days in Vegas on my YouTube channel.
If you're more of a me guy, I'm in it too, so you can still go to James's YouTube channel and check it out.
Joe has a starring role in this video, for sure, as does Mo Mummy.
I feel like the guy that you interviewed, Joe, really let you down as soon as the camera was switched on there.
Which one?
It was.
Oh,
as
yeah, that guy,
his.
Nicholas. Yeah. He was like, oh, so he's like, soul of toss. He's like, that's my friend George. And then I'm like, oh, tell James about it. He's like, what?
He's like, you liked it, right? And he's like, yeah, I guess it was okay.
And he is someone that didn't quite make it through the loose cannon auditions.
Well, there you go.
He was cool, though. Look, we saw a lot of people that would have made great loose cannons.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Including Sean Lannon, who is watching
absolutely.
on YouTube today. And Sean, I kind of feel doubly bad because Sean also made it through to the late stages of the auditions back in 2010, the original big game. Sean says, thanks again for the consideration and the fun times. Looking forward to seeing how the loose cannons did. First class experience overall. I'm glad you got something out of it, Sean. We don't like letting people down, but Nick said it perfectly. There could be only 3.
Right.
I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
All right.
If you're watching at home, by the way, I would recommend winning your way here, just getting down here next year. This is going to be even bigger and better. And man, was it like people just seem to be having such a good time. The vibes are so good in that room. Like I was mostly running back and forth doing big game stuff, but there really is nothing like the American poker scene. The American live poker scene is just such a blast, and Stars just adds to it.
Yeah, honestly, the actual setting as well, that room, the ballroom looks absolutely fantastic. What an exciting place to play cards.
We've got a first-time viewer called Spraggy who says he's hoping to win his way there next year. Sadly, just looking at his PokerStars account and looking at his results, it's going to be an uphill struggle.
I think he stayed home just to avoid his father-in-law.
So we've got King Jack against Jack 10, and it is domination rotation in Maria Konikova's favor. However, Brock Wilson does have the flush draw.
90.
Yeah, and then how do we handle this, guys? It feels like it might even be good enough to put in some check raises here when you got the 2 of cards and the flush draw, but we are down to the final 18, guys. And for that reason, it feels a little bit like, you know, we might want to be playing slightly more on the passive side, especially when we're just going to have tons of equity, maybe not put ourselves in too many tricky spots. But, you know, this is also definitely a line we expect quite often as well.
So Konikova's C-bet called by Wilson, taking us to the turn, which is the Queen of Clubs, and that means Wilson is now open-ended, as well as having the diamond draw.
I think Maria probably just pot controls the turn now. I mean, having the 10 of diamonds as well is quite an interesting sort of card to have in your hand, because it means your opponent's going to have fewer combinations of like top pair on the flop with a flush draw. In fact, it's impossible for them to have that. King Jack in position though, straight draw, flush draw, overcards. Do we want to bet turn now? 440 in the middle right now. I think you can probably bet like...
How about all in?
Well, I suppose that's also an option, yeah.
And Maria Konnikova is the effective stack here, which means it's all in to call. She's got second pair, which is the best hand. She doesn't know it. 62% equity here.
Yeah, it was all in. The pot was 440, so like 2x pot shove turn with the super combo draw. Definitely puts 10x in some rough spots though. So I mean, you know, if you're trying to get this hand to fold.
Time bank cards being played. The shot clock is in effect. 30 seconds per decision.
I think my issue, James, is it just starts to feel like they have exactly this kind of combo. You know what I mean? Like, why are you overbet jamming the turn with a set? Why are you doing it with king queen?
Yeah.
Why are you doing it with queen 10? I think he just ends up having a combo draw here, like an absurd amount. But, you know, still in the moment, do you really want to put your tournament life on the line for that kind of a read? But Maria might put it together. And even if she does call, you know, obviously equity is still kind of not great, so fair enough.
She has folded.
It's not. Definitely not.
Brock Wilson can breathe again.
Brock Wilson has $9.4 million in live earnings.
It's a lot of draws.
I did not have a draw.
And Maria's still hovering around the 20 big blind mark, as is Joel Micker. Byung-Shin, the table short stack, with around 15 big blinds. And he is in the big blind on this next hand.
80.
On your first decision pre-flop, the shot clock is only 15 seconds. As Maria Konnikova opens with Queen Jack from first position.
You know, just to add as well to the sort of atmosphere comment as well, I think it was really fun to have the recording of the big game happening alongside all the other tournaments that were going on, including the main
I think
event.
that adds to the vibe for sure, yeah.
It just feels like, because we got a lot of cameras out there to shoot that, feels very, very Hollywood. And then obviously you can hear Sam Grafton from every vantage point in the ballroom.
It's something I would think worked really well last year, and I think it also, it gives the NAPT a unique identity, right? There's a lot of live poker in the USA. There's a lot of tours, a lot of big events. The fact that we have this iconic TV show that is being filmed at the NAPT, and the fact that we have Gold Pass winners and people qualifying in tournaments at the NAPT, able to audition to take part in that show, I think is awesome. And it brings in players, high rollers, celebrities, sports stars who might not otherwise attend the NAPT if we didn't have the big game as part of it.
Yeah, maybe one day we'll be able to have the event take place so that big game does not interfere as much with the NAPT schedule, because I'd love to see some of those celebrities be able to participate in the main
Absolutely.
event.
Good point, yeah.
45?
Not just the celebrities, everyone.
So Maria did find a customer with Byung Shin defending the big blind. And she's still ahead right now with Queen high. And yeah, Shin doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. Can't be making too many loose defends, too many speculative calls.
What?
It'd be a great spot to have an 8.
Yes, it would.
Right at the...
Nothing gets past the Shin guy.
I was going to say, you got to give him credit for...
Right at the needle to not have the 8.
I give him credit for the hair above and beyond.
No, I mean, like, it's cool to have a think there, and, like, it's always good to, you know, consider all your options, but I just not a lot of wiggle room without an 8 or an ace there.
Live or die by kings.
We saw what happens.
So 3 tables in action right now. When we are down to 16, we will be down to the final 2 tables. That is a nuance, I guess, of the way we run our live events. 8 max, 8-handed. I think American players probably more used to playing 9-handed, the final 2 tables being 18 rather than 16.
They got to make room for more slot machines in the poker room, so they have to cram a 9th person in there. By the way, nice shot there of Glenda, the dealer. The dealers on both featured tables say Glenda and Dwayne, they're married.
That's awesome.
That is so nice.
Glenda and Dwayne plates. Doesn't plate sound like a variation of like a hose or horse or like plate?
Like an acronym of various forms.
Heroes, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Like it would be like Plomaha, low ball.
Or PLO, pot limit Omaha, low ball.
Omaha.
Anaconda.
Anaconda. 3-card stud.
3-card brag.
And 8 or better.
There we go. It's going to be on the schedule next year.
Plate.
Guaranteed, not guaranteed. But yes, Glenda and Dwayne Plate, married couple dealing our 2 feature tables today.
Your dinner plate.
Jaffe getting a little OOL. This isn't even one of those good blocker combos you hear about, is it?
It's not. No, I mean, having the queen is something, but it's not as good as the king or the ace. Shin might just ship here. I think I would like that, too.
Did you know that Hipster Jesus died for your shins?
Well, he's played 2 time bank cards already, each time bank card worth 30 seconds.
This feels like such an obvious shove spot to me.
There he goes.
I mean, look, I can see the hold cards, but...
Yeah.
Well, we don't know what Maria Konnikova has yet. She's still to act in the big blind. She's folded back on Jaffe, who was just messing about with Queen 6, and will have to fold.
Yep.
Kings.
Stacking them up. 16 bigs now.
50% of the way there.
We can't do the thing where you leave a chip and that, so...
Well, you know what Martin said is, I don't know if I should say it on air, but there was a stipulation where he said you can't leave virtually nothing, and he said, what is virtually nothing? And he gave an answer.
Right.
So if you have virtually something behind, then technically they can't 5 seconds.
You can definitely half stack if you put half your stack.
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely good.
But I think
for
it's the
sure.
spirit of
Just
the
2
rule. I
chips,
think
right? 2
even
big blinds?
if you do leave like a little bit more behind, they're still going to enforce the 5 seconds. Or I think
They should. If they're trying to prevent that, then
Yeah.
even if you half stack and get shoved on.
It's subjective, and it's at the tournament director's discretion. But yeah, if you're leaving behind 1 chip or a couple of big blinds, they're generally going to say, you're committed, and we're only going to give you 5 seconds when the action's back on you.
I was going to say, America, by the way, is not the place to test tournament directors' discretion. There's a lot of discretion being exercised by a lot of the floor staff in America in general. I'm not saying on our tour.
Yeah. I would say that American tournament directors in general, I feel like they wield it a little bit more.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
And by wield, he means a sword, which they literally use to slice players' heads off. As Joel Micker opens with aces, we've got Brock Wilson with King Deuce in the big blind.
I saw a guy yesterday that used to play in my home game like 22 years ago arguing with a floor guy about getting a penalty.
So Charlie Cerisi is the official tournament director for NAPT Las Vegas, but we have got Toby Stone working in the background, helping the guys out.
How do you say smooth and controlled in American?
Sit down and shut up.
Thank you.
Yes, Daniel, this is a good comment. A very big congrats to Maria on her bracelet win. I forgot to do that when I saw Maria in person. Thank you for reminding me. Maria did win a bracelet online recently.
Does she ever lose? That's the question.
Certainly a life winner.
So Jaffe opening here with threes. Shin with 9-6 folds. Action on Maria Konnikova. But we're going over to the secondary feature table, where it's Jeff Madsen against Matt Affleck, 10s against queens. Madsen has opened, and Affleck is deciding what to do in the big blind.
260.
Great to see Jeff Madsen. Was one of my first friends in poker.
Affleck is 3-bet to 260,000, leaving himself 590 behind. Looks pretty strong. But Madsen is going to call in position, and these two players will go to the flop.
Are they going to do it to him again? I guess not exactly the same situation.
Jack 9-4 on the flop. Affleck near enough a 9-1 favorite.
Got about one pot left behind though, guys.
One SPQR.
Affleck continues.
That's 200.
200,000 into 580,000. Jeff Madsen calls again. And this hand is going to the turn. 980K in the middle. Affleck with just 390 behind. Board pairs on the turn. Jack of clubs.
I was about to say there's a lot of turns you can pick up some equity. Not exactly the card you're looking for, but not always a terrible card either.
Yep. I really feel like at this point, if he's kind of got a jack, it is what it is. But I feel like at this point, you might actually end up getting paid by 10s and 8s and stuff like that too still.
10.
All in.
Shove on the turn from Matt Affleck.
How much?
390.
I want to say Jeff Madsen was World Series of Poker Player of the Year one year, maybe 2006.
2006 is correct.
Dealers, you can start opening bags of players that aren't here. All right, players in the 1C. Players in the 1C will go up.
I mean, Madsen's already called two big bets, one pre-flop, one on the flop. Now playing a time bank card.
Jeff's one of the most naturally gifted poker players I've ever met. When he won those two bracelets in Player of the Year, I think he was 22, 23 years old. That was before all the information was available that's available now. I'm sure he's only gotten better over the years. I'm bigging him up here because I'm hoping he makes this fold and doesn't make me look foolish. I prefer to make me look foolish. I was going to say, he can't have much time left.
Big sigh.
You know what he's thinking? Does he have it?
10 seconds. Why do I have this?
I mean, he's still got a fair few time bank cards. There's nothing to stop him from using all of them in this one hand. Another big sigh.
I'm genuinely surprised to see this be such a tough spot for him.
I think on this particular board as well, like it's much harder for them to have like the ace-king suited because they didn't pick up a flush draw on the turn. So
Yeah.
Texture.
And he's blocking the queen tens.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy spot, but I guess what you're asking yourself is, what is he bluffing with here? Is he turning ace-king into a bluff? Doesn't feel quite right, but I don't know.
5 time bank cards played in this hand.
There may be a history between them that we're unaware of. You know, we're relatively new to covering American poker. I took a 13-year hiatus. So who knows? Maybe this is a spot where Madsen is going to be ahead sometime. Maybe he knows Matt's tendencies. I'm sure these guys play a lot online here in Nevada as well.
Yep.
Queen B Poker noting the 3-to-1 pot odds. Jeff won't be broke if he does make this call.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think at this point the pot odds are really kind of not that much of a factor. It just feels...
I heard the word call.
Sure did.
Almost got away from it.
So Affleck at risk, but 95% favorite. Just has to fade a 10 on the river. We referenced the start of the day that he did get 2 outed in the World Series main event 14 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully history does not repeat itself here.
Do you think that adds a little to your equity to make the call there? If you're like, well, if I'm behind, at least I can 1 or 2 out this guy pretty easily.
Still cards to come, I suppose.
People make calls like that against me.
The river card is a 9. Double paired board, queen's hold.
You having flashbacks?
That is going to be a double up.
Yeah, almost got away from it. Fair play. Little shot of Masato there as well.
New players getting their IDs.
Full double up for Matt Affleck. And I think Jeff Madsen just burned through all of his time bank cards in that hand.
Yeah, it was costly in that department as well as in the chip department. Hey, James, do you want a hashtag fun fact about Masato Yakasawa?
I love hashtag fun facts, Nick Walsh.
Check this out. So I was, when we were in Barcelona for EPT this year,
yes,
Wolfgang Poker put on a little private sort of streamer slash, influencer slash friends of Wolfgang.
That sounds like it was good for poker.
It was very good for poker. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to Wolfgang for the invitation as well. It was really fun to be involved with that. Masato was there, and as we were playing with Masato, he's very animated because we were kind of doing it for the gram to a certain degree. It was actually filmed as well. Turns out Masato, when translated into English, is also is Truman, as in like the Truman Show.
Huh. And he is someone who is followed by cameras 24/7.
Exactly.
I have never seen Masato Yokosawa without a camera crew.
Exactly. So
those people follow him into the bathroom. Seriously. He goes into the restroom and a camera guy follows him through the door.
It's Truman by name, Truman by nature.
So we've come back to the main feature table to see a button raise from Michael Vanier with King 4, Joel Micker in the small blind with Ace 5.
Small blind, nil heart. Just kidding.
GP asking about satellites into this main event. There were numerous live satellites run here at Resorts World, but better than that, were the 117 gold passes that PokerStars awarded over the last few months, live and online. And we had, I think, 117 people come to Vegas to take part in this main event, utilizing one of those gold passes. We have gone to the flop with Jared Jaffe defending the big blind, and king high. Oh, it's a pair of fours, actually. Vanya's still ahead, crucially.
Yeah, it just seems like the kind of texture where you just fire again quite often, too. Ace 4 6 rainbow seems like a pretty reasonable continuation bet scenario. Declan Turner says, the video of that private game with Wolfgang on Masato's YouTube channel was a good watch. I agree, it was a lot of fun, and it was actually a lot of fun to be involved with it too. I think this might just be a bet and take it scenario. I don't know if the 10-8's got enough equity to try and do anything too weird here. And it is a C-bet success. Declan, yes, I did get a bang sticker, although I didn't actually get banged. The official Wolfgang bang stickers were being handed out.
While we're talking about Wolfgang, he did play in yesterday's session of the big game on tour, which we have been referring to as the bigger game because it played at the original big game stakes. It was a 200-400 game, so the min buy-in 100K, the loose cannon staked $100,000. How did Wolfgang fare? Did anyone get banged? Obviously, we're not going to talk about it.
Can't say.
Those TV shows will air in the first half of 2025. By the way, in response to Daniel's question, sadly, none of our gold pass winners are still in contention. The last was eliminated yesterday. So of the final 18, none of them is a gold pass winner. Maria Konnikova has opened with aces, and Byung-Shin has got 10-8 suited. He's got the Toby Lewis in the big blind.
10-8 of clubs, and boy, oh boy, is this a fun hand to be able to peel relatively guilt-free, actually completely guilt-free from the big blind.
Yeah, and these two have been chatting a little bit about bigger pairs. And as you see, king high flop, but it's pair for Shin.
Two pair for Shin, and this is a horrible spot for Maria Konnikova with the overpair to the board.
I know that she can't go broke here, but Maria Konnikova, is there anything there?
160.
Understandably, she continues for 160, and with his stack, Nick, is Shin right to just check raise and get it all in here?
Yeah, I would be very tempted to do so. I mean, she's already put in a larger sort of bet, C-bet, which I think is actually appropriate for this flop texture. But at this point, there's just not that much behind. If you consider once you put in the 160, you've got probably less than pot behind. I think we just get it in now. I think calling would never be a mistake, though. We're on the shorter side. We might get bullied by Konnikova.
All in and a call, so Shin gets it in good as a 70% favorite and just has to fade aces and kings.
Oh, Maria with a tactical nice hand, premature nice hand. She knows what she's doing. Nice hand equity increased.
Five cards for Byung-Shin to fade.
Not at all.
Turn card is the 5 of clubs, and that increases Maria Konnikova's outs. Aces, kings, and 5s.
Yeah, don't forget about the counterfeits, guys. Counterfeits are important here.
River card. It's a king.
Oh, that's one of them. That's one of them.
Shin boned.
And Byung-Shin is the first casualty of day 4, eliminated in 18th place, cashing for $29,900 as Maria Konnikova chips up to 1.56 million. She's now a slightly above average stack with around 40 bigs.
Tom is calling me out for the commentator's curse. If it's in favor of Maria Konnikova, it is not the commentator's curse. It's Team Pro.
Stars Pros knows.
41 bigs for Maria Konnikova, and still 55 minutes on the clock until the blinds go up.
Good, well, thank you. was like, am I supposed to like consider folding? But I don't think so.
No.
So we are one away from breaking a table. We'll be down to 2 tables when we get to 16 players.
I always defer to the better players.
How are we going to handle that, James? Are we going to...
Well, as you know, the rules changed recently, Nick.
Yeah.
It used to be there'd be a redraw at 16.
Right.
Now we just simply break one of the tables at random. So they decide which of the 3 tables will break.
Okay.
So
That's all 5,000 more.
it could be our feature table or secondary feature table, which means we're going to have to take a short break to, you know, get stuff sorted. We're going across to the secondary feature table. Jeff Madsen in action again, this time against chip leader Victor Paredes. Blind versus blind, 5s versus ace-5. Looks like Jeff has completed in the small.
Oh, really?
Does Paredes just shove here?
Are you sure?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And the 5 should be snap calling.
This time it is for his tournament life, but a delayed snap call.
The thing is, you're just dominating a lot of hands that want to do exactly this. A lot of these weaker aces go into the shove territory at this effective stack depth. Therefore, 5s is going to be a trap and actually does pretty well in the grand scheme of things versus range.
Will there be an ace on the desk?
There's never an ace on the desk, Joe. What are you talking about?
So Jeff Madsen at risk, but ahead right now. The flop. 9-4 deuce, 5s are holding. There is a wheel draw now for Paredes, so aces and 3s are working for him. Those are the cards that Madsen has to fade. 6 on the turn. Same outs for Paredes. 6 cards that Jeff Madsen needs to swerve. He is going to double up through Paredes.
Forget about the 10s hand.
Pretty much.
800. 1,070,000, I think.
So forgetting about the 10s there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind.
We are coming back to an all-in at the feature table. Joel Mika at risk with 8s, racing against Michael Vanier's ace-10. And 8's still good on a king 6-5 flop.
He is ace-10, he is ace.
The Snowman's 71% favorite to double up. Seven of clubs on the turn, and Vanier now has 14 outs. Is it too many outs?
It might be too many outs, but I don't know. When it happens on the turn, it's kind of different, in my opinion. Too many outs is more of a flop thing, I think.
River card is the 6 of spades. 8s hold, and that is another double up, this time on the main stage. Joel Mika will now be playing a stack of 1.66 million.
We have not been shy of action out here, guys. This is great to see. These guys are here playing, and they're trying to go for the gold. The other thing is, well, Joe, in that spot with the ace-5, like loads of times they want to shove like their 2s and their 3s and their 4s and all that, which you really super dominate. That's like the 80-20 percentages.
It tracks.
It tracks. I like it on both accounts. I feel like both of those spots are pretty good.
Are they not also shoving
Were you guys at the same time?
bigger pairs and there's more of those?
So actually, their bigger pairs are going to be raised not all in more frequently at that stack depth. So you can see how it kind of skews.
So 6s
based on
and
pre-flop.
7s even too?
No, those still might be the shoves as well.
Okay, so there's about as many of the, but like once you get into like the 9s, 10s, jacks territory, then they aren't shoving.
Then they're not all in raises more frequently. So you kind of have this imbalance where you actually dominate an unusually large amount of the shoves. This is a reasonable question in the chat, James. First time chatter, X the Heart says, chat, why did Shin lose against 2 aces from Konnikova? I don't get it. So he made 2 pair on the flop, but the way that the board ran out meant that Maria actually ended up making a higher 2 pair. So she had aces and kings, which became a better 2 pair than the 10s and the 8s because we share the cards on the board.
I guess Shin eventually had 10s and kings, right? But either way, he loses.
Sorry, thank you, James. That's correct. But yeah, you get my point.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just running.
I had 1.2 down to 200 twice.
Basically, we call that a counterfeit, when the board helps you to improve into a hand that you share with your opponent.
That was sick.
That was quite sick.
That was sick.
and then I
And then you
instantly
doubled
win
again.
a flip versus the same,
Yeah.
versus margin.
Again.
Joel Mika with sixes is raised to 80,000. Round to the blinds. Brock Wilson in the small with queen six. And now Michael Vania, who still has the table chip lead in the big blind with queen 10.
I got lucky.
And every single time that we're in pots together, like, I have legitimate, like, hands. And
You have a good hand.
Yeah. No,
Vania defense.
I'm not fucking around.
Maria, whoo, I love flopping sets, but man, what a stupid board.
Yeah, top pair for Vania, the set for Mika. This could cost Vania as Mika continues into a pot of 220,000. He bets 80K.
I was ahead.
This is under the gun versus big blind.
The thing is that you're just.
I think for that reason, we might sort of lean more towards just flatting in these situations. I think check raising is very reasonable as well, though. I think you can really go either direction. Personally, at this stage in the tournament, I think calling is great. Get a little bit more info on the texture of your hand, the texture of the flop. Get a little bit more information on how they play through the streets. Maybe spare yourself doing a huge stack to flop flush, which of course they will have quite frequently, as lots of the suited combinations from under the gun go into the opening range versus the unsuited varieties. It looks like a second barrel, James. It's 250 into 380.
Yeah,
I think we're still just calling.
A made hand too. It's like so many draws you could have drawn too. So like,
Vania does call.
And there you go. That is the basic lock on the hand. It's very, 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 very rare that you're going to be losing at this point with the sixes. And it's how do you get max value now? Now you've made your boat. How do we make sure that we get paid here, James? Do we want to let our opponent check back? It looks like it has gone check on the river.
I also don't usually lie. I just say I'll tell you at the end of the tournament.
Joel Mika fires a third barrel for value, 475K.
I'm like, yes.
Right.
And they're like, but you said yes to queens too. I'm like, yes.
Yes.
I don't want to tell you what I have.
Right. The more honest thing for me is just, I'm always just like, I'll tell you at the end of the tournament because I'm like, probably every situation is pretty unique in every tournament. So like, probably won't get in the same situations.
For sure.
And Vania gets away from it. But Joel Mika, who was a short stack at the start of the day, or a shortish stack, is now the table chip leader, playing more than 50 bigs.
That's a really disciplined laydown there, guys. I actually got the positioning a little bit mixed up there in my brain regarding the check raising, but still a great fold from the queen 10 on that river.
Runaway chip.
Day 4 of this 5K main event continues with 17 players remaining from 895 starters. Total prize pool in this event, $4.3 million. Next player out gets 34,400. We did hit a pay jump when we got to 17. Up top, 765K.
Mr. Black on Twitch says, amazing hands in this offline event.
Strictly speaking, he's not wrong.
Not wrong. Not on Chat Pro Saturday and not on any day. I don't think I've ever heard of offline event. I did hear someone one time refer to a strip club as analog camming, and I really enjoyed that.
Vania now a below average stack with ace-3 in the small. He raises.
130.
Vania.
Joel Mika eyeing those chips. He's got 8s again. The Snowman's num.
Num indeed. Looks like he's just decided to call.
Okay. Well, that's going to take us to the flop. 4-4-3, a small piece for Vania. Mika, 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, and he was just assessing the chips there, James, because, you know, we're definitely getting close to the territory where we might consider sort of 3-bet jamming 8s or something like that. But we're a little bit on the deeper side. We are deeper in the tournament, so I prefer the call. The cool thing about calling with 8s in this spot, James, is you're going to dominate so many hands pre-flop, and 8s actually end up playing pretty well post-flop in position. You know, when we go blind v blind, it's the only spot where you actually get that sort of unlimited positional advantage, similar to what we have on the button, but the condition has to be met. We have to be blind v blind. So as played, bet on the flop and a call. You know, I don't, this isn't a criticism of Mika here, but pre-flop, when you're really assessing your opponent's chip stack like that, James, you might end up skewing a little bit more towards hands that look something like this, right? Because you're kind of going, okay, he wants to know how much I have. He's double checking, he's triple checking, he's deciding whether or not he's going to shove. I think he's going to end up having some pretty good aces. And then he's going to end up having, like, you know, 6s and 7s and 8s. So it's kind of a tell, but it's also an unavoidable when we're playing offline poker.
Offline, indeed.
Offline, yeah.
Any shorties?
I don't know why, but ace-3 here feels like the nuts, and it is far from it.
Board bricks out for Vanier, just a 3 to go with the 4s on board. Mika has a lock on this.
Well, right, but we don't need,
Well, they said for sure it's not a redraw.
Do we go for value again? Just tables it.
And Joel Mika increases his chip lead at this table. He's up to 2.5 million now, playing around 65 big blinds.
You're like, who's your source on this?
And Michael Vanier is now the shortest stack at the table, having been one-time table chip leader.
He thinks this is
A tale as old as time.
Well, don't forget, you can play Vegas Infinite by PokerStars, free-to-play poker and casino games, and it really is an incredible experience. In fact, I'm going to read you this testimonial from Paul the Curveball Jackson, who writes, I bought a MetaQuest 2 weeks ago, and I am loving it. If you ever want to play poker and slot machines at the same time from the comfort of your living room, I highly recommend it. Pants are optional.
It's wild. I haven't been on there in a long time, to be honest, just because my free time is at such a premium right now. But when I used to dabble in there, it's a great community, and even though it is for play money chips, there are still ways you can win a gold pass from being a part of the Vegas Infinite community.
And didn't we have submissions from that community as well to go directly in? You had applications via video, right? On was it promotion?
It was to win a gold pass, which got you an audition spot. But yeah, I kind of feel guilty because I don't think I've actually been in the VR street since it became Vegas Infinite from the old days of PokerStars VR.
Right.
So yeah, need to get the headset back on.
This is how long I've worked for Stars, guys. I was part of the official launch of that game, the actual, all the testing and everything when we first released it as PokerStars VR.
How are you?
And it's only gotten better since then. Also, should note, you can play it on your PC. It doesn't have to be in VR. That's actually a big feature because we want to get more players involved. So you don't necessarily have to have the headset in order to take part.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have seen
Wasn't even playing full time.
an open from Vanier, 3-bet by Mika.
We've never really played together except briefly yesterday for like 3 hands at the end of the day.
Big old pot here.
And Mika's on such a tear right now. This is great.
Vanier has called with the ace-deuce and has not hit this board. Yes, with it being paired, opportunities are a thing. But Mika is a 2-to-1 favorite to win the pot outright.
I think we just put in another continue here. I don't think it has to be particularly big on this texture. You know, we might want to be going closer to like a 3rd here, technically. But again, I'm not super well versed on this spot at the stack depth. Ace-deuce might be good enough to float.
Would you say one table there?
Random table.
Random, no redraw.
No, just random table.
Thank you.
150,000.
You shamed him into actually getting accurate information.
Well, they didn't want to risk losing the 2 of you at the future table.
Yeah, we do see it.
Change the rules.
Called by Vanier. And that is taking us to the turn, which is the 5 of spades. Vanier only 7% to win the pot outright.
That was so strange.
Yeah, but the power of position, James, at this point, it's very hard to imagine that Mika here is going to fire again and does quickly check, is this the moment for Vanier to pull the trigger?
No, he checks behind, and we get a 7 on the river. Ace, queen high, still the best hand.
I don't see anything wrong with redrawing at the end of the last night and then redrawing again.
I wonder if that was a missed opportunity, guys.
It just fell on that. It just fell on that
Oh,
number.
for sure, for sure.
It could have been. It could. Yesterday could have ended.
Hard to imagine that you're
23,
going
or it could have ended at 16.
miss betting a 10
and
on
then
this
nobody
turn
would
in
have said
position.
anything.
Oh, for sure, for sure. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just thought
jacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just, like, sometimes it just happens to end that way where it's pretty quick. 500,000.
Yeah, Nick Marshington and I were trying to figure out, which would come first. And he.
Vanya makes a committing bet, a virtual all-in.
16 with 20 minutes left in the day.
And Mika folds the best hand.
Yeah, great float there on the flop. Good execution. I think we probably get the same outcome if we play a bet on the turn rather than check and then sort of effective shove. But in any case, it's still both very valid. I like the line in general, and I think that shows a lot of prowess, a lot of finesse, a lot of skill there to realize that there is a float on the flop. And I have to wonder if a larger c-bet on the flop would have got the job done, James.
I forget that there's no one sitting anywhere on that side.
Well, you took care of him.
Yeah, we are currently playing five-handed on the main stage. We are one elimination away from being down to 2 tables.
Yeah.
Vanya back in action, raising from the cutoff with ace-3 of clubs. Kings for Maria Konnikova.
320.
Raise 320,000.
Now, often when we are covering live poker, you know that I'm on watch.
Yes.
I like to look out for timepieces, and it's not often I get to analyze, critique, or identify ladies' wristwear.
Oh.
Maria Konnikova has a very beautiful Cartier tank on the bracelet.
And a very beautiful pocket pair,
which she has re-raised with, 3-betting to 320,000. Vanya folds. Got to be honest with you, I am slightly surprised we've played more than half this level with just the 1 elimination. We kind of expected to get down to 16 yesterday, came back with 18 today. Things getting shallow already. It doesn't normally get to this point until we're down to a single table. The structure being exactly the same as an EPT.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it still feels like we need a little bit more consolidation.
Ace-9 for Maria Konnikova. It's been folded to her in the small blind.
Pretty hot little run Maria's on right now. She started the day with 20 bigs. And I think all you want is some hands to play, and she's gotten them. And luckily for her, those aces did not get cracked.
5-3 of clubs for Brock Wilson. He is going to check his option, and we go to the flop.
Or it doesn't have to stay small, but we'll see.
It is ace-5-3.
Again?
Top pair versus 2 pair.
All right, players in the 1C. Players in the 1C, you're on the
Maria bets 40K.
1C, 15-minute break. We do ask you to leave the tournament area. 15-minute break.
Do we raise right now, guys? Is that what we're doing here? Where are we at stack-wise? About 30 bigs behind. I think we can do some raising. Make it like 120.
With 25,000, the raise from Brock Wilson. Maria Konnikova makes the call. This hand going to the turn with 370,000 in the middle.
Wow, boats up.
Maria, in her mind, has just made 2 pair, but yep, Wilson with the full house.
This is a really interesting one now as well, because Maria's just going to go into, you know, a check call sort of stance, because she knows she can have the best hand here quite often. It's just how we proceed with the 5 tray now. Do we ever have some checks here for deception? Do we just want to continue building the pot and try and get max from an ace, or perhaps what might now be like a combo draw with the spades and like, you know, a hand like 6-4 of spades or something like that. Very specific though, and I think the latter is just such an outlandish sort of 1 combo scenario, maybe 2. If you think about some other sort of gut shots and flush draws. What's the size here? Was that 3 and a bit? 250.
250?
This is a really tough spot for Maria. You know, a lot of the stuff that might raise flop sort of as a bluff doesn't necessarily want to continue barreling on this texture. So, you know, do we just make a really, really tough laydown right here, right now, or do we stick around in hopes that they do?
Trust you on 5s.
Yeah.
I think I just made that.
Wow.
You'll see. I can't tell you everything.
That's fine.
Maria does get away from it. Worried that she made a bad fold. That was not a bad fold.
It's unfortunate. I mean, just the way it. Yeah.
So we've got about half an hour left on the level. 30 minutes until the first break of the day. 30 minutes until the blinds go up, which means things are going to get even shallower around these parts. Brock Wilson currently playing 36 big blinds. Chip leader at this table has 54 bigs. The shortest stack is 34 bigs. Everyone's kind of bunched up, Nick, and we're seeing big swings with every hand.
That's right. I'm here for it. Give the people what they want. You want to see blood in the streets out here.
$80.
Maria raising the button here with 6-5 of clubs. Crunchy connectors. Wilson with 10-9 offsuit in the small blind. Folds. Michael Vanier in the big blind. Also folds. Still 17 players remaining.
Like I said, pretty weird to come in here this late in the tournament. Used to getting a bigger picture, having seen, hey, you're wearing my t-shirt. I just noticed that. Sorry. And so is Jared Jaffe's wearing my t-shirt too. It's unbelievable.
I've seen quite a few people asking both on Twitch and YouTube for free roll information. We are offering free rolls for PokerStars players in North America, running alongside our live coverage of the NAPT. Just be clear, these free rolls are available exclusively in New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ontario, Canada. So later on today, we'll let you know the start time, we'll let you know the password, a 1K free roll for players in those PokerStars markets. We'll give you the details when you need to know them.
Don't bother asking until then. You're bothering me.
I'm glad you finally noticed my Trapped t-shirt.
Thank you, Nicholas.
From the hit graphic novel Trapped.
I will remind everyone that I don't like to see Joe bothered, and Chat Pro Saturday is a privilege, not a right. So incessant demands over free roll information when it's not needed will result on us calling time on CPS.
Don't ruin it for everyone. All right, we finally got some cards in there. Mika with the small blind and king 10 in it. Jared Jaffe in the big blind.
Looking at you skeptically.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a kind of insane thing that I can happen to do something aggressive almost every time we play, but it's just the way it's worked out.
Well, I think at this point you just can do it with anything.
Not quite.
Heads up to the flop, which is ace, 5, deuce, couple of clubs. Gut shot for Jaffe.
Almost any other turn I'll go.
King 10, natural kind of check here. You got a lot of showdown. Don't necessarily want to be barreling off. You're not going to get a deuce or a 5 to fold or an ace to fold. You're kind of inflating a pot if they float you with some ace, king highs or queen highs on this texture as well. Can be difficult to play down the streets once you bet and then slow down, and sometimes you get bluffed later. Betting with the gut shot, again, very natural too. But if you're going to play king 10 as a check on this flop, I think we just call. See how Mika feels here.
That would have been a great place for me to have ace 5.
Yeah, that would.
Just lets it go. Fair enough. I mean, I think technically we still want to be in there. If we're not going to bet the king 10 on the flop, we need to recognize like the reasons why we're not betting it. It's just generally because it has showdown. When we're playing against an uncapped range, blind v blind, king 10 is just kind of like really strong generally.
Nick, I know what an uncapped range is, but let's pretend as if I didn't.
So,
because I definitely do know.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah.
But like for people out there who might not know,
sure,
why don't you say what it is? But not for me. I'm actually going to do something else for a minute because I already know.
So a capped range is if you're looking at all of the possible poker hands your opponent can have, a capped range is where you adjust to take hands out of your opponent's range based on action or based on information, right? An uncapped range is one, for example, when there's a limp in the small blind and your opponent checks in the big blind. It's uncapped in the sense that they can literally have any 2 cards dealt to them. However, you could also argue that it's somewhat capped in the sense that they're not going to have the really
aces
strong
and
stuff.
kings, probably.
Yeah, so it's kind of like inversely capped in that sense. But my point
but it's
being
uncapped on a board like that.
Yeah, exactly.
They could have the nuts
they
very easily.
Yes, correct. Whereas if there was a raise and a call, it becomes much harder for them to have a flop straight on that texture, for example. Oh, also, shout out chat. It was a raise anyway. Okay, take back what I just said.
Stop going away.
But the explanation still persists. It's still
I've never
reasonable.
been good at sitting for too long.
It was limped, wasn't it,
There's a
guys?
good solution for that.
Joe, help me here.
Bust.
Bust.
What can I do
that's
for
a
you?
good one. I thought you were going to say like a standing desk or something.
I thought you were still explaining the uncapped range.
I recommend them.
Right.
It was a raise and a call. Yeah, I mean the explanation made sense, but in the context of that hand, I take it back. There was a raise and a
Yeah,
call.
I could just bust and walk all around Vegas. It's a nice day. Although it's getting a little too cold.
Thank you, Jackson. Michael limp called blind v blind. Somebody's helping me out. All right, on to the next hand then. Micah has the ace-king suited. Been on quite a run here.
There you go.
Your crop's table.
Just stacking them up here, having a great time at the moment.
No.
What's this? It's your money. If you don't want it, I'll take it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can all volunteer to take it if you don't want it.
I asked first.
1C players, come on back in, you have 5 minutes on your break.
Thank you, Jess. In uncarped range is when there are no fish in the pot.
No, your box is in a really inconvenient place for you.
Yeah. I just leave it there till it's on me.
Maria, you're on our team. You shouldn't be telling people that the card readers are inconvenient. Sourdough, ace 5, suited for Joel Mika. Marina Konikova folds 7-5.
And Wilson now 1.35 mil behind. Blinds are still 20K, 40K. So I think probably we end up folding most of our really small pairs here. Lord knows we love to set mine, but at this stage in the tournament, our chips are better in our stack here. It's really expensive anyway at that stack depth to try and call just to spike a deuce.
Couple of diamonds for Vanier, dominated in the 5 cents. I see a diamond, I see a second diamond. Pretty delightful flop for the big blind. It's gonna have very little issue coming along for the ride after this continuation bet of 75,000. A boom! 6 on the turn. Good news for Mika. Not really many cards that can hit right now that would cost him a lot of money. I guess that's somewhat bad news for Vanier.
Yeah, we probably do want to be leading some of the time with the diamonds. This texture might not be the greatest for that, but sometimes we want to make sure that our opponents continue to put chips in the pot there when we improve like this. The diamond is a slowdown card very often is basically the issue. So even if they have a hand as strong as maybe king, queen, or ace, queen, might miss a street of value without leading. Also means that if we have a leading range there with hands as strong as 9-5 of diamonds, we can also do the same thing with blockers if we have a king of diamonds in our hand or something like that.
Of course the ace had a hit, by the way, when I said, yeah, it's probably not going to be a river that's going to be any trouble for Joel. Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course it hit! I can't even bear to look at the well-actuallys in chat right now.
Too many well-actuallys.
Just keep it away from me. I went check. All right, fine, I was right.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the aspiration here. I think a lot of players facing that check, having hit the ace, will actually go ahead and fire. But I actually like the trap there. I think probably more often than not, you will actually convince your opponents to put more chips in there.
For sure.
Vanier on 39 bigs. I mean, everyone's got a pretty similar chip stack at this table. Konikova, Vanier, Jaffe, all in the 39 big blind range. A couple more for Joel Mika, a couple less for Brock Wilson. Pretty weird to be playing 5-handed, but I guess that's just the way things are awkwardly balanced at the moment. Oh my God. I know it's Chat Pro
130
Saturday, but you can try again tomorrow, Giuseppe.
Blind v blind action once again.
I don't know why I just went from having a great day to being on stone tilt. I should hire that guy.
If you're getting the acting gigs, Joe, and you have to play somebody who's real angry,
real pissed, yeah.
Just can I just have a conversation?
I think part of it is I don't take well to people being critical of my coworkers. Really,
it's all right. It doesn't
grinds my
me.
gears.
It's all good. It's all good. Hand number 26 here in Las Vegas.
Brock Vegas, ace 4 for B. Wilson, the brain. Nah. Shortest stack at the table, 33 big blinds for Brock. Joel, ace 7. Oh, great fold, Brock.
A lot of blind v blind moments here.
I mean, the blinds are almost half the table.
That's right. We are shorter handed, of course, Joe. Quite right. Queen 4 suited probably can do a little bit of both here. We probably do quite a lot of checking in general with our suited combinations, though.
And we do some checking. King, Queen 6, a club, but the pair of queens is good.
I could check. Queen 4 of clubs checks as well.
Turn card is the 8 of diamonds. Time for someone to bet. And I think it's going to be Jared Jaffe. Oh, I'm so good.
Nailed it.
A prediction right there. Take that, put that in your prediction basket.
Yeah, there's the bet. It's going to take it down.
Sounds good.
Oh, it's just I'm firing on all cylinders today. Watch this. He's going to stack those chips next.
You think he's going to put him back in his stack? Oh,
Yep,
God, look at that.
this.
Look at that.
It just,
the reads are on point.
sometimes you're just feeling it, you know? Sometimes you're just on the zone. In the zone. No, on it. Probably on it also. But in it, on it, through it. You know what I mean. Roland says Mika's VPIP has to be high. Seems like he's in every hand. That might be something that normally we would say it doesn't really seem like a big enough sample size to make that sort of claim. But since it's Chat Pro Saturday, yeah, he's been playing. Yeah, every hand. His probably 100% VPIP. I agree. Thank you for your comment.
I'm also a fan of Sacramento's suggestion for what we should call it when you make a prediction, Joe, that it should be a Predickleton.
I save most of my Predickletons for my free time. My personal time.
Brock Wilson winning that hand. Raise and take it from under the gun as we go across to the secondary feature table.
Maybe I
can pay more.
650. That much crushing position on you versus.
But we'll get the seed draw very soon, I guess.
Yeah.
So maybe not.
We're not retrying, right? We're just one table's breaking.
Victor
reader, I
Paredes,
guess.
ace jack
16
suited
reader.
in the small
No reader?
blind.
No, just one table.
busted?
Is all in.
No, after busted.
No.
No?
Because we redrawed.
Aye.
And look at this, aces in the big blind for Matthew Wampman.
Good Lord.
Classic flip.
Not a flip. Paredes, who I will remind you was the start of day chip leader,
Tiny split on the turn.
is on the verge of being crippled by Wampman.
So I brought the cooler machine with me, but my girlfriend got here last night, so I wasn't able to crank it. Yet still,
He has more.
the cooler arrives.
Wampman a huge favorite with 5 cards to come. And Paredes going to need to get very lucky here, or he is going to be left with 200K, which is, what, 5 big blinds? 9 tray deuce, not a single club.
Pretty fucking good.
The chop sweat's coming. Sorry.
That's fine.
No, it's not.
Likely to be drawing dead on the turn. And that is going to see Wampman double up, and it's going to see Victor Paredes, the guy who was #1 on the leaderboard, with 18 players remaining at the start of the day, down to 210,000, playing a 5 big blind stack. Super danger zone. Super danger zone.
685.
That's a good one.
And we heard Maria at the main feature table asking, are there any short stacks out there? Yes is the answer, and that short stack, that super short stack, is Victor Paredes. And if he goes out,
Yeah,
A,
just to feel
we're
it,
down
what it looks
16.
like.
We're down to the final
please
two
get a
tables. But
copy?
B, what a
Yeah,
shocker.
normal hand.
You don't want to come into the penultimate day of a 5K main event, first in chips, and go out before the last two tables, Nick?
Yeah, that's brutal. This is the game we play, though. Tournament poker, what can you do?
Three players buffet time from 6 to 8 in the PokerStars Lounge. You go up to the top of the foyer, take a right, and immediately on your right will be the lounge.
Nice hand.
Free buffet for all players.
Interesting question here from Wee6, who says, any plans for some shows with Caitlin Komeski? Funny you should mention that.
Unsweatiest flop. Not one club, not
Yeah.
one Broadway.
This Wednesday.
Ideal flop.
Ideal flop. Not even an 8-9.
No.
This Wednesday, Caitlin Komeski and I are playing on No Gamble, No Future.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm actually really excited to do some more work with our newest signing. One of our newest signings.
And we've already had Jason Coons straight out the back on the big game.
I was going to say, I'm so glad I'm playing on No Gamble, No Future with Caitlin and not Jason Coons. No offense, Caitlin.
Matt Affleck has opened with sevens. Paredes, the short stack, 8-3 offsuit.
Jack's pretty tough. 3-outer, then a 2-outer. 3-outer, then a 2-outer. So
maybe 90.
That's yeah.
Or 8.
Pretty tough.
Kohlberg, sixes in the big blind.
6%.
Call.
25th of 6%. No, it's like 99%.
No way.
Jack?
Yeah. So 6.
3-outer, then 2-outer.
Yeah.
So a 3-outer, 6%.
Yeah, 1.2%. Yes.
You double, Brock?
No, less.
3-outer.
0.12. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, yeah, because 6% and then 4%, and then
99,
4%.
99, yeah.
You can't get much better unless they have.
Yeah.
They have to hit a 2-outer, 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 1-outer. That's the toughest,
yeah.
right? Or
Maybe chopping.
Maybe chopping. So
99.
that gives a little bit percent.
99 or something like that. Wow.
Affleck's going to scoop that one.
I know he's been around for a while at this point, but Masato's English is just leagues ahead of where it was when he first came on the scene.
He's actually a really, really lovely human being. And he's actually awesome company to be around. He's really funny too.
It speaks a lot to that point, Nick, that he just, as most of the audience does, completely ate my lunch the one and only time I played a 10K, and I still like him very much.
Here, that's what I got. You can give that.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. Thanks, Matt.
No problem.
I kind of feel right now we are on Victor Paredes' death watch.
Well, you'd like to imagine he can spin it up.
We've seen it happen.
Yeah, I've seen crazier than this one time. This guy had one chip and one chair, and we all know how that turned out. Small blind for Kohlberg, 1.1 mil.
Oh.
Decides to start with a call.
And it is going to be Matt Affleck in the big blind, who has 8-6 suited. He checks his option and pairs his 8 on the flop. Affleck with the advantage, 9-1 favorite. With the action check to him, Affleck bets 60,000.
Yeah, and Culver manages to get away. I think definitely might have been an argument for potentially going to war there, but just decides to keep it chill, which I definitely can respect as well. Even if your opponent is bluffing on that flop, you probably do encounter quite a lot of second and third barrels, which doesn't feel great with that holding. So.
Did you bring a USB-C today? Type C?
Yeah.
You have it?
I have it, yeah.
You have the charger?
Yeah.
Okay. On break.
Madsen, table chip leader after that unfortunate confrontation with Matt Affleck, the 10s
You have
versus
no
Queen
battery
10.
right now. Like,
Bounce
it's
back pretty
only
quick.
80 minutes we play.
No, I have battery. It's for my vape.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Okay.
I still find the concept of vaping to be so funny. Anytime anyone talks about having a vape, it's just so, no offense, so childish to me. It's such a funny habit.
Hello. I don't misclick this time.
Mr. Affleck.
Call.
Got about 50 bigs behind. Don't decide to call.
Place.
Ace 10 for Masato Yokosawa, who has announced raise.
Both players similarly stacked here. I'm assuming we're going to see a limp raise here, guys. As we're out of position, you know, potentially going to make this something in the region of 600K. Maybe a little bit less. 550.
Is it too early to talk about a possible Vegas redemption story from Matt Affleck? Not that he hasn't had success throughout the years, but it'd be cool for him to be in a different clip, don't you think? Like a trophy lifting one?
Well, exact same situation, exact same hand.
He's not playing around.
I had the exact same hand last time.
So sick.
Yes, I did. Wow. Why I didn't misclick this time? Why not last time? So would you call 150, 140 last time? I mean, even if I didn't.
It would have been close. I would have thought.
Close?
Fringe.
Okay. Like, we'll see.
I would have folded, yeah.
Maybe fold, maybe call. Okay.
Yeah, I would have folded. The 140.
Okay, so I did. Good. it makes me very, very satisfied. Thank you very much.
Paredes is going to be in the big blind next hand. As we see, Wantman open with
Thank you for
Queen.
saying that.
Not giving away too much. It was pretty obvious I didn't have any the top 30 or 40% when I just limp called one big blind. Eliminate half, a lot of the deck anyways. I didn't have the bottom 10%.
I had an
Blind
ace
has a
10
nice hand to
suited.
call.
Off, ace 10 off.
Is that same hand last time?
Yeah.
From big blind.
King 10-7, pretty horrible flop for fours.
No set, no bet.
I believe the expression is, no set, get the beep out of there.
Goes for around 1/3.
Don't worry, it's going to be over soon.
Especially as Jeff Madsen doesn't have any time bank cards left, so only has 30 seconds to make a decision.
Yeah, he pump faked me.
Okay, Paredes only has 5 big blinds. 2 of them are about to go into the pot. He has to post the big blind and the big blind ante. Twin Ross asking if we're playing to a winner tonight. Nope, 2 more days to go, including today. Playing down to the final table today, playing down to a winner tomorrow. Live at 1 p.m. local time on Sunday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Everything is blocked.
Yeah, very messy.
Are we doing our classic final 6 today then, James?
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Round to the button. Masato Yokosawa. King, queen. Raises to 80,000. Jeff Madsen has the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Is he aware of the Spraggy, is the question. Clearly not. Did not get the memo on the other side of the pond, James.
Ooh, 3 bets. And King 9 for Paredes.
Not this one.
Just a few bigs behind, and that action is looking pretty scary.
This is some kind of clock management happening here, yeah.
Let's it go as Masato Yokosawa quickly calls in position, and that's going to see us go heads up to the flop.
Oh, yeah, sure. I wasn't going to ask for it back, but thank you. Anytime.
My pleasure.
Of course.
9-8-8, ace high still ahead.
Yeah, and obviously the king, queen, sorry, the ace-7, excuse me, being the pre-flop aggressor with that 3-bet, probably wants to continue on this kind of a texture. It's just the size that we're going away at now. Decides to check it over to Yokosawa. It's got to be kind of scary for the king, queen, though, of course, because you are going to be up against some ace combos. Potentially we have some trap checks on this board as well, James, if we have an overpair. And I think that's what Yokosawa wants to jump on right now. He wants to establish he has the kind of hand that will be beating some of these ace combos. Convince some ace highs to fold. Convince hands that have equity to fold.
$235,000. The bet from Yokosawa.
Does get the fold. Nice work there.
Masato.
Nah, queen jack.
Interesting line there. I guess Madsen maybe just kind of feeling like,
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to try and get the 3-bet in free, but if it doesn't come something really useful, I'm not going to get tangled up in the trying sort of post-flop battle, trying to convince Masato to fold.
Took a stab.
Yeah. And I actually do not hate that, especially as we get down to the final 17 players here.
Randomized the table, and that's why they moved us, or
So Paredes lost 40% of his stack in that last hand by posting. Now he's in the small blind.
I agree, but they could have just randomized the table beforehand, and then it was this one, so that's why they moved it off the stream, so they could keep the stream tables. You see what I'm saying?
I wish they had it.
Affleck knows what to do with ace-7 offsuit. You fold it. Madsen on the button. Jack 4. Round 2, Paredes in the small blind. And I'm guessing we have an all-in and a call here.
Good luck.
Paredes at risk. He's up against 10-9. What does he have? Queen of clubs.
Not looking great for 10-9.
7 of hearts.
As Griffin Bender would say, fair fight.
Fair fight indeed. Look at those equities.
Paredes slightly ahead, but it is practically a flip.
Turn it off.
And there are 2 10s on the flop. Running clubs now the best chance for Paredes to survive. Five clubs on the turn.
Hope springs eternal.
7 outs.
Still in the hand. Still one more card. He has outs. Like.
Good Lord.
This will be the last hand of the level, by the way. Club needed for Paredes.
No, this table.
No, a full house for Wadman. And the start of day chip leader does indeed bust in 17th place.
Yep, thank you.
Pretty rough.
Has to be absolutely crushing for David Paredes.
So Victor's going to be cashing out for $34,400. And we are down to 16. Now, conveniently, we just hit the break. So during the break, they can decide which table will be no more, and new players can take their seat assignments at the other 2 tables. So when we come back, maybe we'll have a new lineup on the main stage, or maybe it'll be the same table with some extra faces.
Yeah, it definitely worked out in our favor this time, guys.
Walk around a little bit.
Unfortunately, not in the favor of Victor there. Rough stuff here going into day 4.
Now, we've still got hands in progress at the other 2 tables. So let's come back to the main stage first of all. It's Jared Jaffe. Heads up against Maria Konnikova on a king 7-6 deuce board. Jaffe with 5s. We've only seen one of Maria's cards, which is the 8 of hearts. So hard to say who's ahead right now.
So action was raise, call, raise, re-raise, turn, check, check.
This is going to get checked to showdown. And Maria Konnikova shows 8-6 for 7s and 6s, and she's going to win the last hand of the level at this table. Now, there is still a hand in progress at the 3rd table. It's Marco Johnson against Nicholas Marchington, one of the few non-US players left in the field.
I've done a bunch of commentary on Nick Marchington in cash games. That's him on the left. And it looks like he is trying to give nothing away.
We've got an ace, king, 7-7 board. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds.
It's got to be real hard to hold that pose.
So it looks like a bet from Marco Johnson that's been raised by Nick Marchington. And a fold. So the pot pushed to Marchington, no other eliminations, so we are down to 16. And we'll probably take a slightly longer break here than originally scheduled, because one of the tables is going to break. That means additional players coming to the feature table and the secondary feature table. We'll get the stack sizes verified. We'll get the new players mic'd as well on the other side of the break, and continue with the action here on day 4 of the NAPT Las Vegas main event as we play down to the final 6 today.
The point is, it's all coming together.
So let's have a look at the stacks of the players we were watching on the main stage. A reminder, blinds are going to go to 25.50. It has got a whole lot shallower. The biggest stack here, Brock Wilson, with just 41 big blinds. Maria Konnikova hovering around the 25 big blind mark. And of course, we were also watching the players at the secondary feature table as well, where we have Jeff Medson and Matt Affleck. Got Affleck now playing 2.2 million, 44 big blinds. And we've got Madsen on 41 bigs. Yokosawa sandwiched between them with 43 bigs. Some more action on the other side of the break. On day 4 of the NAPT Las Vegas main event from here at Resorts World.
Blinds of 15 and 30,000 with a 3,000 ante. Under the gun is Joe Tehan. He will fold. Tom Hoagland will pass. Dan Shack doesn't like his hand. Vincent Rubianes will also pass. King Queen here for Steve O'Dwyer.
Steve O'Dwyer is a great player and has made a ton of final tables, but hasn't earned his coffee yet.
Coffee is for closers. He's raised from the cutoff. He's made it 60,000. It's a min raise. It's been folded to Vanessa Selps in the big blind with ace-king suited.
For almost any player, this is a spot for a 3-bet. For Vanessa, it's a great spot because she has a reputation for being so loose and aggressive.
Well, she has re-raised. It's a 3-bet to 215,000. O'Dwyer does have position on Vanessa.
Steve's in a terrible spot because there's absolutely no way you can lay this down to a Vanessa Selps 3-bet.
Well, he has called, so we will go heads up to the flop.
And Steve is unfortunately dominated.
And the flop is Jack 9-6, so O'Dwyer does pick up a gut shot straight draw. Vanessa Selps still leads with ace high.
Steve's behind, but has the kind of hand he probably can't fold for 1 bet. Let's see if Vanessa wants to keep that pre-flop betting lead.
No, she doesn't. She checks. And Steve O'Dwyer will check behind. Turn card for free. And it's a king. This could prove troublesome for O'Dwyer.
This is very, very bad for Steve. The only question is how much is he going to lose?
Here comes a delayed continuation bet from Vanessa Selpst. 220,000.
Vanessa's got a cheering section here. That's her girlfriend Miranda on the far right. Now, a lot of players might try to get it in here, but as you can see, Steve's only got 800K behind, which isn't a lot compared to the size of the pot. Good players will realize there's not a lot to protect against that isn't beating you already.
And he will call. The pot is now 909,000. The river is an inconsequential 3 of clubs.
Vanessa's first to act. No reason for her to not think she has the best hand, so she won't want to give Steve the chance to check behind, which he's quite capable of.
All in.
She says all in, and that would put O'Dwyer all in.
Vanessa's law school buddies looking on.
He's tortured. But he's got top pair with a decent kicker.
How can I fold this?
Vanessa has Steve covered. This is a fairly polarizing bet with ace-king probably the very bottom end of Vanessa's value betting range.
Why are you so good, Vanessa? This makes these things so hard.
Steve's not so bad himself, else his money would have been in there 30 seconds ago.
He has laid it down. He has made a class fold. And Vanessa's cheering section don't know that she would have welcomed a call there.
If I'm wrong there, I'm gonna look like the biggest idiot of all time.
King, queen.
That is spooky.
You're too good.
I'll check king, queen.
You're too good at poker.
Action has been folded around to Steve O'Dwyer on the button.
About how much do you have?
350.
Steve's pretty short after that not so pleasant encounter with Vanessa.
I'm all in.
He shoves from the button, and this is enough to put Aaron Overton all in.
Snap call.
I call.
Yep, it's an all-in battle of the short stacks.
So it'll be O'Dwyer versus O'Verton, who looks like some kind of ginger superhero, and why not? He's got Steve dominated, and there are his 2 trusty sidekicks.
Not a good start at this final table for Steve O'Dwyer. He needs to see a 7. And he hits it on the flop.
Now Steve's got Overton reverse dominated.
Diamond first what?
You got diamonds.
I disagree.
Jack, queen.
Deuce of clubs.
Check diamonds.
Why am I saying this? I always hate when people call out cards on TV broadcasts. I'm like, why are they doing that? And here I am doing it because I'm sweating a lot of money.
And let's see a turn, please.
Aaron's not saying anything. He's the one that wants something.
And he gets something on the turn. The 4 of diamonds gives him the flush draw.
Well, there's your sweat. Overton can now hit a king or a diamond to double up. If not, he's hitting the rail.
A 27% chance of survival.
And here comes the river.
And it's a diamond for the double up.
9 diamonds. That's my card I was thinking of, baby.
Steve's taking it pretty well. He knows he lost, right?
9 diamonds.
Get my shit, luck.
9 diamonds. That's exactly my card in this tournament. 2 times all in yesterday with the 9 of diamonds.
Well, why don't you just marry the 9 of diamonds then?
Steve O'Dwyer's day goes from bad to worse. Blinds are up in the main event, 25-50,000 with a 5k ante. Actions on Rubianis with ace-6. And he's raising, makes it 110k.
Fairly loose raise from under the gun +1. It's the kind of hand you'd rather just win the blinds and antes.
Tyler Kenny, the chip leader, has pocket 4s in the cutoff, and he will make the call. Vanessa Selps folds the button. Tihan and Hoagland will give up their blinds, so we go heads up to the flop.
Kenny will have position after the flop, and if we see all 5 cards, these two will be racing.
It's a Jack-10 deuce flop with 2 diamonds. Pretty good flop for Rubianis, even though he's actually behind.
It's a pretty clear-cut spot for a C-bet. He can maybe win the pot right here or start building one in case he hits.
135,000. That's Tyler's brother Bryn in the middle there, no stranger to final tables himself.
This spot is usually a fold, but it's reasonable to peel one off here and hope your opponent shuts down.
He raises to 310,000.
All right, well, this is option C. It's a straight bluff, probably meant to get Rubianis to fold a medium pair or ace-king. Now, for Rubianis, this is a spot where a lot of players might just get it in. He's got good equity against Kenny's actual hand, but not so hot if he had top pair or better.
He decides just to call and see a turn card. And that turn card is the 6 of spades, so Rubianis now takes the lead.
Though I'm not sure he knows it.
He checks to the man who took the initiative on the flop.
Now that Rubianis is paired up, I'm not sure another bluff by Kenny will be able to get him off his hand for any amount.
435.
Zoinks.
Well, even if Rubianis thinks he's behind here, he probably thinks that aces, 6s, and diamonds are all working for him. 435,000 to call.
Sure, Big Bro approves of the huge barrel. Rubianis can't really like this bet, but he's got way too much equity to fold now that he's got a pair to go with the nut flush draw.
He makes the call. We go to the river. It's the Queen of Hearts, so Rubianis doesn't improve, but he does still have the best hand.
Both players have got some showdown value, but I don't know how much heat either one of them can take.
Rubianis is checked.
I mentioned Kenny's hand having some value. Tyler says the most important thing Bryn ever taught him is to not overvalue his pairs. That advice could come in handy here.
He's counting chips.
Fold.
And Rubianis lays his hand down before those 900,000 chips were even across the line.
Nice river bluff by Tyler Kenny.
And that hand, a perfect example of why playing out of position stinks.
Nice hand. Thank you.
So 21-year-old Tyler Kenny adds to his stack, maintains his chip lead, and proves that he is a force to be reckoned with at this final table.
Who let the dogs out? It's the star of the new Air Bud Poker sequel, here to research his role by sweating Vanessa Selps, who's voluntarily playing pots 30% of the time right now. And even better for her is the fact that she's won 2 out of every 3 of those hands.
Fewer than 4 big blinds separate her and chip leader Tyler Kenny. The blinds now at 30 and 60,000 with a 5k ante. Action's been folded to Vanessa. She's got 7s on the button.
Vanessa's likely to raise any 2 on the button, let alone any 2 that look the same.
So min raised to 120,000. Tom Hoagland's folded the small blind. Ace-6 offsuit for Dan Shack in the big blind.
Dan knows this about Vanessa's game as well, so it's possible he might think he's got the best hand here, and if he thinks that, he's likely to re-raise while out of position.
He's announced raise. It's a 3-bet to 400,000.
All right, it's leveling time. Vanessa knows Dan knows this and knows he doesn't really need to have a huge hand to 3-better.
I'm all in.
So she 4-bets enough to put Dan Shack all in. And he calls very quickly.
Not a great call by Dan. He's doing pretty poorly against Vanessa's 4-bet range. Ace-6 would even be in bad shape to most of her bluffs and never ahead of her good hands.
Vanessa seems to be outraged by that call.
Well, Dan does have 30% equity and a reputation for running pretty good. There's Dan's friend Nick Binger.
I'm really bad at middle pairs against weak aces.
Huge leak in Vanessa's game.
The flop is 4-8-10. So far, so good.
Safe flop for Vanessa, but Dan can still pair his ace, and he's got a few backdoor draws.
He is the player at risk. He needs to hit. And he does hit on the turn.
Terrible card for Vanessa. Not only does Dan take the lead, but it kills one of her outs, leaving her with only the 7 of clubs. Pretty frustrating to get your opponent to make a bad call like this for all his chips, only to have him run you down.
Said I'm really bad against weak aces with middle pairs. 1 out. 7 of clubs.
Cheer up, Vanessa. Maybe it's just that Dan Shack is really good against middle pairs with a weak ace. Vanessa should just try to run better.
She's looking for the 7 of clubs, but it's the 9 of diamonds. The Dan Shack will double up and become the new table chip leader with 4.2 million. Vanessa Selbst is now the short stack.
Don't you look at me with those sad puppy dog bad beat eyes.
Sorry about that.
No, you're not. That was fine.
No, of course I am.
Come on, Vanessa. He seems sorry.
It wasn't a great play. But your reputation gets calls like that. You want calls like that.
Not with the middle pair against the weak ace.
Okay.
That's the only time I don't want it. Because I never win those.
Dan Shack's picked his spots well today. Of the 17 hands he's played, he's only lost 1 of them. Can't say the same for his Wall Street job. He recently got some notoriety when his hedge fund made a loose call on gold this past year. Ace-6, anyone?
Well, that hand has left Vanessa with a 16 big blind stack. She's under the gun here with King Jack.
Red paint's probably good enough for a shove.
I'm all in.
She's made the move.
Looks like she just got tired of counting it. Nah, forget it, I'm all in.
Hoagland and Shack have both folded.
I call.
Vincent Rubianis will call her from the small blind with pocket 8s, and Tyler Kenny will give up the big blind. So, Vanessa Selbst is flipping here for her tournament life.
Vincent Rubianis has a slight edge. Vincent's a former competitive chess player who quit when he realized you could make money playing poker.
This is the one time right here.
You need this.
Paint! No paint. 8-ball.
So I guess he went from pawnage to ponage.
Well, if his pocket 8s hold, Vanessa Selbst's dream of going back-to-back here at Mohegan Sun is over.
Sweat. This is ridiculous.
Well, you got that big mop to soak up any sweat.
The flop is King 7 deuce, all hearts. What a flop for Vanessa Selbst. Top pair and a flush draw.
She's flopped Rubianis dead to 1 out. And what happened to Yale's admission standards? Jeez.
There's 3 of hearts up there.
Don't get greedy now.
Well, it's the King of Spades, which actually gives Rubianis more outs.
That's bad for me. That's bad. That gives him 2 outs.
All right, the 8 of hearts is now back in the mix since it'll make Vincent a full house and Vanessa's flush would be down the toilet. Excuse me, James, the loo.
8-ball deluxe right here.
Come on, Vincent.
It's not up to Vincent, it's up to the poker gods, and Vincent will need a miracle or Vanessa will double up.
That miracle translates to 5% equity. He needs an 8, but it's a 4, so Vanessa Selbst gets the double up. Just over 2 million in chips.
And unless he's been hiding some chips in that sweet hairdo, Vincent Rubianis is left with just 3 big blinds.
It's not 5 million chips, but I'll take it.
Glad she reiterated she'd take it. I thought maybe she was going to give him back.
Right now, we are going to sweat with the defending champion. We're only going to see Vanessa Selbst's hole cards and play the hand from her perspective.
So Vanessa Selbst's ride along should be pretty exciting.
140.
She's in the small blind and facing a raise from Tyler Kenny.
Kenny's on the button, so Vanessa has to assume he's raising a pretty wide range.
And with her pocket 6s, she will call the 140,000.
If she were deeper, she may have 3-bet.
Get Dan in here. We got a family pot going.
Vanessa's anxious to get some of that money back from Dan. He's getting decent immediate odds to call.
And he will make the call from the big blind, so we go 3-way to the flop.
Family pot.
I like it.
Makes me somehow appreciative of my own family.
8-8 queen. What a terrible flop for a pair of 6s.
Not at all, but it's not great against 2 opponents.
She checks, Dan Shack checks. Remember, Tyler Kenny was the pre-flop aggressor.
Get my game face on.
No such thing as game face.
It's just poker. It's just a card game.
Exactly. I could smile. You don't know what I'm gonna have. Like,
It's true.
Tyler Kenny giving off the tell. Let's see if he wants to continue.
He does. He bets 160,000.
Again, Kenny would have to see bet a pretty wide range here.
Vanessa makes the call. Dan Shack will also call. We still have a family pot heading to the turn.
Dan just overcalled, which worries me a little bit for Vanessa's hand.
9 of diamonds, another overcard to Vanessa's sixes.
And that 9's really bad because a lot of hands that might have floated the flop with nothing just caught up a bunch.
Vanessa's checked, and now Dan Shack is leading out for $250,000. Tyler Kenny with King 7.
Woof.
Decides to get out of the way. He smells a rat.
Dan leading out now is definitely bad news bears.
Vanessa decides to check raise. She's made it 750,000, leaving herself 1.2 million behind.
This raise is probably intended on the off chance Dan's got absolutely nothing, but if this doesn't make him fold, I say it's time to throw this hand into the muck.
He has called.
I think Vanessa finally realizes it's game over, man.
The river is the king of spades.
The board continues to get worse for Vanessa. Kenny would have rivered top pair.
Of course, Shack could easily have an 8, queen, 9, or king in his hand.
I know Dan's an older guy and everything, but he's been acting way too confused during this hand. I ain't buying it, Columbo.
Selps just checked to him.
I think we're losing this hand.
I think you're right.
I'm all in.
He shoves. Puts Vanessa all in, and she quickly gets away from it. And Shack shows quad 8.
What's that?
Quads.
Quads? Quads is good.
Yeah, quads is good.
Just trying to get you off a queen. Because I don't learn my lesson.
Maybe could have got him off a queen. Probably not
Bluff him
quads.
off a queen.
Yeah.
Is that like a bet? I don't know.
So 3 still remain in pursuit of that trophy and the $450,000 first prize. Blinds up to 40 and 80,000. The ante stays at 5,000. Ace king on the button for Tyler Kenny.
200.
And he's raising. He makes it 200,000. Ace 5 in the small blind for Vanessa.
I'm all in.
And she shoves. Dan Shack has 8 deuce, he'll muck.
Call.
Tyler Kenny makes the call. Vanessa Selpst at risk and way behind.
Looks like Vanessa's kicking herself a bit, but again, Kenny was raising the button, so an ace is going to be ahead of a lot of his range. Kenny's got Vanessa way covered.
The Kenny clan and the ladies await the dealing of the flop, turn and river.
Tyler Kenny doesn't have to worry about his smile giving anything away now. He's a 3-1 favorite to send Vanessa back to class.
But the flop has a 5 on it, and Vanessa Selpst takes the lead.
Vanessa's gotten very lucky here. She has Kenny reverse dominated. He's now the 4-1 dog. That smile nowhere to be found now.
Vanessa Selpst now set for a double up. Unless there's a king on the turn or river.
No.
The 6 of spades doesn't change the situation.
I do not have a spade.
With the pair of fives.
Obviously automatic there.
Kenny needs a king to eliminate Vanessa Selpst. She's a 93% favorite to get the double up and remain in contention for that second NAPT title.
Cricket. Cricket.
3 cards to fade. It's the 3 of clubs. She gets that double up.
Sign's kind of ironic. Vanessa was a 3-1 dog. And there's our mascot, who actually has a painting of people playing poker at his house.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do?
Tyler Kenny's taking it well. Well, and there's the appropriate response.
Sure, the entire internet will love that one. Go crazy on I'm the luckiest player alive.
Luck always a factor in poker, but she's continuously making good decisions. There is the trophy that one of the remaining 3 players will get to lift at the end of this evening. Will Vanessa Selpst get to lift it for the 2nd time in 2 years?
If she wins a second one of those trophies, she's definitely going to have to invest in a bigger mantle.
She's folded the button with 10-5 offsuit. Dan Shack in the small blind has ace-queen.
200.
And he will raise it up, makes it 200,000. Ace-7 for Tyler Kenny in the big blind.
Kenny's in a similar spot as Vanessa a few hands ago, and ace is too good of a hand to let go, and he really doesn't have enough behind to just call.
I'm all in.
He does shove, and a snap call from Dan Shack.
Dan's got Kenny covered. Kenny now the one who needs to hit a 3-outer to stay alive. If he doesn't, this match will go to heads up. I predict a 73% chance of a heads up match after this, James.
I got spades and clubs.
7.
Say it like you want it.
Tyler Kenny wants it.
Well, instead he gets a very unfriendly flop. 8-9 Jack, all hearts.
He's now drawing to only 2 outs.
Just don't put a heart out there and just kill me completely.
He needs the 7 of spades or the 7 of diamonds.
They'll make me sing.
He's going to be singing for a 7.
It's the 10 of clubs on the turn, and now he's drawing to a chop.
He got what he asked for at least. It wasn't a heart.
That is brutal again.
He's going to need to hit a non-heart queen for that chop.
Vanessa Selbst on the verge of going heads up against Dan Shack.
And Tyler Kenny is on the verge of getting noogies from his big brother Bryn.
The river is a heart. Shack improves to a flush and eliminates Tyler Kenny in 3rd place.
Congratulations.
Started this final table as chip leader, and now he walks away with $170,000.
Dan Shack's going to need a break to get all those chips stacked up.
He'll go into the heads-up battle with 8.7 million. Vanessa Selbst with a stack of 3 million.
Good game, what can you do? Yeah. Good run, good play. Yeah. Whatever.
So here we go. They're playing for the title, the trophy, and $450,000.
Well, Vanessa Selbst has been here before. Literally. She played heads up in this tournament exactly a year ago. Dan's got the chip lead and did recently beat Phil Ivey heads up.
You played a lot of heads up before?
What?
Have you played a lot of heads up before?
Decent amount.
Like in heads up tournaments?
Well, have I
Or
gone-
just like in like tournaments?
Well,
No, I mean, like-
online, live, I don't play heads-up tournaments.
Oh, like online you're saying?
I mean, the World
Yes.
Series I play.
Vanessa's trying to figure out how mad she should be if she loses.
As we pick up heads-up play, action's on Vanessa.
160.
8-9 of spades, she min-raises to 160,000. Queen 6 offsuit for Dan Shack.
Dan's got paint and he's priced in, but there's no shame in folding a hand like this heads up out of position.
He decides to defend.
These two are about a coin flip, but Vanessa will have position after the flop.
And that flop is Jack 9-4 with 2 clubs. So second pair for Vanessa Selbst. Not much for Dan Shack. He checks it. Here comes the continuation bet. 155,000.
Vanessa's already betting for value. This is a pretty clear fold. Dan's reaching for chips. It's not such a bad spot for a bluff raise, but if he's calling, that would be just awful.
He decides to raise, makes it 355,000.
This is where rep comes into play so much. Dan knows Vanessa's going to c-bet a lot of flops, so he's hoping she missed and he can take it down right here.
She calls and they go to the turn. There's $1 million in the middle.
This board's pretty wet, so a check raise doesn't look all that strong.
It's the 9 of diamonds. Trips now for Vanessa and a lock on the hand.
Hopefully for Dan's sake, he's going to shut down his bluff attempt after the flop call because there's no way Vanessa's folding now.
He fires again, 500,000.
Some players would raise in this spot.
She just calls, hoping to extract more value on the river.
That's right, she knows that if she raises, she could scare off all his bluffs.
It's the 4 of diamonds on the river. Vanessa now with a full house. And Dan Shack is going to bluff at this double-paired board for 800,000.
Not a great read by Dan. Now this would be a spot for a raise, even though we know Dan can't call.
A croaky shove.
And that's got Dan's attention. Don't worry, guys. Vanessa's got it locked up. Vanessa's chances of getting called here are just about slim and none.
And after a little bit of posturing, Dan Shack will fold.
Imagine.
Fast forward to 2024 and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour is back in Las Vegas. It's day 4 of the main event. 16 players remain. 2 eliminations during the first session of play as we continue to try to get down to the final 6. That means right now we are at 2 tables. And that means We have new lineups at our main and secondary feature tables. It was the third table that broke. So that means it's the same feature table with a few new faces and the same secondary feature table with a few new faces. And talking of new faces, it's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to NAPT Las Vegas.
So happy to be here. We're finally doing this. Let's go. Final 2 days.
So we were watching these players at the outer table. We were watching the other players on the main stage. And I guess I was a little bit surprised, Griffin, how long it took to get from 18 to 16, especially when we thought with them playing 7 levels yesterday, they'd already be at 2 tables when we started today.
Yeah, and we can see that the stacks are not as big as we're sort of used to at this stage, and there are the payouts right there for the NAPT.
We're getting close to the 6-figure payouts from 7th and upwards. 765K for the eventual winner. I think it's fair to say that making the NAPT main event of 5K has worked. Close to 900 total entries. I think the guarantee on this event was $3 million. Total prize pool, $4.3 million.
Yeah, huge success. People love to play poker in Vegas.
Talking of people playing poker in Vegas, it's no secret, Griffin, that you were one of the players in the new season of the big game on tour. Obviously, you can't talk about how it went.
Oh, I can if you want.
No spoilers.
You and I were on the same page.
You know, I was actually impressed at how tight-lipped I was, because someone came up to me in the elevator the other day and said, "Oh, you're in the big game. How'd you do?" And I was like, "No spoilers, buddy."
When we went through the list of players and were trying to guess who the biggest liability would be,
the Tom Holland of the group.
I'm going to say, yeah, your name was mentioned. Not that you do it intentionally, but you'd be absolutely the kind of person who would blurt something out accidentally.
I did have the urge to put out a tweet afterwards saying that I lost $1.3 million, and I just was outraged.
So we've got an open here from Michael Vanier to 100,000 with ace queen. Round to Brock Wilson in the big blind with 6-5.
Yeah, sort of near the top of your fold range there with the 6-5. Of course, if you know your opponent has something like ace queen, you'd love to just flip in the chip, but probably just not quite good enough. 7-8, maybe 7-6 would flick it in. But we're playing pretty short stacked. You got to be careful, especially against those early position opens. Peeling too wide from the big blind, getting involved. A lot of ICM to consider as we get down to this final table.
Yeah, with 16 players remaining, they have all locked up a 5-figure score, all guaranteed $34,400. There is a pay jump, 39.5K if you can make it to 15th. Joel Mika here with jacks, opens under the gun.
I remember seeing this guy on EPTs 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was the 2013 PCA. Joel Mika, the runner-up to Dimitar Danchev in the main event. Maria Konnikova on the button. Folds. Brock Wilson in the small blind. Pocket fives. Atakan on YouTube says, "Hi from Turkey. Hello from Las Vegas, Atakan."
Five's a bit tricky here against the under the gun range. I think with a hand like 3s or 4s, you probably fold here. 5s, I think, are right on the line. You know, happy to flick it in the big blind. Small blind, 33 effective. It's not too fun, but I don't blame Brock Wilson for making the call. Now I blame him because he did not hit a 5.
No, we have gone 3-way to this flop. Jack's still ahead. Mika near enough a 9-1 favorite.
Vanier just flick it in with the 7 deuce suited.
C-bet of 125,000 wins Joel Mika the pot. He is second in chips at this table. It's Yang Lee who's the table chip leader with 3 million, which equates to 60 big blinds at the current blind level.
only non-American at the table and has way more chips than everyone else.
So I think we have 3 players remaining in this tournament.
16 left.
16 players, but 3 not representing the USA. So we have got Yang Li at this table, as you correctly identified, Griffin. We've also got Masato Yokosawa, who's at the other table, with Nick Marchington. So China, Japan, and the UK represented alongside 13 players from the United States of America. This being the North American Poker Tour, expected some Canadians to be in at this stage. What happened in your main event, Griff?
I finished about 180th with like 127 pay. Peaked at around 150K. Had a great time. And just didn't work out. I had some tough table draws, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Field was a lot tougher than I expected. It was some really strong players coming out.
I mean, I guess if it's a 5K buy-in with an EPT main event structure, it's going to attract good players.
Yeah, Jonathan Tamayo on my table, David Peters, Jared Jaffe.
So having just made a big thing of the fact that there are no Canadians left in the tournament, Greaseball Poker asks, is Ali still in? Thank you for your redundant question as we move on to the next hand.
You're banned.
Yang Li. See chips being thrown in. Well, we've had the raise from Brent Hart with Queen 10 of Hearts. It's a 3-bet from Lee with 7s.
Yeah, Hart just opening on 10 big blinds. And Wilson just gets the bulletins. Read all about it. Pocket aces in the cutoff. This is, this would be quite represented by quite a strong min raise here off 10 big blinds, 9 big blinds. You think with a hand like Queen 10 suited, you would more often elect to just shove to realize your equity. Lee 3-betting, a hand that probably would have considered calling the 450K shove. But now, Wilson taking pause. Do I want to shove for the 35 effective, or do I want to click it? Yeah, and does decide to just make it a little bit more. Give Lee a reason to stay in this pot. Please call, please call, please call, please call.
So 550,000 gets rid of the blinds, apart from Marco Johnson in the big, who's got jacks.
Yeah, and it's never easy to fold pocket jacks, but this might be one of the easier spots to make a big fold, and Johnson knows it. We're looking at raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, and jacks shrivel up, get real cold.
So action back on Lee. 250K to call.
Yeah, and Lee should recognize that this is exceptionally strong. A min raise in early position, off 10, 9 big blinds, a 3-bet. This isn't, some sort of ace 10. This is the blades, and Lee makes a good fold.
So Lee came into this session as the chip leader with 3 million, down to 2.7 million, but still overall chip leader. Masato Yokosawa, we believe, is second on the leaderboard right now with around 2.4 million.
That is going to vault Brock Wilson all the way up to near 2.5 million.
Yeah.
Pretty close to Yang Li. Some separation between those two and the rest of the table here.
Did you play any other NAPT tournaments other than the main? Any
yes,
hyper turbos?
I played the main again.
Oh, I see.
No, I didn't play any turbos out here.
Konnikova, 6-5 of spades. Round to Joel Micker on the button. Now Marco Johnson in the small blind. Calls, we know in one of his cards, the 6 of diamonds. Jared Jaffe in the big blind with 9-4 off.
Yeah, we did see pretty light ISO with the 6-3 off last level from Jared Jaffe, and he's going to do the same thing here with a similar sort of weak holding, one that doesn't play very well post-flop, just hoping to get that raise and take it. I like this hand selection. Just see if you can get away with one here. And the fact that we see that Johnson just has a 6 in his hand, unless he has 2 6s, and his intention is to either limp shove for 30 big blinds or limp call, it's going to be tough to continue unless that second card is something close suited. And it looks like it might be the 6s or maybe ace 6 of diamonds is going to shove for 30 blinds. Nice hand. It's that easy, James. Just fold pocket jacks and then put everything in with a 6 in your hand, the next hand.
So still at 16 players right now. The final 2 tables. The ambition today to get down to 6. Definitely going to get played down to a single table and then come back and play out the final table tomorrow. Hard to know when that'll be. Hard to put a time on it. Can't help but think it will be at least 5 levels of poker today.
Did the widget make it over here to America?
The widget is here. The widget is
Here it's
maybe
a bit jet lagged.
well, I think it's kind of struggling to the nuances between American poker and European poker, because the widget had us getting down to 16 last night. We did not. The widget has us being at 6 players by the end of the 5th level of today, but the way things are going, I think that might be a reach. These guys seem very happy to play around a 35 big blind average. So Johnson's opened on the button with ace-jack, and Brent Hart folds, king-6 in the big.
Hart's get up over there. Kind of a vibe.
That's right, Aaron. I think you're right to trust the widget and blame America. I think that is absolutely the right way to look at it. Mike Holtz is going to make a bold prediction. It'll be Jeff Madsen versus Brock Wilson heads up, and Madsen will win. You heard it here first. It's Chat Pro Saturday, Griffin. So
oh, wow, we're giving it to him. Okay.
Objectively, Mike Holtz is correct. So I look forward to watching Madsen Wilson heads up tomorrow.
See, that's the benefit of starting our coverage on a Saturday, James, is that there aren't many days previously where they can not earn their privilege, you know? We just give it to them.
Yep.
They don't blow it in the early days.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. I have
lazy Thursday when the action is slow and they're being trolly and lose their privileges.
I have made it very clear that the privilege could still be revoked.
Ooh.
There's a couple of people who've tested our patience already today.
The problem is, though, they're the pros now, so you kind of have to defer. There we go, Hart.
Can I get a count, please?
He looks good, and his hand is good, and Konnikova is going to have to call this 6 big blind shove, and I'm sure she knows it, but just making sure. And if she folds, I will eat my hat.
does make the call, and Hart gets it in good here with nines against the ace-5. Has to fade that dastardly ace on the desk.
Sourdough suited. I mean, artisanal.
The flop is 4-4 deuce. There is street flash potential on this board, Griffin. Maria Konnikova has a lot of outs. Aces, clubs, threes.
I say 9 of hearts, 3 of clubs.
King of diamonds on the turn. 11 cards in the deck that Brent Hart will have to fade to survive.
And he looks unfazed either way. What a poker face.
Improves to a full house and gets the double up through Maria Konnikova, who will be left with 980,000. So Maria playing around 20 bigs. Brent Hart around 15 bigs now.
Like someone's got to say something, right?
Yeah.
Raise 8-6. Pretty good. Block straights in pair.
Block 6, checks.
Meanwhile, over at the other table, Jeff Madsen versus Masato Yokosawa, and it's 2-pair versus 2-pair. Jack of diamonds is an interesting card. Puts a potential straight, potential flush out there.
Yeah, incredibly coolery flop between these two medium to big stacks. You know, kind of a bad card for Jeff Madsen, considering how much of a cooler this would have been. You have something like the deuce of clubs peeled off. Both players going to have to be a bit cautious with the 3 diamonds, the king 10 filling up. Don't think that these guys will be playing for stacks unless the river pairs that ace.
305,000 apiece. A river card. The 4 of hearts. Yokosawa checks.
Yeah, Jeff is going to be a bit concerned that he's up against a flush sometimes, but recognizing that, you know, he is going to be up against some ace X's that might still make a call. I wonder what sizing he'll elect to go with. Don't expect him to make a very tight check, but it's not completely outside of the realm of possibility. But Jeff usually knows. Doesn't want, oh, yeah, he's really going to, he's going to do it. He's going to check, I think.
I guess it's check.
Yeah. And yeah,
wow.
he hates to see that.
Wow. So yeah, that's why I need another time bank.
Yeah, that's true.
No time banks already again?
Huh?
You used them all again?
I used them all against Affleck.
So if Jeff Madsen is now playing 2.7 million, that makes
the
him
time
tournament
bank
chip
should be,
leader.
if you use them, they go to the person you use them against.
I like that. That would be.
If it's after the flop. I mean, obviously pre-flop.
I'll tell you what. That man right there.
That way you put somebody in a tough spot and you can win chips and time.
The YouTube-ready facial reactions, seeing how coolered he almost was. I mean, very fortunate he didn't play that as, you know, a check raise on the flop, and that the board came out a little scary. I mean, not having to pay off another bet on the river. Very, very fortunate.
Masato Yokosawa can only communicate in YouTube thumbnail
Yeah,
expressions.
exactly.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy. I guess you'd never say it.
Back to our feature table.
Yeah, where we see Jared Jaffe with Jack 10 in the hijack. He's open to 100,000. Forward to the blinds. Maria Konnikova in the small.
Konnikova now just playing 17 big blinds and has to have been dealt something pretty strong. Imagine it is 2 6s. Don't think she'd be putting in anything less here. Maybe ace 6 of spades.
Shove gets through, and Maria chips up to $1 million. Average stack right now, 1.67 million with 16 players remaining. Still in the early stages of level 26. Blinds currently 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante. Decent quantity of hats at this feature table, Griffin, I approve. Some people, however, tilted by the upside down logo on Hart's cap.
Oh, yeah. I kind of like it.
Jaffe, King Queen. Raises. Ace, 3 of clubs for Lee. And that looks like a re-raise. That is a 3-bet from Lee.
Yeah, it's a good candidate for a 3-bet. Going to be folding out some better aces sometimes. You know, you have that blocker. Makes it less likely your opponent has an ace in their hand. And, you know, against a hand like King Queen, it's tough to continue facing that 3-bet. I mean, Jaffe's really going to have to, assuming Vanier folds, which he does. Oh, some adorable mouse-like sneezes from, I would imagine, Maria. Imagine it was Jaffe.
That was both incredibly cute and ridiculously hilarious.
Yeah.
The sneezels from Maria Konnikova. Bless you, Maria.
So you can see the kind of pressure this puts Jaffe under here. I mean, he has a couple choices here, and he elects to go with call, which, I mean, I think is fair. It's going to be tough. You know, when you're up against the value range of Lee's holdings, you're going to be dominated a decent amount of the time. But, you know, sometimes your opponent just has something like ace-3, and you want to see your equity. So it's. I think there are a lot of players that would fold here. There are some that even would shove. But Jaffe trusts himself so much, thinks this hand is a bit too strong. I think he would have folded King-Jack off almost certainly. And Lee is a bit trepidatious here. Getting a bit worried here on the Jack-high board, maybe thinking there's some Jack-X's in Jaffe's range. Maybe wanting to delay the c-bet, has turned the wheel draw now. How does Jaffe react to the check? Does he just want to start representing, seeing the weakness? Maybe he can fold out something like an ace-10, maybe even an ace-queen. No, is just going to check. And Lee at this point doesn't think he's going to fold out better hands and gets the ace on the, not on the desk. What's this one called again?
Barry Greenstein, ace on the river.
No, I just like teeing you up.
I know. Now, obviously Lee was ahead all the way, Griffin, but this just gives you that extra little bit of confidence.
Yeah, and Jaffe now, no, not going to take the bait. And Lee is just going to check it down. Not expecting to get much value on that ace river. Honest poker. Why not?
So Yang Lee reclaims the chip lead. He has 3 million, a 61 big blind stack. Brent Hart is the shorty at this table with 14 big blinds. 2 tables of 8 remaining in this year's NAPT Las Vegas main event. 895 total entries. You must have been impressed by the field size. I don't think anyone expected upwards of 750. The guarantee, perhaps a little bit conservative at $3 million, but I guess 600 to 700 was the spread, 750 maybe the cap. No one dreamed in a million years we get close to 900 entries.
Business is booming, baby.
And potential to grow next year, which is really exciting. Hart folds the ace-5.
Will we be 3xing the buy-in again next year? 15K?
No, I think last year was an interesting decision. Personally, I thought it was an incorrect decision. I think the NAPT should be with parity to the EPT.
Yes.
5K championship events. But again, just to be clear, and I'm someone who doesn't play 5K tournaments, Griffin, I love the fact that you've got nightly 250s. I love the fact you had the 550 Mystery Bounty the opening weekend. You got the 550 Cup this weekend. There are price points. There are tournaments that I would play. So the Grafton versus Jack Deuce suited, unraised, blind v blind.
Grafton versus Simple Jack.
Action goes check, check. 7 of hearts on the turn. Vanier picks up the flush draw. Right now, Jack High is still the best hand.
Yeah, I think Vanier has to come bursting out of the cupboard here with this increased equity. You don't want to just let Queen High, Jack High see the river here. Can fold out those hands, clear out some equity sometimes. If there's some, maybe something like a 6-8 might even still fold to the big enough bet. So nice hand there.
One change I would like to see next year, Joe and I were talking about this earlier on, and there's no guarantee we can make it happen, but I would like to see the possibility of maybe the big game days being earlier so that we can stream more of the main event and give more players the opportunity to play the main event, but we'll see what happens next year.
Always thinking ahead, James.
We have got planning. All in and a call over at the secondary table. And looks like it's Nick Marchington involved here.
Yeah, very involved, very ahead.
Just not 6.
Wow, flopping huge.
4, how about a 4?
Ooh. How about another 4?
4 is interesting. This is a pretty brutal cooler for Carnero, playing under 20 big blinds, having raised the cutoff.
Cut the tension.
Deuce 3-3 is one of the best flops you can see with 6s, but is going to be eliminated based off the chip counts we see. Marchington apparently covering by just 10,000 chips.
Yeah, and so with him not getting there on the river, Martin Carnero will be eliminated in 16th place, cashing for $34,400.
$925.
Yeah.
Pay out.
Nice hand, Nick.
Thank you. Wow. Oh, I got it.
Oh, yeah, the bag of dicks.
Martin Carnero still going to cash for a pretty hefty 34,400 for 16th place.
No, we don't open, you can't open the bag. It's a bag of dicks. It's like Fossil Man gives a fossil, he gives a tiny bag of dicks. That's the same.
Yep, I've inherited it.
That's a hashtag fun fact. Possibly a hashtag fake fact.
I saw that because I got engaged at Machu Picchu, so I was
Back to the main feature table.
He looks like that, yeah, like a South America.
He lost the hand and gave him his bag. Did you play with him?
Hart getting
I did.
active here. Just playing 14 big blinds.
Oh, that's what that was.
What's the bag represent?
It's a bag of dicks.
Oh,
Like
wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I wonder if he would have given it to me if
He
I
said whoever busted him,
That's
so I
actually
just
true.
saw him throw it out.
I don't think he would have.
I wonder if he would have given it to me if I had busted it.
So Hart has
If it was me, I
opened with
wouldn't.
9s. Round to Joel Micker on the button, folds 7 deuce. Marco Johnson in the small blind. King Queen.
9 or 8?
6.
Oh, 6. Oh, damn.
It'll be a long
Yeah,
day.
bit of an interesting spot here with
Maybe
King
not.
Queen.
Who knows?
You never know.
Could be.
They're not doing great
short,
against
could be long.
If one
the
dude just
under
runs
the
up
gun
piles,
range on this stack as a rule,
350.
but
Or
is
female.
going
I
to
was
just
about
say,
to
you know what, let's see if Hart's willing
said
to
or
play for it all,
female.
because this is effectively what
Or one
he's
dudette.
doing and putting in half his stack.
How much is it? 7 exactly.
Yeah, Johnson's not thrilled, but he wasn't doing this to fold for another 360. Just gonna have to sigh, call it off, and be thrilled to see he's up against 2 9s.
So, classic race underway at the feature table, and it is a race that Brent Hart is going to have to win to survive. He does have the slight advantage right now with the pocket pair.
This is a real classic, isn't it? I like that there's interaction potentially on some, boards that'll could include a set and stuff. Like a 9 of, oh no, the hearts wouldn't work.
No, the Queen of Hearts in Johnson's hand. Well, right now, Hart has become a 3-1 favorite. Just has to fade a king or a queen on the turn and river. Okay, Johnson just picked up a ton of outs. Has the gut shot, has the flush draw, still has kings and queens working for him. 14 outs.
And remember, Hart dodged that straight flush draw earlier. Has to dig another straight and flush draw. Doesn't do it.
Queen on the river, sees his 9s cracked, and he will bow out in 15th place. Did get the money jump after Martin Canero busted in 16th. So Brent Hart cashes for $39,550. That takes us down to 14 players, 2 tables of 7.
Got that pay jump in 15th, which is nice. Next $5 grand for his troubles.
Next pay jump will be when we get to 13. So we were just talking about the big game, Griffin, and the overlap with the main event. That's what we've been doing, guys, for the last 6 days. 3 days of loose cannon auditions, 3 days of shooting the big game. That's why you only get 2 days of live coverage of the NAPT. I know it's not the same thing because you're not going to get to see the big game shows until next year.
I saw you miss half the deck, though. So
I did put out a vlog today, Griffin, kind of like taking people behind the scenes on what Joe and I have been up to the last few days. So you can check that out on my YouTube channel.
Like, oh my God.
The silence got broken, and I was like, okay,
shameless
I actually
plug.
think
I
I'm
love
gonna
it.
hit this one. Yours was too silent.
That's fair.
Shameless.
All right, guys, next time, let's...
No, that is cool. I will be checking that out.
Rory Jennings Football commented, great video, James, keep them coming. Thank you, Rory.
I saw you give him that 20 in the hall, actually. That's what that was for.
If I was going to buy positive reviews from people, I probably, no offense, Rory, I would set my sights a little bit higher. Like, how much does it cost to get Mr. Beast to leave you a positive
I'm pretty
comment?
sure Rory has a decent following.
He does, actually. He has a very good following.
Wilson popping it up. Ace 3 of clubs. Lee should leave this one in the muck.
Curling Master says, I saw Rani and Nasruddin plays in the big game season 2. Looking forward to it. Huge fan. Yeah, it's a tough one because it's not just you, Griff. We all really want to tell you about what happened over the last 3 days. We really want to talk about it, but we can't. And that's to your advantage because we don't want to spoil it for you guys when you finally get to see those shows.
Actually, you know what's
funny?
funny?
Next spring.
You actually can tell me after we're off air. Or do you want me not to be spoiled?
No. If you want spoilers, I'll give you
Maybe I
spoilers.
don't want spoilers.
Yeah.
Those lineups look fun. I can't believe Gronk ripped off his shirt. That was crazy. Oh, wait. Was I not supposed to say that?
As Joe and I were discussing yesterday, literally the biggest man to have ever played on the big game.
Yeah. Okay, Johnson. Bit of an awkward spot here, hijack the cutoff. You're playing against about a 35 big blind stack, not the amount that you would want to get in with ace-jack. It feels too strong to flat with, but it gets a little messy. You know, if you were, say, to face a 4-bet from Mika here in the form of, 600K, 650K, or even a shove, you would probably just have to fold the ace-jack. So there is the argument for maybe just calling, but does go with the aggressive route, and I think is probably just hoping for a fold or a call from Mika. And does get the fold. So that's the result. Sometimes you just got to see where you're at, James.
You got to raise for information, Griffin.
Yeah. There's information out there. Go get it.
And then it comes down to who wants it more.
Yes.
And whether you're
Another
willing
good
to
cliche.
stare into your opponent's eyes and put them to a decision for all their chips.
This is why you're the best, James. 15 remaining. 14 remaining. 15?
Yeah, we had 2 eliminations back to back.
That's right. Johnson on a nice little heater. I don't think he's going to play the tennis shoes, the kicks.
Tom says Gronk is massive, lol. And one thing I will say, this is not a spoiler. Really charming guy. Really
yeah,
nice
I bet he is.
And always great to see someone like that come into something like the big game and discover that this person is a huge poker fan.
So I could even assume he might watch the streams. He could be a Griffin Bender fan. I mean, I won't ask him. I don't want to be disappointed, but I'll just live in my little fantasy land. Wilson going to complete with the King-9. Yeah, Konnikova folding the Ace-9 in the small blind. Don't blame her at 20 big blinds at this situation, but you could see that Jaffe would have been letting this one go. And now, advantage Jaffe, and we'll take this down against Brock.
So Atrocity asks, will we see the return of Furniture Dave? Now, bear in mind, we have revealed the starting lineups over the course of the 3 days. Look, the show's being filmed in the open, so people at Resorts World could come and watch it being filmed. So we know what the starting lineups were. But, of course, when players leave the game, alternates come in. All I will say is Furniture Dave was in the building yesterday. But I'm going to leave it at that.
Now, when you do the commentary for Gronk, James, if he misplays a hand, can you say, Gronk, more like donk? Will you do that one for me?
That sounds more like a line that Joe would deliver, so you might want to give...
I'll text Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, he never answers my text. I'll find him later.
I think Joe's doing fine without your material, Griffin, but by all means, you know, just keep volunteering. I don't want you to be batting 0 on ideas this week because I've already shot down several. So.
Oh, don't worry. I'm still skating off that Jack Frost hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's fine. I'm still.
You only need 1 per year.
yeah. Johnson getting aggressive, getting confident. The 8-5 of diamonds under the gun 1. Take it down. Nice little rush for our new table captain playing 60 big blinds now.
And I'm looking straight there.
I'd rather have him be stealth and
oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I was like waiting forever. Finally, I was like, maybe they just dropped them off.
Stealth delivery.
Yeah.
What do you got for us, Brock?
There's a hand he's going to raise the button with. We don't know. Mystery hand. Joel Micker with ace-6, so I guess we're playing this hand from his perspective as he defends the big blind. It's swept with Joel. King 7-7, classic ace-6 board.
Yeah, going to be good enough, I think, to continue against a C-bet if we see Wilson make one.
I checked it.
You would like to have a diamond in your hand, but this hand is just a bit too strong at this stage. You know, Brock's not always going to be just sort of blasting off here. There's going to be some scare cards too that might slow him down.
4 clubs on the turn. How confident would you be about calling a second barrel here, Griffin?
Second barrel! Not very confident. I think you would probably feel pretty bad about it because you're going to have a decent amount of kings here. You're going to have some 7s sometimes. You know, you check raise a 7 here, a decent amount, but it's still more in your range than Wilson's. Yeah, and does just check back. Yeah, no consideration and turning this into a bluff. No reason to, really. You know, if you lose to pocket 3s at showdown, it is what it is. Just got to hope ace-6 high is good. And it's gone check, check. And ooh.
Boring river.
Yeah.
So the kickers don't play. This is a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I knew I should have raised my jack deuce off soon.
Jose says it feels like the streams from Europe are a lot more chilled out. I think because we are at the business end, because we're at the final 2 tables playing down to the final table,
Yeah, I'm putting them together.
things feel quite serious today. You haven't had the preliminary days. That's why
Right,
maybe
good
I
luck in
think
that,
you're
mate.
making
Like
that
it's tense.
comparison. As we do go across the other table where it's Queen 9 against Queen 10, it's domination rotation in Masato Yokosawa's favor.
Yeah, we can see quite a small pot here.
180,000.
You know, if we assume that this went raise call pre-flop, this might have been checked to the river, right? There was only 275,000 out there. And if that's the case, I think Yokosawa has every reason to play this as a check raise. Shouldn't be too concerned about the flush if there was no betting until the river. You know, you have queens up here. Yeah, let's raise it up. Let's make the price of poker. And gets a quick fold from the Queen 10.
Wow, David Baker folded that really quickly.
Yeah, very interesting hand. Just believes Yokosawa. Good for David Baker, real old school pro. Been around the block. Doesn't think that Yokosawa is making a move there.
Yeah.
Really like Yokosawa's moppy hair. Just rests real nice.
Box 8, fold.
Well, we're going to stick with the action at the secondary table.
Box 10, raises. 100.
Matthew Wantman opening with 9s.
Box 1, fold.
Ace-Jack suited for David Baker. 3 World Series of Poker bracelets. A WPT win from back in 2019. 7.5 million in total live earnings. He is just called.
Fair fight here between Wantman and Baker. I really like this flat from David. Playing about 26 big blinds effective, and
wow. Open-ended straight draw against the set.
yeah, I don't think Baker's gonna get into too much trouble here. I would love to see a check back from him here. Take that free card. It would be a disaster to be check raised, but he is gonna put out a little feeler, probably wanting to clear out something like 2 sevens.
Nicholas, good luck. You playing in this?
Wantman electing to check this board, recognizing that this is all over Baker's flatting range. A lot of king queens, you know, unfortunately king jacks, but you know, queen jack suited's that nature, and plays it as just a check call. Doesn't necessarily want to scare off a hand like a king queen that actually facing a check raise might fold on the turn. So wants to keep the bluffs in. I think is maybe just only looking for 2 streets of value here. And Baker thinking about it, might be taking the bait. You know, how would I, if I wanted to fold out a hand like king 10 here, ace 10, I would do it with another bet to the tune of 450,000. This is a very, very interesting hand. I mean, that is representing 43% of Wantman's stack. And at this stage, might just want to put the rest of it in.
10 seconds.
What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a call or just a shove.
Time bank cards being played.
Just a beautifully played hand from Matthew Wantman here. Just getting absolutely max value. Had he bet big on this flop and then bet big on the turn, would have made less money.
Wantman up to 2.12 million. Right now it is Marco Johnson over at the feature table who's the overall chip leader with 3.2 million.
This tournament, slightly above average lucky, but nothing insane. Kings holds, flop a set, against an overpair, usual shit.
I guess we're staying with the action at the secondary table as we welcome Joe Stapleton back to the proceedings.
Hello, my babies. You guys got a lot done in that half a level.
2 eliminations.
Yeah, only 1 bullet. I mean, obviously it's pretty good. Yeah.
So Madsen pretty much tied for the chip lead. He also has 3.2 million. It's Kohlberg who is the short stack right now.
You know, I knew Matthew Wantman had been around a while, but I'm pretty impressed to see it has over 7 million in live earnings. That's pretty significant.
Sure is.
Yeah, it's more than me.
Can't believe we got Bakes here. Who folds the hand? Matt Affleck. Pocket sixes. Sace. So if he flops a set, we have to do Sign of the Beast. Okay.
Number of the beast.
Okay, you can do that one.
Water.
You know, I feel like kinship to Matthew Affleck because we're both, you know, famous for famous World Series hands. I mean, every time I see his adorable round face, I always just think of his eyes bulging huge when that tripper came against Duhamel.
It's impossible not to think about that. Trip 8s for Marchington.
And this is a theme for Marchington. We saw busting Carnero earlier, defending in the big line with the 8-3 suited, flopping 3 threes. Now, doing it with the 8.
Did you act?
Yeah, I did check.
Okay, I thought
the Ocho.
Reset.
I thought you did, and if that was mine, then I saw
Either option seems fine here with 6s. You would hate to get check raised because it's not just going to be from 8x hands. It's going to be from something like a Jack-9 with a spade, and you just can't really continue with 6s. So Affleck going to play it cautiously, which is, as we can see, the best decision, and gets a turn card where probably won't have to lose any more chips. Whereas had he c-bet, he would have lost that amount.
Griffin, I really enjoy your analysis.
Thanks, buddy.
It is a jack of clubs on the turn. It is not a good card for Matt Affleck. Now, can Matt Affleck call this bet if he has a feeling that the river is going to be a 6? 225,000. What's it going to be, Matty? You got a feeling?
He's not going to call. He's Matt Affleck, not Matt Gaffleck.
How is it possible?
Box 4, fold.
Like making a gaff.
Stand the big blind.
No, I got it. Oh, you got it? I got it. Oh, great, great. You didn't laugh, so I wasn't sure.
That's crazy.
We had true threes before. You had an 8 in your hand, though.
I had an 8 in my hand. Same thing, kind of.
An 8 looks like a 3, so it's got like an extra couple lines.
Almost.
It's weird because a 3 is half of an 8 shape-wise, but it's not half of 8 value-wise. You ever think about that?
All the time, actually.
You think really a 4 should be a 3? Hey, the Brazilian series of poker is happening.
You know what? They should fly you out there for
imminently. Griffin, funny you should say that. I'm going to Brazil.
Come on.
We are taking
You just decided when I said that?
There are lines right now, betting lines on PokerStars as to whether or not I will ever return from Sao Paulo, November 15th through 29th, $12 million guaranteed main event. I won't be able to play the main event because I'm opening for Michael Ian Black in Houston in the middle weekend, so I got to leave. But I will be there for 5 days. I don't think I'm going to play that 5K. Because that's the main event, but I'll be playing some other stuff. There's a lot of stuff in my price range at the BSOP. It turns out the US dollar does quite well there still, so I'm very excited to go. I may just come home. My girlfriend hopefully will understand if I come home with a wife. We've got Mika versus Lee on a Jack 8-9 all spade board. Pair of 8s for Mika. Big old whiff for Lee.
So I didn't catch if Mika raised. I would have assumed that he did here at the hijack.
This was a raise to 100,000 and a re-raise from ace-7 out of the small.
Yeah, and a very irregular sizing from Lee here, going to 250,000 out of position, just 2.5x. Not something that I would recommend doing. You kind of want to
get hands like ace-7 to fold.
Make it big out of position. And now you're just swimming in murky waters here, getting the call from Mika here with the 8. Obviously, Mika has gotten lucky here, but a lot of textures he would have been able to continue on. And
turn card is too late club. Club's no longer a thing. It's a too late 2. Come on, Lee. Oh, no. I think you should Lee. Checks.
Yeah. Giving Mika a lot of leeway here.
Nice. River. Oh, now the clubs are coming. Tray ball. Pair of 8s will be good at showdown. Lee's story isn't going to be super convincing here in many ways, will it, Griffin? Yeah, no. He elects to give it up. Ace high, no good. Joel Mika gonna pick up a nearly million chip pot there.
Not too big a pot to lose though for Lee.
Lee does have the second biggest stack at this table with 56 bigs. Mika now up to 42.
All right, we'll see players still 5-1-1. Cards in the air, please.
Griffin.
Yes, Daddy.
I've been real busy lately, and I haven't had a lot of time for you, and I just want you to know you're still very important to me.
That's really sweet, but I've been very busy as well.
Okay, good. Johnson. Sorry. Who is this? Marco Johnson. Marco Johnson folds 10 deuce suited. You know, I call me and my girlfriend the Doyle Brunson because she's a 10 and I'm a 2.
7 races for 100,000.
Jared Jaffe.
You know, now that you mention it, I've got nothing going on tonight. If after the show you want to hang out.
Yeah, it's still busy, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there another big game that you guys are doing?
My girlfriend's in town, and actually...
Actually, is she?
Yes.
Okay.
And she's always wanted to go to the Mayfair Club at Bellagio, so we've got a reservation.
Oh, that's sweet.
At the Mayfair Club.
Okay. I mean, I can call and see if they can add one.
If you want to hang out after, I'll be down for that. She loves you.
I know. She weirdly texts that to me all the time.
Uh-oh, domination rotation as Wilson pairs the 7.
What's it going to be, Jaffe Taffy? It is going to be a C-bet, which I think is quite standard, hoping your opponents miss the board, recognizing you're going to get some decent turn cards to barrel in the form of a club or a queen, maybe a 9. Give me that double gutter, or as Joe Stapleton likes to call it, the double belly buster.
It's a little projection on my part. I fit into a pair of old jeans today, though, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Nice.
I mean, it's tight.
Yeah.
It's painful.
Yeah, fit is, you know.
It closed, though. 6 of hearts on the turn. No change. No real change to this board texture. Wilson checks again to Jaffe.
Yeah, and this is a pretty important stage of this hand because Jaffe needs to kind of decide, am I going to continue to tell this story? No, doesn't want to be finding himself in a situation where he would have to be all in as a bluff on the river, so is going to just check, keep those 20 big blinds. And now Wilson with, you know, sort of 3 different card combinations of misses here in the form of the 9-10s and 8-10s and 8-9s. Could go for value here with the 7. Would expect a flush draw to barrel a decent percentage of the time on the turn, so isn't probably too concerned about that. But I think with Jaffe, I mean, you know, King 10 would technically still be a bluff catcher against those combination of hands because you have that 10 in your hand. You know, you're blocking one of those missed straight draws. I don't think that Jaffe will consider calling. Could raise with the 10 of clubs in his hand, but it's not the most likely story. I suppose.
I think you're forgetting that we do what we want here in America.
Yes, sorry, we do.
Jared Jaffe does lay it down. Funnily enough, we've got a Griffin in chat. And not only is Griffin in chat sharing your name, but might be sharing your brain. They have a nickname for King 10 off.
Oh, yeah?
Calling it the Greaseball Special.
Okay.
That's not exactly your style, but you do have a lot of hand nicknames.
I do. Kenzo Paris. Sounds expensive.
It does sound expensive. What is that, a restaurant?
No, it was the
fashion.
It was on the back of Lee's sweater, jacket, whatever he's wearing.
It does sound expensive.
Should we look it up?
Sure, why not?
10 raises to 100,000.
What is it, a hoodie-ish?
Yeah. Speaking of Lee,
$225 seems to be the going rate. $750, $500 for Kenzo. So you were right. Seems expensive to me.
Don't do it, Wilson.
Lee has open ace queen suited. Wilson and the
Don't
small
do it,
blind.
Wilson. Wilson!
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 We have to say that when he goes broke. That seems to be the.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. He could win.
We'll save it for when he goes Brock.
when he's on his way out of the room. Lee's going to win that one. Wasn't Mr. Lee spelled that way, the bad guy in Miles Morales? Turns into the...
Oh, well, that's
the
a video game.
Yeah.
I think it was spelled L-E-E.
I think it was L-I. Chat, do your thing.
Come on, you're all gamer nerds. How was the villain in the Spider-Man game's name spelt?
And I think he has a bit of a turn for Miles Morales 2.
Yeah.
Or Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2,
with
yeah.
Miles
Spoilers.
Morales in it. Actually folds around to well said. King 8 offsuit.
Big Talk Brock, they call him.
I heard they also call him the Brain.
I could see that. He does look smart.
Not a compliment. He looks smart. Derogatory. Ace deuce of hearts from Joel Mika makes the call. And flops top pair. Uses the old one chip on top of the stack check. Greater good, says the villain from Miles Morales, spelled H-O-B-G-O-B-L-I-N.
Well, technically, L-I is in there.
L-I is in there. Most people are chiming in to say Lee, L-I. Queen of spades on the turn. Does improve Brock.
Let's see if the Brain can refrain from two-barreling here. Is going to put a great deal of pressure on 8x, 4x, some weak diamond combos. But yeah, the Brain finds the check. Good check. Good check, Brain.
And that check brings a tray ball on the river, running spades.
And now Mika gonna have some misses here in the form of some missed diamonds. Maybe something like a 5-8, 6-8.
I think you're bluffing.
Oh,
Very bad hand.
Yeah, does not have a good hand to call at all. And why is that, Joe? I know blockers aren't real, but let's pretend they are. Why would that be a bad...
Well, he's unblocking all the bluffs.
No, he's not. Nice try. No, the 8 of diamonds is a terrible card to have because it eliminates any 8x diamond draws. It eliminates some of the 8-6, 8-5
He's
straight
blocking
draws.
all the missed draws.
Thank you. There you go. He's learning.
I knew it was one of the two of those things.
Graphic. Joel Mika, total live earnings, 1.67D, 437.
Okay. It's his second cash of the year. Well, it's November. Hopefully he doesn't play very much. Now, he was the runner-up at the PCA for a lot of money. That's second place money right there. And he did famously lay down trip 8s.
Yeah, that was great. Against one of the Mizrakis,
The grinder.
The grinder. He put him in the grinder.
And I assume from this note that it was he correctly laid it down. Like, I should remember this, but since I said it's famous, but...
No, it's a famously bad fold.
He was up against a full house, a flop boat.
Or quads or something silly. Yeah. Applejack for Lee. Tennis shoes for Wilson. And a Kornikova for Mick. Did we still call it that? Not really. That's how.
No, that one was kind of like
I guess
a little sexist.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was. Yeah. Big slick. That's what it is. I forgot.
Also, I'm looking up the definition of one of the words I just used, and it says an extremely offensive word.
Not good.
So sorry about that. I didn't realize. I thought I knew all the slurs, to be honest, but you learn something new every day.
Oh.
My bad. I should have known better. Yeah, everyone's shrugging their shoulders. I think I can just about get away with ignorance on that one.
Well, if you do get fired, just know that I'm getting promoted.
You're welcome, Griff. It would be my comic book coming to life. That was the whole gist, is that I get canceled.
So I'm thinking, by the way, if you make a movie out of your comic, I would love to be played by Hopper from Stranger Things. You think you'd do it?
I did not write a character specifically for you yet.
Well, this is awkward.
Well, here's the thing. So we do have some interest in it being a movie. We also have some interest in a
TV show?
Television show, yeah. In Germany, of all places.
Why?
I don't know why, but
the Germans love me.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine if I went on to have like a David Hasselhoff type career?
Yeah.
And I could see more you being a character in the TV version.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take what I can get.
But if the comic book is a hit in general, if we like make our money back, I'll write a sequel, and I could see there being a character based on you in the sequel, because the idea I have for a sequel is the story, the character of Stapes, much like the real life character Stapes, goes to London.
Okay.
And has some European adventures.
Right.
Well, I did say that extremely offensive word, and there's my boss just magically appeared.
Well, I did text him about it.
I'm not repeating it, boss. I'm sorry. Maria Konnikova all in under the gun and has run into the pocket
Not
queen
Maria.
of Joel Mika, who will not be making a famously good fold on this hand.
She doesn't like hearing that.
Would much rather not be called, would much rather be up against two unpaired cards.
Not good.
Yeah, and you'd actually rather be up against something like aces even here. Queens blocking
Aces
some
with-
of those potentials for
Aces
straight
with no
draws.
club.
Yeah, the club too problematic. But you can't count out Jack-10 suited. Something I've learned years in this game. Don't listen to the odds, Maria. You're getting the 7-8-3 one club board, turn club. It's going to be exciting.
All we want's a sweat. That is not very sweaty. That is near certain.
Hey,
death.
5% can happen.
It can happen.
Give her a king. Give her the 9. Let's stick around.
All right.
Give her the 9. It is a heart.
What do you do
That's
now?
a block.
Do you start sitting down again, or? I think you have to confidently sit down right now. Like you've already made the straight. River, not a king.
Okay.
And that's going to be lights out for Maria Konnikova. World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Maria Konnikova.
Got a good walk. It was a good walk-off.
Got a great walk.
Yeah, the very, very talented. Not just a talented poker player, but a
talented
brilliant
walker.
writer and a brilliant walker.
Brilliant
too.
walker.
Is there anything she's not brilliant at? Joel Mika up to 65 big blinds is going to be the table chip leader, just ahead of Marco Johnson, who's also had a really great level.
And uh-oh, this feels like maybe something's going on at the second feature table.
Oh, come
where Nick
on, Washington. That is just quite enough.
Now has quads.
Quite enough.
Trip trays, trip eights, flops trip sixes, turns quads, and Matt Wantman with a pretty dicey situation, having a full house. We're on the river.
Yeah, and we can make, we can infer about what might have gone down getting to this river, which has 635,000. Would imagine that Marchington just defended a raise. Wantman maybe checking back the flop and calling a bet on the turn. And the 4 of diamonds on the river, irrelevant in respect to how it changes the board, despite putting 3 diamonds with the 6s, all 3 6s out there. 7 still a full house. I mean, this is quite a big hand, and this shove from Marchington is outrageous. This is a 3x pot shove. Yeah, not something you expect to see, and maybe it's just, in the event that Wantman has the king, might just call there, hoping for either a chop or a bluff. So wanted max value, but of course we see he had the 7s and correctly let it go.
Quite a run Nick Marchington is on.
Lots of combinations of quads.
Wicked on Twitch asks, can we have more than one NAPT a year on PokerStars? God, I hope so. The NAPT calling itself a tour is like when I call my comedy shows a tour. Just one of them.
No, you had a proper tour. I'm wearing the shirt right now.
I can't believe that you and Nick both wore my shirts today, but one for my comedy tour and one for the comic book.
We're such...
You're very sweet friends, thank you.
We're just simps. We just want your love and affection.
You got it.
You did take a picture of us. Did you post that?
I forgot to post it, yeah. Matt Affleck opening ace-10 off.
Fukusawa, some consideration here, electing to use one of his time bank chips. Kind of hand that you really wouldn't fault him for doing any one of the 3 options. And goes for aggressive. And in this situation, assuming that the 3 players behind don't have anything to fight back with, I think this could be very effective. You see how effective it's going to be against Madsen's ace-10. Marchington going to let go of the small blind. And so back to Affleck. It's just a tough spot with ace-10. I mean, you block all the big hands with that ace, but it's just...
So after I use the
power
time
poker.
bank, you gotta count party, not 50.
And explaining the rules to the dealer. No, he's right. He's right.
Yeah, Maria.
Those time bank chips should reset to 30. 15 seconds before every pre-flop action. 30 seconds after that. When you use the time bank chip, you get 30 seconds. All these rules.
Action on Bakes, who's out.
100.
Masato, his turn with the 6s.
And Jeff thinking about it. That's a bad man right there. And that is a big old hand. Just the absolute soda pops. And just gonna call very cheeky.
A slow played aces. Welcome to America.
Or Canada, eh?
That's right. Did you ever, you know how Canada got its name?
How?
So the 2 guys, when they discovered Canada, the one guy said, he goes, what do you think we should name it, eh? And the other guy goes, well, I think it should have a CA. And the other guy goes, well, I think it should have an NA. And then the other guy goes, I think it should have a DA. And that's why they named it Canada.
Brilliant.
3 diamonds on the flop. Good news for Jeff Madsen. Bad news for the 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, and Madsen's going to be licking his lips here, even if we can't see it. Maybe licking the, like, inside, you know? Right now, just so excited. Going to expect some check calls from some hands like King Queen without a diamond, those kind of hands. Fortunately, Yokosawa with the 6s. But facing a bet that, I mean, he's going to probably want to call, thinking that the diamond could be live, thinking that the 6 is almost surely live. So getting the right price and kind of a brilliant bet from Madsen. Anything bigger and maybe Yokosawa would have just folded this, you know, now 2% equity holding. But I would not expect Madsen to get any more value. I think this is when he's going to start sizing up, wanting to really charge those King and Jack X hands that he perceives Yokosawa to often have. But again, goes quite small. Yeah, well played from both individuals.
It doesn't get much better played than that. I assume. I'm really not really an authority on this sort of thing. I'm just going with what Griffin said.
That's what you're good at.
I'm really good at agreeing with you. End scene. 13 players remaining, trying to get down to the final 6.
10 raises, 280,000. 3 folds.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Is this a cooler?
This is
I mean, you'd think
this is
having
this is a George Clooney movie right now. Or was that Three Kings?
Three Kings is the George Clooney movie.
Awkward.
Great movie, by the way.
I haven't watched it in ages. Maybe that's what we'll do tonight.
David O. Russell.
Watch Three Kings. Did you direct that?
Yeah.
5 folds, 6 folds,
Can you brief?
700.
I'm sorry, I thought one of the kings folded for a second. Turns out it was just the pocket 4s.
Well, if one of the kings was folded, then it would be Three Kings.
I mean, one of the pairs of kings.
I know, I'm just a troll.
Is anyone going to fold here?
Same hand.
You play that trash? Same hand, indeed. Very likely to end in a chop. However, will we have a sweat? Will we get?
Okay, you want to make a bet? Black or red? You choose.
But if it's no bet, if there's no sweat.
No, it's just if there's two red on the flop, you win.
Sure. I feel like you were leading me to red, so I'm taking black.
20% shot.
Okay, I got red.
You're
Oh no, I think you were. I think you did it on purpose so that you would get red.
Ah, you win.
King.
Wait, did I have black or red?
I'm actually have no idea. This hand will end in a chop, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I feel like once on stream they dealt a Joker, but
Really?
yeah, it
I
like,
don't remember seeing. I've definitely seen
It was-
the same card game.
really.
Yeah. Not on a stream, but like.
First time ever playing in Bobby's room, I had the Queen of Spades in my hand and came in very first session.
Did you
Is there anything going on at the Sphere tonight? Maybe I'll sphere it up.
I'm sure there is. I think it's
You too?
I think it's underwater, so they have to have shows every night. Johnson, chip leader, Marco Johnson.
Yeah, the
feature
it's a bad
table at
rule
least.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's a free roll.
Yeah.
You can even lose a big hand and be like, wait, I think I folded this, check the deck, and then they spread.
Yeah.
You already know because the other time you won the hand and locked it in there.
It's the Eagles tonight.
Wow, you know the Eagles is an act I would really like to see at some point. I didn't love the Sphere, I'm not gonna lie. But I went to see that movie, which is just like a bunch of drone shots over weird inspirational music. People People are everywhere.
Postcards from Earth.
The world is connected by people. And I was like, ugh, I'm exhausted. I left like about 30 minutes into it.
Well, if you didn't already have a dinner reservation tonight, I'd say you should go to the Eagles, and I'll do your late shift for you.
That's very kind of you.
Well, I know you're not going to take me up on it, so I'm just going to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guess what? I was bluffing. I do not have Mayfair reservations. I was just lying so I wouldn't have to hang out with you.
Yeah. And now I'm going to the Eagles.
Blind on blind. Brief confrontation. It's going to go to Johnson.
Fun's good.
Yeah, and kind of a, well-pressurized spot there. Just 5Xing over the limp with the blocker. Jack-10, a pretty strong small blind hand. Probably would have called for less than that. But
So that last hand, I had Jack-10 suited under the gun with 9.5 big blinds. So that's a beautiful place to shove. I did. I ran into queens. I did not suck out on the queens, despite my best wishes. And that was it. But, that's poker. It's going to happen sometimes. I don't regret the shove. Obviously, in retrospect, had I known he had queens, I wouldn't have shoved. But I think it's a good shove. I was the shortest stack, so, I had to do something.
You've been here now 2 years in a row. Will you be back for next year's?
Of course. How can I miss this? I will be absolutely back next year to claim the championship this time.
An absolute joy that woman is.
What a claim that she's coming back for the crown.
I like it.
By the way, that was Maria Konnikova. That was her.
Yeah.
Her exit grab.
Cool earrings, too.
She's a cool lady.
Yeah. She got style, she got grace. But she is not going to make the final table here at the NAPT.
She must have been super disappointed. I bet she really didn't want to do that interview. Jaffe Jams. She's a pro, though.
Yeah. Nice shove to get through here, though, there with the deuces, folding out a clean flip against the King 10. Jaffe wearing the sink or swim hat. And right there decided to swim with the ducks.
Let that sink or swim in. Quack, quack.
Ducks fly together.
Jared, I haven't seen any AMAs. Name the name, and I'll give my opinion. Are you recently? Are you toning it down in these recent years?
I mean, I don't know about toning it down, but that's actually good. I should do that.
It's kind of cool seeing.
Do that for Christmas. I'll do my Christmas.
It's kind of cool seeing a bunch of people that I've done commentary on for Poker Night in America now playing here in America on the PokerStars North American Poker Tour.
And it makes you wonder, were they inspired to come play here because of your commentary?
I do not wonder that.
Lee, opportunity here with this upside downy. One high, one low. Is he going to ISO? And it looks like he is. And the 9-7, not going to have much defense against a decent size.
That's a decent size.
Yep, that's pretty decent. It's not a Johnson 250.
It's not as decent size Johnson?
No.
By the way, I just had a very, very smart, very, very woke friend of mine text me and saying that they didn't know that that word was a slur either.
Neither did I.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You definitely get 30.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. No, it was fun.
Also, is it extremely offensive?
It can't be extremely because I feel like it's like used in
you know. If it was extremely offensive, my dad would say it.
Why are you trying to speed me up, Chris?
And I've never heard him say it, so it can't be that bad.
In fairness, he said it to me about you.
I know
So it's funny, actually. I didn't even look it up. These poor people, watching us right now, don't even know what the word is. Probably.
It's okay. They don't need to.
So I'm gonna look it up now, see how bad, quote unquote, it is. Oh, okay, yeah.
Queen 4 suited for Marco Johnson. Not going to play. Jared Jaffe.
Just some sensitivity training probably that's in your future, that's it. I don't think, you know, suspension is necessary. I'll fight for you.
I got sent sexual harassment training from Hustler Casino Live. I wonder why.
Good candidate for just a complete here from Lee.
Don't you mean Lee MP?
Nice.
Lee Imp
Heads up.
is going to go heads up with Brock Wilson. Jack 5-6. That's an open ender for Wilson. A pair of fives for Lee.
And bet 75,000.
Wilson going to be very happy to continue drawing to the SCN Stone Cold Nuts.
Yep, that tracks. Lease bet of 75,000 called by Brilson. It is a deuce.
Seems like a brick, but does complete 3-4, which is certainly in Wilson's range. Lee thinking, I guess I could still have the best hand. Why not just keep betting? I think this is a bit irregular because a 6 and a jack are certainly not going to fold, and better fives are not going to fold. So I think this might play nicer as just a check. But in this exact scenario, you know, you're 75%, and Wilson gonna have a decision here. But if he decides to put in a raise,
Wilson,
that'll put a lot of pressure.
No raise.
Call. Yep.
We are headed to the river.
You need a 4, 7, or a 9 to get ahead. That ain't it, dude.
Just the queen of clubs.
Yeah, and now finding yourself with the, well, not to use stone cold again, but the stone cold bottom of your range, really. With the 7-8, difficult to check and give this up. You'd hate to just get snapped off by a jack, which is certainly likely in the case that Lee has it. You don't really expect your opponent to bet a 5 twice, so it's difficult to expect your opponent to have that, and then it makes it harder to bet. I mean, you got the bottom of your range. This is kind of the rule, right? I mean, the brain's got to know it. Find yourself at the bottom of your range, a hand that can't win at showdown, and you don't think your opponent's that strong. But if you did want to fold something like a 6 or a jack, you probably need to be very aggressive with the sizing.
I would just assume that when I think this long that my opponent's just going to know I'm cooking up a bluff. But they don't think that.
And that's why you're in the booth with me, baby.
Right.
But Wilson does decide.
I'm like, I thought way too long about this. I can't bluff now.
Yeah. And I think he's going to be a bit disappointed seeing a 5. But again, not expected to find 2 barrels from that hand. So I don't really blame him for giving up, but might regret it based on what Lee was holding. Just 2.5 minutes left.
Just 2.5 minutes left, but this is not the only event happening right now at the North American Poker Tour. Over there on the other side of the room, those couple of tables, that is the 10K high roller. And there are some famous faces in that crowd, like Barry Woods getting up and going for a walk.
I think I see Calvin Anderson. He's growing out his beard.
How about Eric Seidel? Growing out his hair.
Retired actor from Rounders.
Rounders and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Jan Kite.
He was on Curb? In a poker game situation?
Nah, he had like a walk, like an extra role in a restaurant. Yeah. There's Scott Seaver.
Oh, the legend.
Scott's going totally bald up top these days. Looks like a real tough guy. Papo MC sat next to the most infamous loose cannon of all time. MC, meet LC, Nadia Magnus. We got Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberg, and Theros Poker, Elias Gutierrez. And oh, he's so cool.
Yeah, that guy's real cool.
He's just the coolest guy ever. Nick,
don't come for my job, Nick.
My goodness, Nick Schulman. If I've ever wanted someone to be abducted by aliens to get them out of the commentary game, it's Nick Schulman.
Yeah. Silky smooth.
I don't need him. I don't need him on the scene.
No, you don't.
Just
don't,
come.
Yeah.
Look, and what a fine specimen he would be to poke around in while you're at it.
Poke around in?
Like poke around in his body.
Oh, poke around. I thought poker or something. It was very confusing.
Uh-oh, we've got it all in.
Yeah, and two hands that I think are going to have to head to the hills.
This was an open from Lee, a call from Wilson, an all-in OTT from Vanier. And Wilson is just doing a little accounting here. I think it's still going to be a nay. Nay. We vote nay. This table going to break.
Break it up, guys. Break it up. Come on. Separate. Separate. Break it up.
Is there action at the other table? Find out momentarily.
Are they allowed to play into the break?
No action at the other table. These are the chip counts from the main feature table. Marco Johnson, chip leader, 59 big blinds. Joel Mika with 50. Yang Lee hanging around 47. Big drop-off for Wilson, Vanier, and Jaffe. Jaffe being the shortest stack at the feature table. Just 15 big blinds. Here are the rest of the players remaining in this event. Just 13 of them total. 6 on one, 7 on the other. Jeff Madsen, the leader at this table. Marchington, who's been running hot, is a big drop-off. Second in chips there. It's not all about the poker here at the NAPT. We got to let our hair down earlier this week at the players' party. It was a blast. Have a look.
$200.
Can't promise you'll be rewarded with kings on the button, but... well, she's raised, a min raise to 200,000.
I think it's 600.
And here comes a 3-bet from Dan Shack. King, queen of clubs, pretty strong heads up.
Dan's not the type to 3-bet super light, so Vanessa may feel like she can 4-bet for pure value.
And that's what she does. It's now 1.3 million, an additional 700,000 for Shack to call.
A call?
And he does call.
Dan was getting almost 3-1. Selbst has Shack dominated. Don't worry, Dan, there are 3 more queens in the deck.
So he's going to have to play a 4-bet pot out of position and completely crushed. And there is a king on the flop.
Wow, case king on the flop. Amazing flop for Vanessa, though there's a chance the ace could kill her action.
Dan checks.
Vanessa would typically continue her aggression here, especially since it's fairly likely Dan could have an ace.
She does continue for 800,000.
Dan in a bad spot.
I'm all in.
He shoves on Vanessa and she snap calls him.
Vanessa's the 98% favorite to win this hand and double through Dan Shack.
And take the commanding chip raise.
Nice hand.
Thanks. Wow, case king comes up. It's nice.
Dan needs 2 perfect cards, a jack and a 10. Not exactly in that order, or he will be the short stack.
Well, there's the jack on the turn.
This would be a real bad one.
I'll say Shack's equity just went up 450%, and he's still less than 10% to win the hand. And I'm no math wizard.
See the river, Merrill.
It's got to be a 10. But it's another jack. King's full for Vanessa. And she now has a 3-1 chip lead over Dan Shack.
Permission to cheer for Vanessa? I'll allow it.
Yes! A very real chance for her to repeat here as champion and become the first player ever to win 2 NAPT titles.
Vanessa beat Mike Beasley heads up in this very tournament last year, so right now she's got the power of the Mo's. Mojo, momentum, not to mention Mohegan Sun.
Jack 7 suited for Dan Shack.
Call.
And he's limping.
It's probably a raising hand heads up.
Vanessa has King 7 suited.
Vanessa could raise a suited king like this, but she's out of position.
So she will check and see a free flop.
Again, Vanessa has Dan dominated.
And that flop is King 7-3, second pair for Shack, but top 2 for Selbst.
Vanessa has him in jail again.
And look at this. After she checks to him, he reaches for chips. He's betting 200,000.
Dan got into trouble last time by committing a lot of his chips with second pair. Looks like he's doing it again now.
She check raises, 625,000.
I'm all in.
Shack moves all in.
Cool.
And Vanessa Selbst calls.
Dan's got 1% equity in this pot, and that's the appropriate face.
Well, I'm drawing dead.
Not quite. You can hit running jacks.
Vanessa Selbst is on the verge of winning this tournament for the second year running and becoming the first player ever to win 2 NAPT titles.
Drawing dead?
You're good.
Don't jinx things.
I'm drawing the runner. You're good.
Jack. Yeah.
Vanessa, you're the one who should be smiling.
It's not over till it's over.
I mean, he's got Jack. It would be pretty bad.
Yeah.
It would be really bad. Now he's drawing dead, and now Vanessa Selbst can celebrate. What an achievement! Back-to-back at Mohegan Sun.
Hey, don't forget Dan Shack. He's going to walk with 254K.
Repeat! First ever!
Vanessa's friends calling for her to come back and win it a third time.
Thank you.
You deserved it. You played really well.
Thank you very much. You did too.
If there was somehow any doubt that Vanessa Selbst was one of the best in the game, she has eradicated that doubt and certainly proven it now.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
But I did enjoy this show. That's one of the most fun times I've ever had on a poker show. I'm so happy that the big game is back. It's the best concept ever. And it didn't even feel like, I mean, we're all playing with our own money. We all have like hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table. Well, some of us do. But it still seemed like a home game. It seemed everybody was laughing. Nobody was really getting hurt, except for maybe Keating. But he's used to it. And it was just like such a great mix of people. The loose cannons, I played twice. The loose cannons are amazing. Like Caitlin and Nikki Limo, they have so much personality. But I felt like it was a little unfair because traditionally the loose cannons are like people that really can't even spell poker. And Nikki and Caitlin are really, really good. also to when I was playing, I said, "Oh, Arden Cho," and I kind of looked her up, and I was like, "Oh, she's an actress." And actors and actors, we all know, play poker differently than poker players. So I thought, "Oh, she's she's going to be so timid, and she'll probably only raise with one of the top 5 starting hands." And Arden is a beast. Oh my God, she was a maniac. I'm like, wow, Arden is great. She's a real poker player. She's super aggressive and she's not afraid to put it in. So, and also too, what I loved is everybody was very witty at the table. Everyone was like, started needling everybody else.
Good chat.
But nobody was crying.
Even Phil was taking the needling.
Yeah.
I was going to say, there was plenty of needling of Phil, but he seemed to take it very well. He was laughing rather than getting grumpy.
Phil is so used to it. In fact, I think Phil knows that part of the agreement is that everybody needles Phil, and Phil laughs about it. And it's funny because you don't see him playing any hands, but you edit into the show. And so, maybe you show hand 1, and then you show hand 7, and you show hand 18. But I like that we were all saying that because I do believe he played he didn't. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I do remember. I think the thing with Phil, I think he just likes to be on TV. But I think people notice when Phil's on a cash game, he gets super nitty. Like he'll buy in for 10,000, no, and then in a regular game, that'll be the minimum buy-in, and then he'll take a big hit, and then he'll have 7,000, and he'll be sitting there with 4,000. Then he'll be sitting there with 3,000, and he says stuff to the people who have 150, 200,000 in front of them. By the end of the day, I'm gonna have all your money, and you're like, well, I'm not quite sure that's gonna happen unless you double up like 40 times. Phil understands that his job is to have people make fun of him and needle him. And he's so secure in his prowess because he has 17 bracelets. He's the greatest there ever was. He doesn't care if people make fun of him.
That is true. And I think there were 2 hands that he got involved in on both occasions, to quote yourself, Jennifer, where he limped in meekly and mildly and was soon chased out of the pot.
Right. Yes. I do recall that. Well, I think the thing with Phil is he plays tournament style, and tournament style is all about preserving your chips. And he has more bracelets than everybody else. He's been around for 30 years. He's the greatest. And the thing is, we would not be making fun of a bad player like that. And we wouldn't be making fun of a novice like that.
Right.
We make fun of him because he's up here and we're down there. So it's fun to make fun of him, especially because he's a good sport and he understands what makes the needling funny. So when we're needling him, he kind of plays the part. Oh, yes, I was a little meek and mild there. And like, no, I don't play very many hands. He understands that. Like that famous big game hand where I was sitting between Tony G and Phil Hellmuth. Phil understands what makes that dynamic funny. That's why he's great television. That's why everybody wants Phil in their games. He also understands that when people watching poker on TV, they want to watch people interacting and enjoying themselves and having a good time. And so a little bit, even if he's not playing a lot of hands, he's sort of like the ringmaster. He's like, oh, I understand, Arden, you have a movie coming out, or Nikki, how's your dog, or, say this as examples. But he understands that it's good to keep everybody feeling happy and enjoying themselves. And we all were. And Lex Waldhaus also. He was a great sport. And, I think everybody was so afraid of him. And I think I made a lot of jokes that were really jokes, like, oh my God, what are you doing here? Because, he's a barracuda. It's supposed to be fun players. But he also was really funny. And I think I played with him before on the big game, or I played with him before. And I always thought of him as somebody that was like super serious, as befits a barracuda. But he wasn't. He was having a great time too.
That's really nice of you to say, Jen, because I know that you do. You're playing like a pretty full schedule of televised poker right now.
Yeah.
You were in Vegas last week. I won't ask for any spoilers, playing high stakes poker.
Yeah, right.
But man, like who loves it more than you?
Well, what the funny thing is with me, a lot of people, professional poker players, and, even Phil, that when they want to know who's in the game and they want to make sure, that it's a game that they can beat. Like a lot of people are not going to want to sit down with like Jason Kuhn and Isaac Haxton and people like that, because they're like, I want to sit down with, fun players, of which I am the funnest of fun players, That's That's a super quick. That's a nice way of saying like businessman. And like last week in high stakes poker, I was playing with all these guys. I think I was sitting at a table with 3 billionaires at one point, and it's hard to play against them because they don't have any regard for money. If you raise $50,000, it's like to them like you're raising $5,000. So with normal players, there are people who are a little concerned about making their rent. When you raise, they have to consider like, do they have, what are they representing? Do they have more than I do? Or do I really want to chase this draw all the way to the river at this expense? But the billionaires are like, I want to see what's going to happen next, which is great if they don't draw out on you. But if they draw out on you, now you have like an incredible deficit. You're out like $100,000. And, they reach into their giant vat of money and reload like it's nothing. But I'm like, oh my God,
That's kind of exactly what happened in the hand versus you and Alan when he lost you off the chop, right? Like we actually find a point where the money kind of means something to you and it doesn't to him.
Yeah. I knew it's weird because I knew exactly what he was going to do. So I even made a joke about it. Like, don't try that. Yeah, don't try that old trick. I know it, but I should have done it first. I absolutely knew within 92% certainty that he did not have that ace. I just knew it. But then I thought about it, like, what are the repercussions? If I put in, like, I don't forget what it was, $140,000 or I don't know what it was. Yeah. But if I put in my entire stack with for a chop and I'm wrong, that's going to really affect the rest of my game. And so I see poker as it's like war. It's a series of skirmishes. Sometimes you have to lose the skirmish to win the battle. I thought if I take that big of a hit this early on, I'm going to be psychologically damaged and I won't be able to play my game. Plus, be down a lot of money. So I looked at it, I said, there's 10,000 in there. In the grand scheme of things, I can let that 10,000 go. But I knew that he didn't have it. It would have been good if I was like, ha, 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 I call. But you don't want to jeopardize. You have to look at risk and reward. To risk, like, I forget what it was, all but my entire stack to collect my $10,000 back was not worth it to me. And when I say about poker being a series of skirmishes, sometimes you'll lose a big hand because you're bluffing and you have to show your bluff because you're first to act and you're sad about that. But then later on, you win a hand that's 3 times as much because somebody thinks you're bluffing because you lost the hand before. So in the long run, you won. And lots of times when I'm watching with Phil, who's my, he was very early on my poker coach until I got so good that I won't let him tell me what to do anymore. He's like, I don't think that's an under the gun hand, Jennifer. I'm like, you play poker your way, I'll play poker my way. So anyway, when I'm watching with Phil, like when I play poker, high stakes poker, they usually break a day up into 2 or 3 days and 2 or 3 episodes. And I'll have to say, I know it looks really bad, Phil, but I ended the session up $40,000. I have to tell him that because he's watching me play poker like it's a horror movie through his hands, like, oh my God, and really, really biting his tongue not to say like, I'm not sure why you're in there with that. So that's
Did you have any moments like that with him watching the big game, watching your episode?
He didn't watch it with me because I had to watch it really fast. Phil's been down at Commerce Casino. There's some sort of WSOP thing.
I saw him there on Saturday.
Yeah, he's down there every day. So I knew I had to watch it before I saw you guys. So I love to watch it with Phil better because he has stories about everybody. He understands the dynamic. He points out things like, oh, when that person, puts his hand on his chin, that means he's bluffing. He knows, he helps me with stuff.
I would give anything to be able to watch this show with you and Phil. That'd be like a fantasy camp for me to be able to sit there and listen to Phil comment on everything.
He's a great commentator. He's been commentating down at the Commerce. Yeah, I said to him, it makes it 3 times more fun when you're watching. And he's actually kind of come around because, like, in the beginning, he had to be a little bit harsh to teach me a lesson. Like, when I bust out the tournament, he's like, oh my God, what were you doing in there with that hand? And, when you check raised, you should have known. Stop it. I'm already dead. I'm already crying. But now he's come around and he's sort of, not begrudgingly, but he's sort of very positive, and he's admitting that, you know, I'm a good player and everything, and so he doesn't really chide me much. So it's a lot more fun when someone's not criticizing your play, you know. And he's really proud of me too, because, you know, I like to play. I don't like to play in the kiddie pool, so I like to play high stakes, but I'm not rolled for it. And also my skill level, you know, I know I said on the show that, like, I don't like to be pejorative about myself, like put myself down, but my skill level is really not good enough to go toe to toe with Andrew Roble or Jason Kuhn or these people, but I do because I like playing in the big game. I like the idea of it, and it's all fun and games.
Of course.
I like playing in this game. I'm so happy this game is back, and I really hope you guys will invite me back.
Obviously, this show means a lot to me. The fact that you came back at just being asked meant a lot to me. And there was a lot riding on this. And I was afraid, like, can we recapture that same big game magic a decade later and with the stakes slightly change and it's not in the studio anymore and yada, yada, yada. And y'all did it. So thank you. Like, you really, it really was a magical, just as fun as the old show.
It was great. I love this show, and you know, I couldn't afford it back when the old big game was going on because I wasn't playing as high stakes, and you know, it used to be a $50,000 buy-in, and that was a huge amount of money to me. But when I did it, and with the very famous hand between Tony Chi and Phil Hellmuth, where I was sitting in the middle, looking cute, which is my job, and I thought, you know what? Why am I so afraid? You know, I want to play the big game. I thought I've broken my big game cherry. I want to play it all the time now. And then shortly after that, they discontinued the big game. And I was so disappointed because I was like, I want to play more big games. So when you guys said you were bringing it back, I was so happy. And I think it's a fantastic format. I mean, the sort of the unexpectedness of the loose cannon, and you don't know what you're dealing with. And if they get stuck, then they have to like start being more and more aggressive to try to get back to above even so they can take something home. It's just so much fun.
It really is.
And you guys, honestly, you guys are so great in the booth because you let the action flow at the table. But when it, you know, there's like, you put in a little, both of you are really funny. You put in little barbs and point out the action and calling the game and everything. You two are perfect for calling the big game. And it's great to have you backstage because you were one of the people that made the big game so successful originally.
Thank you.
No, there's no big game without stakes.
I appreciate that, and thank God the people at PokerStars agreed with you, and I still have a job.
Hello and welcome back to the PokerStars North American Poker Tour from Resorts World, Las Vegas. Take a look at that. We are returning to that building right there as we return to NAPT Day 4 Cards Up coverage. And we are playing down to potentially a final six today. Let's take a look at our featured table. We have flip-flop from the previous featured table. Jeff Madsen is headlining this bad boy up there with 4.2 million chips, around 70 big blinds. David Baker needs to do some work, 11 big blinds. Kurt Kohlberg not that far ahead, but let's see what they got for us down at the table, and let's see who is going to proceed to tomorrow's day of action and our final table, final six. And there's the secondary feature table. Marco Johnson, 3.5 mil up there, 59 big blinds. Jared Jaffe, 15. Still feels like we need to sort of condense and consolidate in order to get some bigger stacks to get to that final table, but that's what we're here to see. Cards Up coverage coming to you live and direct from Las Vegas. It's me, Nicholas Walsh. I'll be your host for today, and it is also Caitlin Komeski.
I am so happy to be here. Thanks for having me, boys. Proud and excited to see some final table lead-up action.
And it is also Griff Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, welcome, man. There's to take a look at the payouts, guys. $765,200 up top. 10th place, $56K, plus $950 as well. Total prize pool for this event, $4.3 million US.
Yeah, blasting away that $3 million guarantee.
Yeah, loving it, loving it. So as I just said, guys, there has been a flip-flop. That means we're going to get to see some more from that outer table that we had just now. That will now be our feature table as we return to day 4. Cards up. North American Poker Tour. Let's get into it, gang. I'm actually really excited to see more from Masato as well. I'm a big fan of Masato.
Yeah, and I mean, both tables are great, but this one has a lot of really interesting, sharky players. Jeff Madsen, one of the legends of the game of the World Series. Got David Baker, been around forever. Marchington playing great. Wantman, surprised to learn over $7 million in earnings. Just tons of 6-figure scores. So a lot of players that know how to play for the big stakes. And I'm really going to be excited to see how things shake up here. Caitlin, I got to say, thrilled to have you in here. Finally, someone funny in the booth.
Oh, phenomenal. No pressure. I am so excited to be here. I look forward to the many dumb things, I will say, over our next few hours and minutes together, boys.
That's what we live for. That's what the live stream is all about. Absolutely. So, Caitlin, sorry. I just introduced you. Is it Caitlin Komeski or Caitlin Komiski?
Yes, it's Komeski. It is an Irish name. I think the Irish people that I have met in the Stars family, they have told me I'm pronouncing my own name wrong, and I am left with no other choice but to accept that as a reality, that the Irish people with my name actually say Komeski. They put the emphasis on the end there.
I see.
So.
Starts to sound more Italian at that point.
Especially because I did this. That was very confusing with my fingers.
Caitlin Komeski, of course, guys, one of our newest additions to Team Pro, and PokerStars ambassador.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely to have you in the booth.
What did you have?
Yeah, didn't even mention Matt Affleck, another World Series legend. Maybe not for a reason he would like.
I didn't like it on the clock.
Yeah, we definitely have some interesting stories to follow here, guys. As we do return to the action, you can see top right there, field of 13. The idea is that we're going to play down to 6 today in preparation for tomorrow's FT coverage, all the way down to a winner. Players are just going to take their seats now. And hopefully action will resume as it was just a moment ago.
Right.
Playing for that top spot, $765,200 US.
Yeah, tomorrow is the FT. Today is the FTs.
The FTs are.
FTT.
I think it's the best bubble tea in the city, I guess. Where? Here? Yeah, Tiger Sugar.
So one of the cool things about the live stream, Caitlin, is that we get to interact with the live commentators, the chat pros in the chat.
Oh, phenomenal. I look forward to all the mean things you'll say about me.
Exactly. So this is Twitch. And this is YouTube, and it is technically Chat Pro Saturday. Has that been vetoed? Was that vetoed in the previous session?
No, it's Chat Pro Saturday. So basically, Caitlin, if you're unfamiliar, anything that people say in the chat on a Saturday, if we grant them Chat Pro Saturday, is canon.
Yeah.
And it is just correct.
Right. Okay. And
so you will have to defer to them. You have no power when it comes to what they say.
It is also traditional, just to make it clear that you are invoking your privileges for Chat Pro Saturday, to say something along the lines of, well, actually, I think you'll find.
Yeah.
And similar.
That is what I'm known for, is for butting in and inserting my own analytical opinions. So this is great information.
Oh, wait a second. VIP Aaron Paul Kramer. Caitlin is funnier than Griffin. Okay. Yeah, Chat Pro Saturday. Chat Pro Saturday. What can you do?
It's okay. I set him up for that one with my comment earlier.
A little bit more, I think.
Absolutely.
That one there's only
160.
So as players are seated, we're about to get cards back in the air. You guys can see the shot clock is still in effect, of course. 15 seconds for the first decision, and then time banks of 30 thereafter. As I pointed out, or as we were looking at the chip count going into this session, guys, we do have quite a few short stacks, not only on this table, but also on the other. I think it was 15 and 11 on this one. We had 2 similarly short stacks on the other. And it just feels like it's a bit of a tipping point now, Caitlin, right? Like, people need to start making the moves at this stage if they want to get in contention for a final day appearance.
100%. You have to be willing to die to live.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, man. It's already such a beautiful quote.
I think I stole it from somebody else, but don't worry about it.
It's Chat Pro Saturday. You definitely just said that, and it was extremely insightful. So let's
phenomenal.
Just hand number 74, blinds 30K, 60K with a 60K big blind ante. We are doing big blind antes, of course.
Yeah, there's Kurt Kohlberg. Gonna have to make a stand pretty soon, just playing 11 big blinds, 15 big blinds, pardon me. Baker's the one with 11. He'll have to make a stand, and looks down at a hand that is probably gonna be the one.
Yeah.
Effective all in here to 600K.
Yeah, players need to be a little bit careful with the effective volume. We discussed this a little bit before, haven't we, Griff? Like, there's kind of some rules about, like, we don't want to be leaving, like, one big blind behind. Seems like half stacking is kind of getting more acceptable, but it's kind of at the discretion of the tournament staff, it would seem. They want to try and make sure people aren't abusing those time banks.
Yeah, and Marchington with a bit of a frustrating king-jack of hearts. Were this in later position, I think he would just call off the 10 big blinds. The end of the gun plus 1 shove. Yeah, it's going to be right on the line. And he says, you know what? I can afford it. It's not even a quarter of my stack. I'm happy to flip. Maybe sometimes I'm up against something like queen-jack suited.
That's right. And so right out of the gate here, guys, we do have action in hand number 74. And it is a classic flip. King-jack suited versus the 5s.
He did opt to call and not put Baker all in. What do we think of that decision?
Well, I think it's just has to do with the big blind stack, right? It doesn't want to reopen the action. If he were to have to effectively shove, I'm not sure who is in the big blind, but I guess you didn't want to put in the full, like, 30 big blinds. And that is a very interesting flop.
I mean, I feel pretty good when I have a royal flush draw in my hand, generally speaking, Griff.
Yeah, and Baker's not loving the board, but nothing he can really do except call off here and hope he's somehow ahead and holds, which he is, but you can look at the percentages. I mean, quite behind here. Even a queen would be devastating for Baker.
This is actually such a funny spot, Caitlin, because, of course, like you indicated, there was a call pre-flop, right? So we're still not on their backs. And all of a sudden, you're facing it all in on ace, ace, queen with 5s, and you're going, oh, this still feels bad. I'm assuming there's still no fold equity. That would be the obvious assumption, but you're still not feeling great in this situation. And the king-jack somehow has a way to create potential fold equity on the flop. I think you just need to run it at this point, but we're going to use some time banks first, and I think that also is going to play into that sort of decision-making process as well.
Are they situated in such a way where they can see the other table quite well from where they're seated at the production table?
That's a good question. Griff, you might be more qualified than I to comment on that because you were in the big game on that table a minute ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he would be able to, you know, peer over there and see if there was someone getting up or if there was an all-in or something to that effect. But yeah, I mean, this is just ceremonial at this point. Baker's gonna have to flip in those extra 65,000, but is gonna milk those cards. And you know, you were talking, Nick, about how we're trying to prevent these kind of stalling tactics with leaving the 1 chip. But the reality of this particular situation is that, you know, he could argue that this is actually a decision.
Yeah. No, 100%. And also, I don't want it to sound as though I think Baker is the kind of individual that would be taking advantage. It's just interesting to note because I know that these rules don't exist in many tournaments that people take part in, except, you know, at the highest level.
Yeah, and he's thrilled to see he's ahead. Having 38% equity is a dream. When you're getting called here from the small blind, you're expecting, you know, your ace jacks, your 9s. So to be up against king jack, even the royal draw, you're jumping for joy. Just a couple of low black cards, and Baker is still in this tournament.
That's right, and look at those equities, guys. No hand made yet, but still 61% equity for Marchington.
I'd love to just see the 3 of diamonds here, you know? No more counterfeit, extra counterfeit opportunities.
Oh.
Yeah. No sweat, right away.
You know what that means.
Yeah, but there are a couple outs here in the form of an ace or a 5. So not completely dead. 4 outs for Baker. Does the backpack trick.
Yeah.
He's a veteran.
Stand-up equity. And the king of diamonds will seal the fate. Baker is eliminated in 13th position. And that means we're down to just the 12, gang.
That was the big sigh of a final table bubbling finish in a big event.
That's right. About $47,000 going that way. What was the 13th place finish? It was $47,450 for Baker. And we are 1 step closer to the potential FT. Nicholas Marchington now up to 54 big blinds, is second in chips on this feature table.
47 grand, pretty good.
I mean, this obviously was a record-breaking MAPT, right? But when I walked in today and I saw that top spot, because I haven't had a chance to actually follow along with the main too much, I've also kind of put it out of my mind because I knew I was doing commentary, so I didn't want to get too like emotionally invested. Like,
yeah.
I wish I was in that event.
Did you manage to get into the main, or did you?
No, I couldn't play because I knew I was locked in for comms. But I managed to play some side events here and also some cash, which was very successful. But walking in today, when I saw that top prize money, I knew it was a big one. I mean, nearly $800,000 feels great for an event like this, you know.
Yeah, you could buy a home in most American metroplexes.
Yokosawa going to open things up with the King 10 off under the gun 1 here. We are just playing 6-handed now, so this is effectively the hijack. Madsen seeming to be a bit deliberate at the beginning of each hand, despite having hands to fold, maybe just wanting to strike a little fear as the 70 big blind chip leader on the table.
It's working for me. I'm frightened.
You know, Marchington is going to decide to pounce and punish with this ace blocker to the tune of 360,000, really pressurizing a hand just like King 10 off on 30 big blinds. Nice hand. Good spot recognition from Marchington. Not an easy thing to do, pop up the ace 5 off, but found it.
Yeah, I did find the move. Very nice.
I was gonna just
Nice table. I like the felt.
It's nice. Huge.
It is a pretty table up there. They've done such a good job. I say this every single time, but the production team puts together this beautiful stage for us, and all the moving backgrounds and everything. The color scheme for Vegas and for the NAPT, oh, it's just lovely.
It's phenomenal. I mean, every detail of the room, all the back conference walls, beautiful branding, beautiful lighting. The tables even have the LED light on the regular floor tables.
Yeah, and also that serves as our way of directing players to the correct table as well, of course, because they're color-coded sometimes as well with the sort of overhanging camera and their sort of halos as well.
Cool. So can I ask a really dumb question that the chat pros will judge me for, but I hope my fellow commentators won't. Is it called felt because it's like you feel it, like it's felt? No, it's a kind of thing.
It's well, it depends if you busted or you're still playing, because it's past tense or...
Right.
Yeah. Okay, we have action. King's King 10.
This is back on the other table.
So I have to say, this is some, you know, just based on how much we see in the pot and the fact we're seeing a flop, this is really good patience from Jaffe, not shoving for 13 big blinds over a small blind limp.
Yeah.
I mean, King 10 off is a fine candidate to just decide to shove here. So the fact that he found this check will very likely save his tournament life. Is drawing to those 4 jacks now on the turn equity, and I think we'll probably want to continue against a bet. This King 10, I mean, it's pretty under-repped.
Yeah. So, Griff, you're obviously much more qualified than I to comment on this, but obviously there's some pretty heavy ICM implications in this situation.
Yeah.
You know, how much less often are we supposed to be shoving King 10 versus a limp there? You know, considering ICM, you know, just I'm not asking for specifics, but you know, is that something that we do a lot less as we get down to the final sort of 12?
Yeah, I think that's well said. I mean, there are obviously some big ICM implications. I mean, the problem is with King 10 in particular as well is, you know, Johnson still could easily play, you know, hands like King Queen, King Jack is a limp call. You keep in the weaker King X hands and 10X hands that might be limping in. So I think it's quite nice to find that check. But a lot of players, I think, would just shove there and expect to take it down a lot of the time, and you need to find ways to increase your stack at this stage of the tournament.
Absolutely.
That's 2 kings.
So I believe that means we're returning back to our featured table. While we're on the topic as well, Caleb, this is your first time in the booth with myself and Griff. Where do you stand with ICM? Is it for poor people, or is it a real thing?
I'm an ICM is for poor people camp.
Okay.
I don't need a whole other game to study, my guy. No Limit Hold'em has got me with my hands full. I'll let you know when I make a little brain space left for ICM. I'll give you a ring.
Well, as somebody that's much better at cash than I'm at tournaments, I'm firmly in this camp as well. You know, I think we just need to put a man to a test for all of his chips.
There you go.
Or a woman. And we are on the river here, guys, and let's take a look at where the action was. It was a raise to 120 and a call. Flop check bet.
Yeah, nice result here actually for Affleck finding the call on the ace-high board. You know, probably one of the worst hands you're going to call a c-bet with, five of spades, just hoping to get this exact scenario, which is sort of a check down and then a showdown with a hand like against Queen Jack, the King Jack.
Yeah.
So nice hand there from Affleck.
Yeah, the actual continuation bet size here as well was like 80K. Really like that sort of smaller continue at this stage in the tournament. And as we can see here, kind of controlled the action to a certain degree and allowed him to navigate to showdown and actually, you know, pick up that pot when it could have actually been more contentious with a more passive line on the flop.
It was cheaper.
So 1,500.
Yeah. 1,600. So way better.
Maybe 11?
Yeah.
Have the players been particularly chatty so far today?
It's an improvement. It's all that
I would say no. This seems like a bit more of a chatty table. This is, of course, they've just flip-flopped, so we had the other table before, which is pretty quiet.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah, that's kind of been what I've noticed as well. These guys have been a lot more chatty between hands. Obviously, Masato there as well, really friendly guy. Likes to have a bit of banter at the table too.
Madsen finally going to wield that chip lead with a raise under the gun with the King 10. Wantman with the decision here. Yeah, deciding it's going to play a lot easier as a 3-bet. Sizing quite small here. You know, just 2.5x. But still, I mean, the kind of pressurization on a hand like King 10 that it's going to be very effective.
Yeah, does this just work now? I feel like King 10 off, probably not the best candidate to try and defend, especially under the gun versus cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't work against some hands. It wouldn't work against Queen Jack suited, something like 9-10 suited to this size. I think Madsen will be happy to just put it in. I think Wantman goes with this sizing because he doesn't expect a lot of flats from Madsen, so you may as well put a little less in the case that Madsen does shove. You can just fold and not lose 360 instead of 300.
Like
short stack. Yeah.
And a little announcement here, guys. Free roll registration is now open. Free roll Saturday, November the 9th. That is 18:45 Pacific time. That registration is now open.
I'd like to know.
Play starts in around 2 hours, and the password is, you guys ready for this? Perry,
one-time bank as well.
As in Katy Perry, who performed at Resorts World last year. Perry.
Or like, how much would
She's not having a very good year as far as the pop divas go, guys. I don't know if you're following that, but she put out a trash album.
I was not following that.
Well, now we're finally getting to something I can really contribute on. And I'm not going to not jump in.
And guys, that is all caps, just to be clear. All caps indeed. P-E-R-R-Y. I'm sure our moderators will really enjoy providing you guys with that password about 1,000 times between now and when that commences. But Reg is open, guys. If you want to get involved, make sure you jump in and take advantage, because I know you guys love a free roll.
Yes, not parry like in Street Fighter.
Right.
When you're parrying a combo.
Yeah.
Parry like...
Parry riposte.
Yes, there you go.
I took fencing for a year and a half in middle school.
Amazing. Really?
Yeah, I needed a way to be more dorky as a chubby 13-year-old, so that was very helpful in that regard. Couple of ladies for Wantman.
Yeah, and Madsen with the clean flat from the big blind. The very live ace-6 suit. You see those percentages. Not the best flop, though.
That's right. And is +1 versus big blind, Caitlin. So I'm thinking we probably see... I mean, would you consider checking here at all, Caitlin? I feel like this actually is not the most ridiculous board to actually do a little bit of pot control and also a little bit of deception.
Yeah, I think having the queen of diamonds in your hand maybe is making it so that you could find a few more checks there.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting spot to do a... I mean, I think you can mix it a little bit.
Yeah, and we do actually see the check there.
Hey, Charlie.
Could face some check raises from hands like 7-8 and that maybe you want to induce, create streets of value, but this is also just fine.
And if we're going to miss that flop bet, I think very frequently we kind of size up now, because we do sort of inherently realize at this point if we're getting value, it's going to be from the jack or from the 5 or from the diamonds or from the straight draws or some combination of those. So what's your size here, Caitlin? If it's 330K in the middle now.
I probably want to go at least half pot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like half 60 sounds about right to me. Goes for 85. That's actually much smaller. So 85 into 330. Perhaps also maybe thinking that Madsen would lead some of the combinations I was just describing as well. So maybe just trying to get sort of thin value from draws or from the weaker part of the range here that still has a calling hand.
Yeah, and also maybe even open up the door, maybe get Madsen to start thinking about misbehaving here. Not with this combo, of course, but you know, maybe something like a 10-7 would see that and decide, okay, let's make it 350.
Yeah, I agree. I think that sizing had more to do with trying to see some misbehavior.
Now Jaffe, despite his patience, finds the open shove under the gun +1 with the ace-9 suited. You can't blame him. And now both Lee and Wilson. So big decision for Lee.
Big tuna, get us some puppy paws. Let's stay in this.
And I think that was a call. And is this a 3-well in?
Yeah. So under the gun, one shoved. A call from Lee for those 12 big blinds. Can't blame him there. And then Wilson just all in for 2x that size. Lee just calls it off. And this is going to be a massive pot for Wilson if these kings can hold. Massive. I mean, this is 4 million in the pot. This is like, you know, that's what Madsen doesn't even have that much. We'd have a new chip leader here if Brock Wilson can hold 3 ways.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about big moments in your poker career, this really could make or break.
Yeah.
And all players are going to be sweating this one hard. Don't forget, 12 players remain, guys. We're not that far away from our final 9. Dealer, what do you got for us? Show us the cards.
I feel like this is a spot where you got to root for the worst hand to win.
A lot of clubs still available in the deck.
All right, and the flop. Deuce, 6, 4 of diamonds.
Boring.
Not really a whole lot going on here right now, but we don't want a commentator's curse anyone.
Running 9s. Let's go.
They say it's always a sweat. Turn is the jack of clubs.
Irrelevant.
Doesn't really change a whole lot. 95% for those kings now. Three of spades means the kings do hold. So Wilson was covering Jaffe. And then obviously also gets the chips from Lee. And that is just about as good as it gets there, guys.
Massive hold.
Final 12, you actually eliminate a player and also stack all the way up. Can't wait to see what the chip count is now, guys. Currently, Jeff Madsen has about 4.1 million over back on our feature table, on our main feature table, I should say. So once we do the math here, I'm really interested to see how Wilson is getting on.
Really great run for Jared. He's a Vegas local. He's been putting time in. Actually did a comedy sketch with Jared this summer. He took some shots at some content creators. And
there it is, Brock Wilson, 3.9 million, 65 big blinds, so only just behind Jeff Madsen, who is our current chip leader over on the main feature. Not too shabby. A comedy sketch, you say?
We did. So Jared put out a tweet really dogging on us poker content creators, and me and Abby Poker decided that we would give him a little taste of his own medicine.
Oh.
We did a little sketch together, and
Perfect.
Jared was a great sport, and he played along.
That's great. I don't mind the beef as long as you can resolve it with memes.
I don't know if he resolved it, but I had fun.
That's perfect. It's a very wholesome question, if I can spot it again. Declan Turner over on YouTube says, question for Caitlin, how did you first get into poker?
The short answer is my daddy taught me when I was real young. The long answer is my daddy taught me when I was real young. I did it on the side while I was still a live performer, and then a boy broke my heart, and here we are.
Oh, what a story. Tale as old as time.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, two boys looking to break each other's hearts.
Nice.
A classic potential flip if Yokosawa thinks that this is a full of it 3-bet. The sizing, again, quite small from Wantman, just 3x, actually giving Yokosawa an interesting opportunity to just call, which he elects to do. So just a 30 big blind stack depth each, and we're actually going to go to a flop, ace, king, and sixes.
And the flop is 4, queen, 5. So still the best hand with the sixes. Just the one overcard. Does Wantman want to continue? Pot currently 850,000.
Going to be a decent amount of queens in Yokosawa's range here.
Sorry.
This is a kind of board that you would
Where's
just
the
love
camera
to see a fold when you continue with the ace-king. But, you know, Yokosawa going to have some things like king-queen, queen-jack suited, maybe even as strong as ace-queen off that didn't want to shove here pre-flop. And then, of course, the pocket pairs that will continue. So let's see how Wantman, again, goes really, really small on the flop. How, you know, the turn is going to be very interesting.
Oh, the turn is going to be interesting, you say?
Yep. God, I'm good.
So good. And, yeah, that's a set of sixes for Yokosawa. Wantman 1.45 behind, so just over pot.
I think the only thing that feels better than flopping a set might be turning a set.
It's definitely a special feeling in poker. Decides to slow it down now. What are your thoughts on this, Griff? Like, you know, when we have those smaller continues on this kind of a texture, you know, we obviously invite a lot of calling. You know, are we ever sort of using that size because we're basically just setting ourselves up for, you know, a big move on the turn? Or are we looking for a more specific turn card to fire like that?
Yeah, I think we're looking for a different kind of card to bet. I think, you know, like I said, there are going to be a decent amount of queens in Yokosawa's range, but because he has something like sixes here, he could have sevens, eights, nines. If the turn was a 10 or a jack, maybe Wantman does just put out something like 400,000 and force folds from those hands. I will also say that the sizing on the flop from Wantman also invites in a couple of hands that are actually behind on the flop that might get a check back. Something like, you know, ace-jack of clubs or ace-10 of hearts. These kind of hands that are going to call against that small size. And maybe we get 2 checks on the turn. You can get to showdown. So, I mean, based on the way Wantman's played this, I mean, he's only put in $500,000, and I think he's going to be able to get away from it.
Is there an argument then to maybe, like, if we're going to, you know, feel more like one and done flop, we just want to size up and just try and, you know, get some of that stuff out of that range, maybe put some of these smaller pairs in the blender?
Look at this, and he's going to call. So, yeah, because of, because of how wide that continue range for Yokosawa is going to be on the flop based on the size, Wantman feels like he needs to protect this ace-king high and call, and now he's in some trouble with just 1.15 million back. And, you know, facing a potential shove here from Yokosawa, he's representing a pretty thin range, just sixes, fives, fours, sevens, eights, threes maybe. Would he really value shove a hand like Queen Jack here at this stage? So it's going to be a tough spot for Wantman. I mean, he would just hate to face a shove here and then find out 30 minutes from now that he was bluffed out by King Jack of diamonds or something.
Yeah, and there is a bit of a question mark here still, guys, right? Because, of course, you can kind of say, oh, Wantman's his 3-betting range is going to be quite strong, so it probably won't have that many 8x, but he still might be 3-betting from the big blind with hands like, you know, ace-8 suited or, you know, ace-8 off or whatever, depending on how wide he thinks Yokosawa's initial opening raise is.
Yeah, I think those hands are from the big blind, though, are probably going to be playing more as calls, right? I know what you're saying. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that he
100%.
but I think it's a bit difficult.
I think my point is that
maybe like a king-8 off or something. Didn't want to defend. But
I think my point is that probably we should be finding the value here, but a lot of players will get spooked and go, oh, just what if? You know, where's the what if? And sometimes the line between really exceptional poker is going, I think we can rule that out. I think we can rule most of this out, and then kind of like, you know, playing based on range expectation.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the all-in.
I think it's 805.
Yep.
Kudos for considering it here.
I didn't see it right there.
No, I think it's more.
9. It's 9 because I didn't see the 100K there.
Wantman, an incredible amount of high-stakes tournament experience over the last 5-10 years. As I mentioned earlier, over $7 million in cashes. Someone who is no stranger to playing for big money. has found himself in quite a pickle here.
Always sad to abandon your chips, even if your heart and your head are telling you to.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure it out here, Griff. Like you said, with that smaller continuation bet, not having the ace of diamonds and not having the king of diamonds here does, make this a little bit trickier for Wantman, right? Because
yeah,
like you said, now suddenly they do have the king jack of diamonds, they do have the ace 10 of diamonds, ace, all those kinds of combos, or even the ace 10 of hearts, or like you said, sort of combinations with really nice backdoor potential against that really small continuation bet. But ultimately, is this a hero call?
Yeah, and Yokosawa, putting yourself in his shoes, probably thinks Wantman has something more like pocket jacks.
Right.
Maybe tens.
Yeah, when he calls the turn bet, I think that's exactly where you kind of imagine you are. But the SPR was just so that you'd kind of always play this as a shove, right? Whoa, wow. Does call. And is going to see the bad news. Down to 245K in this case. Wow. Yokosawa is about to stack up here. Hero call, unfortunately, not correct on this occasion. And that looks like 3.5 million chips going towards Yokosawa, which will see him around 58 big blind mark and second in chips at our feature table, which I mean is probably not too far from the top spot.
Yeah, Matt going to be left with just 4 blinds behind.
I mean, look, got to give Matt a lot of credit there, right? Finding those big calls in these situations takes a lot of heart to do that, especially at a feature table, especially at such a late stage in the tournament as well.
100%.
And an expression actually I've been working on is, you got to be willing to die if you want to live. And there are the new chip counts. Yokosawa leapfrogging a bunch of players. They're up to second in chips on this feature table with 3.5 million. A very, very healthy stack of near 60 big blinds. I'm sure his Japanese fan base thrilled to see that hand. They were all thinking, please call, please call. Except in Japanese, probably.
In Japanese,
yes,
probably,
yes. Yeah. I do watch a lot of anime, but I'm a little rusty with the Japanese.
You weren't here earlier, but when I did that cash game with Wolfgang in Barcelona, and Masato was there as well, he told me that his name translated in English is Truman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like as in true man, but he was like, yeah, so like whenever they film me, they always say it's the Truman Show.
That's great. That's a very annoying situation here because of exactly the hands that we're looking at. Affleck, a very reasonable blocker, open with the king jack. The 3-bet, very reasonable from ace deuce, and then you're sitting there with the 9s. Now Marchington, thinking about it. He does like that ace-5 off on the button. Saw a 3-bet from it earlier. And now Affleck, pardon me, Kohlberg with the simple jack. Now to Affleck.
Yeah, I like that he didn't take his foot off the gas there. A lot of times when you win a big pot like that, Griff, you're kind of like, that was nice. Okay, cool, let's just bask in the moment. But he didn't slow it down. Finds the 3-bet here with the ace deuce of diamonds. Obviously, part of his 3-bet bluffing range.
I mean, look, we saw Affleck fold quite quickly with the ace 10 earlier. This is a decent opportunity to find the 4-bet, but just doesn't pull the trigger. And it's just tough to do. Do you really want to put in 700K of your 2 million on a hunch that you're getting messed with? And heck, Yokosawa could just 5-bet shove that ace 2 suited. It's one of those candidates. I don't know if it's necessarily he has it in his bag all the time, but could happen. Playing with confidence now after that huge double up, and now over 63 big blinds.
Yeah. So, Caitlin, as a follow-up to the sort of broader question, what got you into poker, as you've been playing for some time now, like what have been the resources for you that have improved your poker? Have you had a lot of like one-to-one coaching with people? Have you spent a lot of time working in the lab yourself, or a combination of both?
Little combination. So my journey, once I got serious about poker and it was the most of my time, I had a cash coach while I was playing live stream cast games, 10-quarter games in Texas. I worked with him for about a year on deep stack poker. And then as I got more into content, of course, I had more opportunities that surrounded live tournament events.
I understand, yeah.
And I've done a lot of that work by myself. And also, I am a disciple of pads.
Okay.
I watched the Pads on Pads series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good content there from one of the best in the game. Can definitely recommend that. Yeah, I was in cash games and then sit and goes and never actually wanted to foray into MTTs. And look at us now.
I know. They dragged us in.
They dragged us
kicking
in.
us and screaming.
Absolutely.
We want to be drunk somewhere in a dark basement. Playing cash
you
like
can't
real
make me
good
go
people.
home. I've got more money. You can't make me go home. You cannot exit me from this table. Anyway, kings and sevens. We arrive on the flop. Checks it over to the cutoff. Marchington with a pretty nice continuation bet situation, I believe.
Yeah, Affleck actually going to be hoping for a turn that is bigger than that 7. Maybe some reason to fold. But look, we've got some bigger action on the table. Vanier with massive trip 4s, having called this open from the cutoff. Getting in these near 20 big blinds effective. And Johnson...
Any value?
$1,040,000.
Hasn't called yet, pardon me. I mean, it's a bit tough. You just sitting here thinking, I mean, could my opponent just have clubs here? Would he really just shove $1 million with clubs? This is a pretty big spot. Oh, pardon me, they are all in. What am I talking about? Come on, save me there, man.
I was waiting for an opening.
It looked
We're all
like
in.
he was thinking about it.
We're all in, of course, and we are actually on the turn with
First day.
First day jitters.
Yeah. I'll be better the rest of the week.
Not completely dead, though. Johnson still has 2 outs. And the river is the 7 of spades. So Vanier here is going to pick up a few chips here. 2.5 million to be exact.
Thank you.
Pretty unfortunate scenario there, of course, for the ace, but
yeah, I was doing the other 2 colors.
I'm very pleased to see everyone's out here still battling. Wonder if we're going to catch the rest of that hand with the kings and the 7s by any chance. We crash out to the featured table. Obviously, that was a pretty big encounter.
So obviously this answers the question of how able are the 2 tables to see how the action is at the other table. They're actually just within maybe 20, 30 yards, depending on the perspective we're dealing with right now.
I think also the frequency at which you sort of stand up to lean to look at the other table also goes into the factoring of, you know, John, can we, I'm not certain.
So yeah, the turn was that 10, which gave an opportunity for Affleck to sort of get away, where that a low card maybe would have continued. So
yeah,
nice result for Matt.
Thank you, Griff. Yeah, people standing up and looking at the other table a little bit too often is definitely one of the things that plays into the sort of, are you exploiting your time bank situation? You know what I mean? You got to keep it chill, right? It's all part of the metagame.
Yeah.
I realized I just made a faux pas for our audience. I know we have an international audience, and I just used the imperial system, y'all. These people don't know what yards are.
No.
How cruel of me.
No, and
yeah, that was actually pretty messed up. I didn't want to say.
No, I mean, it was, I don't know, what is it, xenophobic? It might have been xenophobic.
It is extremely xenophobic. I mean, this is the North American Poker Tour, though, so.
Oh, okay, then we're safe.
It's your first day. Marchington just monster after monster, and Kohlberg looking a little interested on his pretty short stack of 10 big blinds. I would hate for the graphic to pop up and say he has ace-10. Don't do it to me, graphic. Let him get away.
I like this jacket, though. This is a good poker playing jacket.
Oh, that looks like a fold.
When are you dropping the Griffin Benger Live Tells bundle, mate, buddy?
Wanting out of there.
Time back.
Four suited's not going to do it. Looks like it's a raise and take it.
I got an unusual amount of raise and take hits earlier today when I was up in the NAPT Cup playing one of the smaller side events. I always see it as a bad sign. That's a superstition that I have. Do y'all share this with me?
I mean, I think it's certainly unsettling in a universe where people never give up their big blinds anymore. You know what I mean?
No, nobody wanted to play pots with me. I just kept stealing the blinds.
They heard about your new signing and they were like, And of course you were wearing the patch as well, so.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I have pondered on the sort of metagame of wearing a patch because contractually obliged to do so whenever we play poker, right? But I feel like it means that people level themselves against you like way more often than they probably should, especially if you're a bit more of an unknown.
Well, I'm sort of in a unique situation where if anybody knows who I am, it's likely from my content and not my poker prowess.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm okay with them making some incorrect assumptions.
No, I'm very much in the same category. Sure, absolutely. I think people always kind of think you're doing something fancy when, yeah, like you said, you're just having a few drinks, chilling out. Resorts World Cash Game.
Dead man against the dog.
The dog.
I've never heard that one before. King 9 is the dog?
Yeah, the K9.
Oh, well, aren't I silly?
And putting max pressure on Affleck. If he just thinks that this is sort of a blocker raise, it's just so hard to put in with ace-8 here with, 11 players left. And you can see, I mean, King 9 is not the candidate I would have gone with here. It feels too strong, like it needs to be more played as a flat, but you can see how effective it is, and it scares out the ace-8. So power poker from Jeff Madsen. Take notes.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, final 11. It's got to be playing on your mind. We talk about milestones, don't we, Griff? People who, like, as you're going through a tournament, you're like, I want to bag day 1, I want to bag day 2. I feel like the transition from final 2 to FT is another one where you kind of just want to be able to say to your friends, I made the FT. That's really cool.
Well, actually, I'm from Canada, so they're kilometer stones.
Oh, of course they are. Yeah, you're quite right.
Poor Matthew Wantman on his 3 big blinds, hoping for something, and he'll take the dead man's hand happily.
And that is the effective all-in, I believe. Yep, leaves 5K behind.
Jeff gonna have many reasons to continue for 3 big blinds, but King 3, he's thinking about it. Gonna be ahead some of the time. Wantman's gonna put in that Jack 10 off, those kind of hands. Still have to worry about Marchington behind. Of course, you would just call this from the big blind, and then Marchington will call his whole range here, especially the very pretty Jack 9 of spades.
Oh yeah, pretty hand. And we are off to the sort of races. I think it's probably going to be pretty close to
56-44.
60-40.
57-43. Over under. Caitlin. Actually, what would you
the over.
Over. Okay. So it's going to be 58 or better, and if not, I win.
What have I gambled just now?
Friend. Oh, it was under.
It was under.
I win.
It was under.
Daggum.
And we're on the flop. 10-5.
Oh, but now it's over, so it's a chop.
That's a swear.
I bet.
every turn.
You owe me $50.
Combo draw for someone.
A lot of turn cards make things interesting. Not that one.
Not interesting.
Wantman still the fave, 90% with the diamond draw as well. 7 of hearts.
He's back, baby.
Yeah, and after that hero call, definitely needs to get a couple more doubles.
Yep. You all counted me out when I called ace high on a 4-liner.
Yeah, that's one.
Now,
time, right?
I'm back.
Okay, and this table will not stop playing. Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet is the action. Somehow I feel like this is just the classic cooler, Griffin.
Yeah. This is cold.
Absolutely brutal
No
stuff
slow
here.
rolls here. Gentlemen came to play.
Yeah, and it is just one of those spots, guys, especially in a tournament. Oh, it's just so brutal. What are you going to do? It's a classic cooler. And still a sweaty moment because we still have 5 cards to see.
And at least 2 kings in the deck.
At least.
Absolutely, and a cowgirl in the booth. Lots of great positive signs.
Oh, wow. Johnson really wearing it despite having the 82% to win.
Aces versus kings.
Just recognizing how huge this spot is.
All in.
Would vault him to near the chip lead up there with Jeff Madsen if he dodges a king or backdoor spades.
Like 8 deuce on the flop, backdoor spades in favor of Vanier, but still, that's a pretty long shot. Needs to find some backdoors and or just the straight king. We know that there's 2 left.
I want the spade for TV.
Oh, it's for TV, the 6 of spades on the turn.
You're welcome, television.
Oh, Johnson. Oh, Johnson.
And the river.
Give it to him.
Leroy Johnson.
Black 2.
And that will be a hold for the aces.
So much
literally just gasping.
And very valiant effort from Vanier there. I've really enjoyed actually watching Vanier throughout. He's played very well. And it's just a classic cooler, Caitlin. What can you do?
Amazing.
You know, if you deal me 2 kings, I am going to put my chips in the middle. So.
What's that? No, I don't. Not no limit. I haven't covered you. Oh.
What a sweaty fucking spot.
Fucking 4 million. Just got.
I felt the same I felt with the kings.
Well, yours was pretty clean, but yeah, it's still the sweat. It's still the same. You just don't want to lose it.
That's not going to even out in the long run.
Yeah.
96
that's the
big
problem.
blinds.
Yeah, obviously.
Up to 5.78 million and showing a little vulnerability and openness about how much that hand meant to him. It's nice to see. You know, sometimes you see these steely pros just collecting their chips.
Oh man, black deuce too.
So it looks like we need to balance
I just saw the black
tables,
card.
guys.
I had to take a second to register.
So check
Black
this
card's a
out.
good
Over
card.
100 Gold Pass winners.
Can't lose a black.
Kings of
He had
Resorts
black
World
kings.
for
Yeah,
NAPT
so black card
event.
spade.
And it wasn't just poker they were treated
So there was like that
There was also
millisecond
an
of process
additional
that
trade
was,
as well. So while we're
I'd
balancing
rather it be a
these
red
up,
card.
Yeah.
and while
Obviously,
the
2 red
floor
kings, but I just
staff
figured
is
red
handling
better.
the situation out there,
Combine with one more.
we got a little VT for you guys to enjoy.
Combine at 9.
Coming up very shortly.
Combine at 9 or 8.
I think we're going to finish up this hand, though.
They changed their mind, or that was always...
I mean, it should always be. You shouldn't have the final table bubble have 2 tables of different amount of players and one four-handed.
Queens for Affleck here. Yakasawa 8-7 suited. There has been a 3-bet.
So I will say that, you know, not just because Affleck is being dealt 2 queens here. I think maybe this is just a bit out of line. Affleck has just been 3-bet twice in a row. He's probably going to be opening a little tighter. He is raising from under the gun on a 25 big blind stack. I get the temptation with a pretty hand like 8-7 suited. You want to, you know, get involved, but I think that was a bit of a over-aggression from Yokosawa, but playing with a lot of confidence and wanting to get involved. And so, but yeah, I just think maybe drawing a little bit outside the lines there.
Absolutely, guys. So let's get to that 100 Gold Pass winners.
He loves to. Go ahead, Nick. Do your Gold Pass. It's fine. Caitlin and I'll just talk off the mics.
I won the Gold Pass. I couldn't believe it, and the events always look incredible. So to actually get to experience one firsthand, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
It's been awesome seeing all the players, Joe Stapleton, James Artigan, Maria Ho, seeing all these players and talking to them is just surreal.
If you've ever been in a bar or a restaurant where poker's on TV, I'm one of the voices that's on mute.
Joe Stapleton, absolutely hilarious, man. So getting to actually see him perform comedy, it was great.
Morgan J roasted me, which was terrible. He called me out for my raspy voice.
Bro, why you got no voice from tonight, okay?
Because I was screaming last night.
Why were you screaming, bro?
I was at a wedding.
Okay. Good story.
I've seen his videos before. I've never thought I'd run into him like that, so it's a real experience.
Oh, tonight was incredible. Basically everything you would think it would be from the PokerStars event.
Just a dream come true. Won the Gold Pass and here we are.
And we're back. Still waiting to balance tables. We did indeed just lose Matthew Affleck.
He was balanced off Affleck, you mean? Yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Because, of course, we need to have 2 tables of 5 in order for play to be, for game integrity to be maintained, Caitlin.
I do get that concept.
And of course, guys, our FT will be 9. That's not the official final table, though. Final table is 8. But for the sake of the balance, we will be doing 9 for our FT. And there's a look at the payouts, guys. We said it before, $765,200 up top for the winner. 10th place now guaranteed $56,950. Definitely starting to get into some real poker, Griffin.
Both the nitty and the gritty.
Yes, indeed.
You can hold up for
We got a bunch of time banks.
Let's just ponder.
Let's just all use our time banks together.
We can just meditate.
All right, action is back underway.
Could use some meditation.
Play resumes. Hand number 88 of today's festivities. If you have just joined us, this is the NAPT coming to you live from Resorts World in Las Vegas. Do you have any favorites out there, Caitlin? Is there anyone you're reading for in particular?
Bucky, aka Wantman, is a nice break buddy of mine. I always laugh it up when I see him.
Love him.
Jared Jaffe was also a homie, like we were talking about earlier. And back in the day, I had a big Marchington crush. I'm not even gonna lie. Like classic skinny baby Marchington.
Yeah.
Back when I was skinny baby Caitlin. I was feeling it. But we've never met, no.
Perfect. Marchington raised here. There was a call from Yakasawa.
Yeah, quite fortunate here for Caitlin's crush. Top 2 for Marchington. Yokosawa very under-repped with this ace-queen. At the stack depth, I definitely agree. I like just the call, keeping in those weaker aces and queens, but unfortunately, the things have been flip-flopped, or as James would say, domination rotation.
Oh, how the turns have tabled.
So bet call. 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, quite a beautiful little brick here. Marchington going to expect to get some more action from some, you know, yet made draw hands, maybe some heart combos with a jack, something of that nature. So I expect it to be sized up here quite significantly. And that's a lot of chips.
That's quite the little tower there.
Such as the straight full pot, 660.
Tall and skinny bet, just like Marchington. Pot size. Yeah, this particular combo for Yokosawa, there's an opportunity here for him to make a pretty big fold. Again, it's so difficult when your hand is so under-repped. You feel, you know, entitlement to this hand. You would hate to just be bluffed here by ace 6 of hearts or 8-9 of hearts. And you know what? He's going to say, my hand's too good. I'm still technically drawing to the nuts. I think a queen will probably be good.
And don't forget, guys, this was cutoff versus big blind, and there was no 3-bet pre. 5 of spades is not going to change things. Yakasawa cannot win this at showdown. Is this a 3-street hand, Griff?
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-street hand. I mean, of course, Yokosawa can have 9-10 or ace-10 here. Shouldn't have too many 5s, just something like an ace-5 of hearts Maybe a 5-6 of hearts would have, you know, called on the flop, called on the turn. But you just would hate to check back, make a tight check back here, and then not get value from something like even a king-jack that would be playing this as a check call down the streets too. Maybe some other king-x combo, like a king-7 of diamonds would find themselves here and might be prepared to make a big river call. Yeah, not getting too greedy. I like this. Not wanting to scare off a potential hand like we talked about.
Yeah, and Griff, like you said, if you put your opponent on, you know, some kind of a draw, flop, or turn, this is definitely a very reasonable hero calling spot. 5 of spades doesn't really change a whole lot.
Yeah, and the way that you sort of block a diamond with the queen of diamonds isn't very relevant here, because you're only really, what you want your opponent to have is, oh, he does call.
Yeah.
You want your opponent to have those ace-x of hearts, ace-x of diamonds kind of hands, and not the case here, and that is a massive pot going the way of Marchington. Woo!
Yes, indeed. That is very, very significant, guys. 5.5 million now for Nicholas Marchington, about 92 big blinds. Can't help but feel like that might be the chip lead stack right now, Griff.
Going to be very close with our cooler boy Johnson on the other table.
That's right.
Both around 5.5, 5.7 million. Yeah, I mean, really surgical betting there from Nicholas Marchington. I mean, the way that he has left Yokosawa with exactly 20 big blinds, not getting too greedy on the river, keeping it about half pot. Just really, really great work.
And Masato will be back to around 20 big blinds after that exchange.
Wantman.
Yeah, I was going to say Wantman here, 6 big blinds. Kohlberg about 8 though, so really ICM handcuffs are definitely on at this stage. We are 1 away from our final 9, of course.
Yeah, and does have, I mean, not much fold equity, but a little bit. Yeah, it's going to fold out probably a hand like Queen 4. It does, so a nice takedown for the Winter Soldier. Bucky. I feel like he's from somewhere cold. Isn't he from like, actually, I'm not sure. I feel like he's
he
from
might
New York.
be a Jersey boy.
Yeah, Jersey, yeah. It's cold there. Winter Soldier, we'll go with it. It's a Bucky Barnes reference. I don't know if you're a Marvel
I
nerd.
didn't catch that. I didn't catch that one.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Bucky Barnes is
Is
the
he
Winter
friends with the
Soldier.
Hulk, or?
Yeah, they're both Avengers.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'll show you. It's
Oh, please don't. But yeah, no, you can. No, we can talk about Lord of the Rings later. Whatever you need, baby, I'm here for you. You got other anime was also a dork thing.
There's the Winter Soldier. There's Bucky Barnes.
What? That's Game of Thrones. What are you even talking about? That is Rob Stark. That is. You just showed me
He
a
does
picture
look
of
like Rob Stark.
Rob
You know what's crazy
talking
about this
Winter
actor? This
Soldier.
is Sebastian Stan, and he's playing Donald Trump in that movie coming out, The Apprentice.
Oh, wow.
Oh my.
Yeah.
It's already
So
out.
he has got range. Is it out?
It's out in the Art House movie theater in Austin that I frequent.
8 raises 240,000.
Now Marchington with an opportunity to really ascend into that true chip leader attitude and isolating the limp from Madsen. Say, this is my table now, buddy. And Madsen knows it. Just kind of has to.
He just keeps facing the napkins all day, not really
Yeah.
coming to work with the right weapons.
Yeah.
Can't help but feel like the 2 extreme shorties on this table are also going to heavily influence that pre-flop action, right? 8 big blinds, 6 big blinds for Kohlberg and Wantman respectively. It's going to really put the squeeze on. Everybody wants to make the final.
All in.
And there's an all-in.
There you are, Kurt.
We found him.
Oh, there you are, Kohlberg.
One goes all in for 485,000. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Wantman is the other shorty here. Got about 6 bigs after putting in the big blind ante and the big blinds.
Never fun taking your tournament life with a deuce in your hand.
I think he's got to find this fold here. I understand the temptation. It's a sub 10 big blind shove, and against a lot of opponents, you would think, I'm probably doing okay against this range, against the queen jack offs and the king 10 suited, what have you, but I have to imagine Kurt's reputation probably a bit on the tighter side, hasn't been shoving much, has kind of let himself blind down.
Yeah.
And Bucky does find a great fold.
Yeah, you make a good point there as well, Griff. Don't forget, guys, we are shorter-handed here. We are 5-handed. Therefore, the fact that it says under the gun shouldn't look as scary as it might do if we were still full ring.
Yeah, and it changes based off the fact that it says tournament life. I mean, if that was Marchington in the big blinds, 7, 8 big blinds, you can maybe take the gamble. But in that case, good fold from Bucky.
I think maybe a Jack 10 diamonds too for a second. But then he gave them to him, so.
Do y'all have a favorite of the
left.
remaining players who you got your money on?
I mean, I have spent a little bit of time with Masato. I would like to see Masato go all the way. But also, you know, as somebody that does a lot of work for the European Poker Tour, I actually don't recognize a ton of these names just because my American poker knowledge is not quite as broad, you know?
Yeah, no, we definitely got some homegrown heroes.
Sure.
Madsen and Wantman.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have been giving me the updates, but
I want the Bucky comeback. I like a good comeback story anyway, but he's just such a joy. You know, he was always so talkative about on breaks and just like very open and, you know, fun gossip. He's just a good guy to chat with. Also will say I really like the energy from Johnson on the other table after that big ol', and you can tell how much this opportunity means to him. And I think that based off what I saw, I'm just, you know, I'm inferring, of course, but the money would mean a lot to him, and that would be a really cool thing to see that happen for him.
Yeah, there's that expression, like, act like you've been here before.
Yeah.
It's one of my least favorite expressions.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't been here, and I'm excited, you know?
Yeah. I will say, just you have been acting like you haven't been in here before, so it's good. It makes sense.
I've been in a commentary booth, but not with men of your stature, so it is quite intimidating.
That was what it was.
You'll forgive me if I'm not 100% the whole time.
It's already at 3.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
130.
You look huge today, by the way. That's a guys like that. That's a
Yeah, I mean, you said it to him, but I felt it, like I took it in. Wantman, Bucky, just as I said. Come on. Come back, Buck. Madsen going to be forced to call that all in, assuming the blinds get out of the way, and it's going to have a nice 70% favorite.
We need a hold for our winter soldier, our Rob Stark, if you will.
3 what?
Imagine people just tuning in and not having heard the previous conversation. It'd be so, like, just a nerd.
There's
being
a rewind option. There's a
Rob Stark. That's not. It's Bucky Barnes.
Check.
You didn't want to wait the 15 seconds.
No, I can't do it that extensively.
Bucky pushing every corner there. Yo, you don't want to wait 15 seconds for me? It's like, no, dude. Like, I'll give you a little break here. I won't go all in, but
he's gonna get him back by using all the remaining time chips he has.
You are on TV, Wantman. This is stop pushing for very light collusion.
This is also, of course, that situation that we were describing, Griff. The one chip behind. This is pretty much exactly the spot where we're supposed to be enforcing the 5-second rule post.
Right.
And you know, especially with statements like that at the table. Check, check. These guys don't know what they got just yet. King of spades on the turn. Two checks. And on the river is the 5 of diamonds, so 100% for queens. Check, check. Queens are good.
What's that?
Is there something with the time where like you have like one chip left, and if you're tanking, then something with the clock, and he only gets 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
He snapped on the turn river. So. I saved 5K.
Not allowed to do that.
I was not aware of that.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it looks like they're just
You don't want to make
discussing
5 more
that
K.
one chip rule. 5 seconds when you are effectively all in these situations.
Yeah, it's not like it's something that's
played it fast.
up on the billboard. It's something that you kind of have to discover as it happens, or if the TD comes and explains it after the first few times it happens. So
yeah,
no fault to Wantman. I mean, it's a pretty standard thing to be doing at this stage.
Yep. Yeah, I think they
don't like it.
They acted fairly there in that situation.
Trying to make some money over here. It's been rough the last hour.
You just got 2 doubles, baby.
Well, then why? You don't want to get 5K value.
Double doubles.
Just because I might triple check with the king. I'd probably bet the river with the king.
No, you should keep bobble time.
Huh?
Busy or big.
Goldberg's got another shove here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Starts the hand with about 8 big blinds.
Give me that apple juice.
Do we know if Kohlberg is an American friend or an international friend?
American friend.
American friend. Let's go.
Good fold from Yokosawa. Archington. Let's go of the 9 tray.
Is the pickup. Kohlberg now about 10 big blinds, of course. 653K.
I wonder if Madsen is feeling any frustration with the card distribution he's had. At least as long as I've been in the booth, it seems to be quite not in his favor.
It's actually very much been a rough road. Even, from some of the snapshots we had looking at the secondary feature table before we had the flip flop. So yeah, no, it's been tough, and actually, really grinding it out.
Madsen?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still sitting on the 3-5. What he peaked at probably 4-2. I think he's lost a couple small pots, but in general, I think he's in a good spot. I would say, yeah, it's not ideal that Marchington now has those 90 big blinds to his left. He's going to have to play quite overcautious, especially with the ICM implications. You see how Marchington is just pouncing right away on another limp. He did it before with the Queen Deuce-O. Now with the 8-5 off, Madsen will not be folding this holding.
I suppose, heaven forbid, Masato were to exit the tournament. I suppose I should be chanting for Nicholas Marchington, though, of course, Team GB, being a GB resident for the majority of my life.
And Madsen crafting a little tail here. This is exactly, what he was very okay with happening, and this is what I mean.
Ideal.
I feel like this is an above average flop for ace 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, and Marchington gonna have a little bit of perceived equity with that gut shot. Would love to just bet here and fold out something like an, an ace-8 of spades, something like that.
He's gonna bet 125K.
Matt, weren't so damn good, I would tell you.
What do you mean? Did you not see that hand?
Right now, I'm so tired, I don't even know.
Sorry, how much was that?
Name is.
Oh, so close.
Something about Shogun.
I'm giving my money away.
Sorry, Griff, I interrupted.
You saw it.
Not at all. I'm used to it.
I would never question any of your decisions.
Yeah, just being nice and coy with this stone nutter butter.
I feel like I should get at least a little sweat
I may
now
be
that
dumb, but
I
I'm not stupid.
helped him with his run good change.
Another time.
It's true.
If I remember.
Yeah, you really talked it up with the napkins, and then he just flops the joint right here.
Yeah, this is my fault. In the best way.
kind of a good card for Marchington to slow down because sometimes he's now jumped ahead of a hand like King 10 with a diamond. Now does make the straight on the river. You have to wonder, is Madsen just going to check here because of how scary this perceived card is? Let's just say Madsen limp called Queen Jack of clubs here. We'll have a very difficult time facing a bet, but of course, Marchington not going to go for value with the straight.
No. That was one of the all-time great showdowns.
I enjoyed that. And I think I heard him say, "Is that it?"
My heart might skip a beat if a guy beat me like that in a pot. Just give it a little tilt up.
A little slow turn.
Yeah, with the look away.
It was the biggest, arguably the biggest you could
Saucy. I like that.
Wow. You could possibly have.
You're welcome, Jeff.
That was supposed to be your spew. Are you crazy?
I got bailed out.
You had a pair.
I got bailed out at some point in my hand.
On the river?
Where are you from, Caitlin?
I'm originally from Texas. I'm a Texan.
Oh, nice. Okay, that would explain the cowgirl comment.
Oh, yeah. Why did I assume everyone knew that? My bad.
Not at all. I mean, you do have cowgirl energy anyway.
That's
true. I mean, you are wearing the hat, which I thought was a little weird.
I look good in this hat. You're crazy.
Yeah, let's go outside to the outer feature table, and Johnson has.
Why do I give up chips in that spot?
Yeah, this is. He is lamenting this shove. So Affleck opening the cutoff, very standard on 29 big blinds, and Johnson just shoving for the effective stack. It is a bit on the aggressive side. And we've seen that look on Affleck's face before, obviously famous for the incredible bad beat against Jonathan Duhamel in the World Series a good 10 plus years ago. Gonna want to be fading a 10. Oh, more equity. Jacks and 10s, all four of them each live. Don't do it to him. Can we get the camera on Affleck's face in case it comes? I want to see the eyes. Don't do it to the kid.
Taking board pair.
Hasn't he suffered enough? Oh, he's doing the closing eyes thing again, too. Time is a flat circle. Oh, fades it. Good for Matt.
Bad by me. You're never opening and folding in that spot. 7, 4, 5.
And pretty significant hold there, gang. Mr. Affleck.
Oh, now he can barely contain himself. Look at the corners of the lips quivering.
Yeah.
He wants to smile so bad.
Yeah, Johnson really beating himself up. I don't agree with his assessment that he's never raising and folding from the cutoff. Sometimes you just make that big shove and get folds, but he just happened to run into it. And he's going to be kicking himself, sort of relinquishing the significant chip lead.
I guess he's coming from the point of view where he perceives himself as the weaker player at the table, and he doesn't want to see a lot of flops. Easier to take it down pre, maybe?
That's a pretty good theory, actually, as well. And look at this. Wantman, the queen kicker, is going to play. So getting back into things. Look at that. Up over $1 million, I'm telling you.
Now he's right back to where he would have been if he let that hero call go.
The Bucky doesn't stop here.
Hmm?
Call checker?
You need to ease it in there, boy. I tell you what.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh, you mean a limp raise?
No, on the flop. No, okay, good.
Good.
Pre-flop. I thought about
10
it too.
players left in this illustrious
Just trap you.
NAPT 5K.
Would you? No.
$765,200 to our eventual winner, which will be one of these 5 individuals or the other 5 on the outer table. Some real talents, especially on this one. Madsen gonna have to play a little cautious, as we discussed with Marchington on his direct left. But with these blockers and seeing the quick fold from Nicholas, that's pretty ideal to start things off.
Raise 120,000. 8 fold.
Ten four.
Just the open. And I think it's an open and take it.
Close. Not that good.
Got about 22 minutes left on the level here, gang. Of course, we are waiting for that one elimination to take us to the 9, so we'll see how we get on. Because at that point, we will need to get everyone all in the same feature table for our official final 9.
Love you for it. Remember the clock. Remember the clock.
Hand number
no time
98
banks. Me and Bucky. No
of our session today.
7 fold. 8
Us.
fold. 7 fold.
Wantman's done very well there to get back up to the 17 bigs. And Kohlberg now with an option 8 big blinds behind in the small blinds. I would like to see this shove, to be honest. I think that's pretty much what you want to do here every time as the absolute shortest stack. Oof. Does decide to lay it down there. Can't help but feel like that was pretty much as good as it gets. Queen use a club. Do you think Akasawa calls that against specifically against Kohlberg?
No.
I think probably we see some tighter folds there.
I thought the ninja was about
I
to
think
get
that was
psycho.
a clear mistake from Kurt Kohlberg. I think he needs
What
to...
do you mean about to get?
Fold,
You've been very
open fold
tame.
was the worst of
You've
the
been
three
the opposite.
options.
Usually
even
fine.
a limp
I appreciate that the most
end of
because
the
I've
world,
done it,
but
so I get it.
Good point.
just folding is not
Yeah.
no
More
good.
ninja today.
Yeah, he's all ninja.
These are
today.
spots that you need to
He's
be
bringing out
acquiring
the
chips.
psycho
So if the
system.
time's
Ever
running
since
out,
I-
and I just say,
I mean, the
and I
other
just say
big stacks are
raise,
just going to ruin your day
what if
so
I
often,
take,
not
like,
give
2
you the
minutes to
opportunity to have
stage
such
my
a
bet
clearly
and
profitable
choose the
shove,
sizing?
you know?
Is that
So
fine?
missing the opportunity seems like,
know what I mean?
just a bit of a misstep.
Raise 120,000.
If I may say something complimentary about Kohlberg, I was just doing research, found his Instagram.
Yeah.
This man knows a good sunset when he sees it.
Oh, yeah?
Let me tell you what, he's got a great IG going, lots of AK pictures, and I can't encourage all enough.
He's got a new follower in me.
Perfect. He's already got some absolute elite players following him, so I think this is not an unpopular opinion.
You know what my favorite color is, Kitlin? It's sunset orange.
Oh, wow. Do you have anchor issues? You know, typically they say in color theory, the more like vibrant, warm colors usually can denote.
Really?
Yeah, I just thought I'd check in on that, see if you're doing
okay.
okay.
Good to know. Who is this chick? Advantage Madsen, Marchington. Raising under the gun, quite loose with the king-9 off, but 5-handed with the chip lead. Probably one of the worst hands he'll open. I don't think he'd be opening maybe king-8 or king-7, but probably most suited kings. And then this king-9, I think it's right in range with how you want to attack using this chip lead. Madsen, though, turning that straight, straightening him out.
One more time. Yeah.
These 10 of spades?
You can show me
Believe
one
me?
if you're feeling generous. 4 of spades now. Yeah. Throwing.
Didn't have a flush. I'll tell you just I didn't have a flush. Everyone's going to see it on break.
Jack high.
Another fun fact I know about Mr. Madsen is he's quite the
Jack
prolific
7.
board game player.
Oh, yeah?
He likes to host game nights. One of my homies was over at his place and sent me a video of a prodigious wall of a variety of different board games.
Oh, wow.
That's great.
I really want to get into a really good D&D campaign, but I feel like you got to just find the right people, Griff. You have experience with this.
I've only actually played D&D once.
Really?
Yeah, and it was this beautiful sort of Nordic man that was dating my friend Erica. And he was like, he was the sort of dungeon master or whatever. It was incredible. It was so much fun. And I was like, oh, this is our new group. This is amazing. And then he broke up with her.
See,
And
this
it
is
hurt me more than it did her.
I went down the rabbit hole about like how like D&D dynamics change and then like ruins like everyone's like experience. Like we've had this campaign for 6 years and then so and so started dating so and it's like nobody's enjoying this anymore.
Yeah, it's okay though. I've gotten over it because every time I see Erica, I bring it up. I tell her how much she's let me down and
I love it.
You know that she blew it, that sort of thing.
Croak says, beautiful Nordic man. Was it Patrick Antonius by any chance? Can you imagine Patrick Antonius being a dungeon master?
I can't confirm or deny.
All right, not the worst flop for Marchington. Top pair, backdoor diamonds. Decent kicker. Don't forget, Masato is not as deep stacked as once before. Did have that encounter with the ace-queen, was quite costly. That's 14 big blinds behind now after making that, that continuation bet.
Yeah, and I think Marchington going to be happy to play this as a check raise. This is a massive hand to have here. You want to protect against any overcards that could potentially screw you over. And it's strong enough to really induce at this point. I mean, if somehow Yokosawa has a better hand, it's just like, okay, good for you. But let's see if I can get a worse hand in here. Maybe something like an ace-5, ace-4 that might shove over a small raise. Maybe even a hand like king-4 of hearts. I mean, there are some good turn cards for Yokosawa. He's getting real clicked here. It's only 170 more. Not even outside of the realm of possibility. He considers calling this, seeing if he can hit a king or turn a heart, maybe see if his opponent gives up. There's a lot of ways this can go, I think. It's not as simple as it looks. And this is a result of how well I think Marchington has decided to, with the sizing. What's it gonna be? Yokosawa.
Masato. Yokosawa.
What's the minimum raise here? 475?
Don't do that.
It's 275 minus 125.
Don't do that. Elects to do the worst thing.
He made it 295. So that's
170 more.
170 on top of that.
465.
465.
But he made it 470.
Yeah, 470.
You didn't min raise.
This is just a product of simply not believing Marchington. But 3-betting in half your stack.
Pull in.
I almost would have preferred shoving.
Wow.
I would have preferred shoving, I think, too. Oh, sorry. That's not the line I would have taken in this
No,
situation.
I know.
None of those are.
Just as far as options, yeah, like.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the issue that we end up having here, Griff, is this really how you play aces or kings? You know, and I think the answer is probably no.
Very strong.
And therefore was quite costly. Masato down to just 8 big blinds now after that click back.
You wouldn't know that from the beaming smile on his face, though.
5-6
Yeah,
off.
always smiling. You love to see it. I mean, I've been really impressed by Nicholas Marchington.
Coming back around.
You know, just the sizing, the instincts so far.
King 7,
You know,
just like there's nothing, huh?
when he gets out of line, he finds a way to reel it back in, like with that 8-5 against Madsen. So he's my favorite right now to come to that final table with the chip lead.
And the distribution on this table is so weird. Marchington 90 bigs, Madsen 71. Then it goes 15 for Wantman, Yokosawa 8, Kohlberg 8. It just feels like anybody with more than 15
Bit of a
big,
firing squad.
Anybody with more than 8 big blinds right now is just got the handcuffs on.
Raise 140,000.
Yeah, and this is the most interesting dynamic between these two individuals here because, you know, there can be some sharing of the spoils, or if Marchington wants to, he can just really, you know, punish Madsen with 3 bets such as this. I mean, he's got 2 decent blockers, probably going to fold out the better hand. And look at the sizing, too. I mean, he's just saying, let's go, buddy. 5x. What are you going to do here? What are you going to do with, let's say you have ace-9. It's just a very, very difficult place to be. Does Madsen want to make this 1.3 or... Yeah, he's just got to fold.
Handcuffs. Handcuffs.
Kind of the bluffy smirk, too. Fine. It's fine.
Good change, please. Thank you.
Ace or king? Ace or king?
King? When? Now?
Mike Holt's in the chat saying he thought Jeff was going to 4-bet there, that he would be 4-betting a lot there.
Yeah,
You
it's just
agree?
hard. I mean,
It seems like a great spot to do
but
it.
it's just it does because I think we can see the cards. The problem with it is just Madsen's just not going to have a lot of hands he's going to even want to put in for, like, even if he has jacks there, he's just going to call. So he's stone repping like aces, kings, maybe queens. Like, it's just so hard to represent a 4-bet there. I mean, having said that, like it might still work, right? I mean, it's not like Marchington, he might not be willing to put in $2 million in it with a 5-bet or whatever, but it's just, yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, plus if you fold and you just like wait it out for another however long, you're basically guaranteed to hit a final here if you don't get too greedy with those spots.
Yeah, I do think that it might be important for Madsen to bite back a little bit at some point. The problem, I think, too, with the ranges of like button versus small blind, it's like because they're so wide, it's just so much harder to represent big strength. Maybe if he raises under the gun and he thinks that he's pushing him around too much with an under the gun 1-3-bet, maybe he decides to 4-bet, but I think he's just going to sort of let him do his thing. Like, you really want to make sure you get to the final table with this stack if you're Jeff Madsen.
That's right.
Now, Jeff opted not to open this pot, but rather limp. What do you think his reasoning is there?
Yeah, it just doesn't want to allow Marchington to continue to pounce on him. And, you know, just thinking that his opponent in the big blind is only going to shove strength and play pretty passively, and that's exactly what happened. So I think it's a nice adjustment, actually. Yeah,
Well, we've also got this dynamic as well, Griff, with the super short stacks as well. You can actually limp and then fold versus their shoves as well, which is an interesting dynamic when you can actually sneak in some traps as well once in a while.
Yeah, so I think they might be too short to limp fold.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe it's that's more about it. Like I'm prepared to limp here, and if he makes it really big on the button, I can just fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also one of those situations where they have to play so honestly, right?
Yes.
Like, because they realize they have no fold equity. So all of a sudden, when they're shoving, you can actually give them a lot more credit than you might do if you know they felt like they could.
And look at this, the adjustment continues. Queen Jack off, and kind of a nice opportunity for Kohlberg to see a flop if he flicks in that extra 30,000. There he is.
One call.
Yeah, incredible, these. Oh, so pardon me, Wantman did have 14 big blinds in that. I was misreading that earlier. Oh, here's Yakusawa.
400 something.
It does complicate things a little bit, though, the shove. I mean, it is, had you just min raised to 2 big blinds, you just call the 6. Now you have some reasons to fold, but probably too short. You're not worried about Kohlberg, of course. Let's just run it. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Yeah.
Oh, he got you again with the pump fake.
Wow.
That's just his fold. You gotta quit letting him get you with that.
If I raise, I
figures out.
If I raise, I have to call, and then I bust you.
It's true.
With the worst hand.
There you go.
Maybe. I don't think so.
Nice pick up there for Masato, though.
Let me double up.
Is this going to be one of our last hands at this level?
It might be. So, yeah, well spotted. 9 minutes left on the break. Before the break, excuse me.
The final table.
I like it.
It will really boil down to if we see any more spicy moments like that.
I'm going to say 4 hands.
Or we're going to get 4 more hands in.
Pretty ambitious.
Depends how luxuriously Bucky is folding currently.
10 folds.
Non-luxurious.
Okay, so you're both taking the under on 4 hands, right?
I'm taking the under.
Okay.
And
Kohlberg folds here. I'm going to eat Caitlin's hat.
300,000.
that is, I believe, the effective all-in.
1 hand, huh? See?
Okay, that's 1.
On pace for 9 hands.
Griffin, how recently was it when you were not the favorite at a stage of a tournament like this, when you were the new kid on the block and you still had the nerves?
It's good question. Like final 2 tables kind of thing?
Exactly, in a large event like this.
10 folds.
I haven't had that many deep runs in mains. I mean, I have, but only in, like later in my career. I guess when I was in the EPT High Roller in 2013, it was like one of the first high rollers I ever played, and there were a lot of big players in the tournament, and I was kind of like the new like online kid, and that was my first brush with Martin Cabral. And he was like kind of my nemesis in my my head. He was my Kasuf. And yeah, and I won it, and it was the pardon me, it was the best. It was the best day of my life. So Marchington giving Madsen a little break here. I think a good candidate to do it with. 9-7 off. Plays kind of nicely as a check, and fair fight on the flop, 59% to 41.
Queen Bee asking if the stream is ending. No, absolutely not. The stream continues after the next break. I believe it's just a 20-minute break.
Oof.
That's a nice turn.
But kind of also fortunate for Madsen if he is going to get behind, because it's not really a card he's going to want to continue on.
And Marchington playing good, running good. This is a really nice spot. I have to imagine we see a lot of checking here, though, Griff. Yeah, as you said. Those were your instincts as well. And Marchington has a very clear bet, in my opinion. But okay, never mind. Decides to check it. Do you think we're missing a spot there, Griff? Do you think we're missing a little bit of value?
I think it's...
We have too much of it.
It's surprising. You would always think that you would expect to bet there. You're going to get value from the Jack X, you know.
Some 6X once in a while, maybe some hearts.
Something like a King 6 with the King of Hearts is going to call. I think it probably is a missed bet, but I also don't want to suggest that Marchington doesn't have a sophisticated plan as to why he's checking. So I'm just going to kind of defer to him.
Y'all are such fish. You check when you have the nuts. You throw some off. Sometimes y'all be crazy.
Yeah, and you know, for deceptive purposes here as well, makes a lot of sense. 360 in the middle.
Yeah. I mean, look, that 10-6 would have hit the muck faster than, you know, than a bullet. But now, I mean, you know, Marchington can just have 3-4 off here. He can just have 7-4, 7-3 with a heart, anything. Like, there are some combos that have missed here. Just have deuce 3 with a heart, you know, calling the small bet on the flop. I mean, there are some misses here. This is a pretty bricky river. Problem is, you know, Marchington can have a 5. Just shouldn't have a very, very big value hand like a straight because of the way that it was checked on the turn. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is nice to have some trappy traps.
Unfortunately.
He gives like 2 seconds.
Does get the fold, though.
I don't think it works.
Marchington chipping up again. Nearly 100 big blinds at this late stage in the tournament, guys. Pretty spicy. Was that hand number 2?
That was hand number 2. That went a little longer than I would have liked. Not going to lie to you.
Looking alive. I'm sweat live.
You're right.
4 minutes remain before the next break. Let's take a look at our feature table chip counts. As I just said, 5.86 million for Nicholas Marchington, about 97 bigs. Kohlberg is still the shortest. 7 big blinds. Masato not that far ahead with the 10 big blinds there. Needs to put in some work. It just feels so good to say, I made the final table, doesn't it, Kaylin?
Oh my gosh, I made one earlier this week.
What did you final table earlier this week?
I don't like how you're not excited enough for me. That was like, you just treated that like it was neutral information, Nick.
Absolutely not.
I got 5th place in the ladies.
Congratulations. I actually should have done that. I apologize.
Yeah, you're a buffoon. It's okay.
Thank you.
I forgive you.
You know that what makes that even worse? I actually have a notification on my phone in our group chat indicating that's the case.
Oh,
that's how poor that is.
Oh no.
I know.
So, Madsen, Finally seeing what Marchington has in store for him with the limping strategy. 5Xing out of the small blind with the ace-6, and there he folds the hand that has a lot of equity in the queen-jack, and actually the best hand being folded by the short-stacked Matthew Wantman in the big blind with the better ace-7. So Marchington's just not putting a foot wrong.
I think we owe Griffin some money.
Perhaps.
Is this hand number 4 now?
I believe so, yes.
He's too good.
I believe so.
He's too good. The guy, he knows all of his angles.
Played you both.
And Marchington is playing power poker. Ships it against some of our shorties here. Wantman at 12 big blinds. Kohlberg 5 big blinds.
Good luck.
Oh. Hi, Kohlberg. That's got to be a good hand.
Okay.
Such a good hand. Always.
No, it's Flipsville. But he's taking a stand, Kohlberg, with the gumption. So Kohlberg with the red triangle of death needs to hold, is at risk to remain in the tournament. 4-7-5. Good start for the sixes.
Very strong off the blocks.
Turn is the 3 of hearts. That is a straight.
You know what? It's, we like Kohlberg. We want him to, but let's get a song for Would love to sing a song with Caitlin. Get her first chop pot.
Oh yeah, good point.
What's your chop pot song? Is it James and Joe's chop pot song?
Well, I mean, I do it too, and so does Nick. So it's kind of all of our chop pot song.
Well, I didn't know if maybe you did another tune or if there had been rewrites.
In fairness, sometimes I do a little off tune to kind of just a little jazzy, and they don't like it though.
I mean, if you ask Sam Grafton, it changes every time in his book. I mean, lack of enthusiasm.
So I would say that's going to do it, but I'd be lying because the dealer is going to make it a 5th hand. We have 8 seconds left on this level, and cards are going to be in the air.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Ninja face. I don't even think I'm
Yokosawa,
probably
just
not.
with those 8 big blinds, is paying the big blind and the big blind ante. So
definitely are.
See if you can make a stand here.
Thank you.
Go to break.
Well, that was 90 minutes.
Sure was. You just having that much fun, huh?
Yeah, it's fun stacking up all these chips. Time flies.
A hell of a 90 minutes for you.
Yeah.
I like the adjustment to raise with a hand like 6-5 suited.
Yeah.
Because you can just comfortably fold to the 3-bet and
What do you got, Matt?
gets it through.
Okay. Go for it. Face up.
All right, so that's it for our main feature, but just want to double check we don't have action over on our secondary feature still, because there's a chance we might have snuck in a hand for both. And it does look like we still have a hand in play over here before we head to break, guys. So there's the hand recap. It was a call and a check pre-flop. On the flop, it was a check-check. So we arrive here on the turn. Affleck with the top pair. Actually, quite a nice little spot for our small blind.
Yeah, both actually quite under-repped here. Wilson electing to check back on the flop. So we haven't put any extra chips other than the blinds and the antes. And Wilson still playing it cautiously here. Very surprising that neither player has put in any chips. Pretty strong blind-on-blind hands. Affleck is going to be kicking down the door, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it just feels like one of those spots. 180 in the middle.
Come on, Matt, 150, 120 at least.
Yeah.
125.
145, I think, was announced. Queen. Quick call, and the queen is good. And that will see Affleck winning a little one there as we are headed to break very shortly. So now both tables have concluded. We, of course, are not finished for today, guys. This is just a break, and we will return to the action. We are trying to play down to 6 today. Why don't we take a look at our chip counts before we move on? There we go. Secondary featured table. Marco Johnson, 4.1 million, 51 big blinds up top. Yang Lee, 9 big blinds. Our thanks to Kaylin Komeski. And we're going to say goodbye to Griffin as well. When we come back, it's James and Maria in the booth. Don't go anywhere, guys. There is more action from the PokerStars North American Poker Tour from Resorts World Las Vegas right after this break.
Rewinding the clock to this time last year, what do you remember about those auditions? What do you remember about the casting process to get on the big game?
I remember a lot of nerves. I remember a lot of downtime, actually. There was a lot of like, the process was multifaceted and multi-step, right? So, and you've got a lot of people, a lot of nerves, a lot of people going in and out of makeup, people going in and out of their interviews and stuff. So I remember there was a lot of like, there was some camaraderie around the people auditioning and a lot of, you know, little discussions here and there. Who do you think it'll be? What should we do for this? The rounds were really interesting. You know, it wasn't just, you know, oh, go stand on the X and sing the national anthem. So it was like there was a lot to kind of strategize.
But I find that interesting when you talk about the camaraderie and the fact that it was almost like a bonding experience between you and the other finalists, right? Because they're your competition, but they're also going through what you're going through. So naturally, you do kind of form an attachment to them.
Exactly, yeah. And I think everybody was genuinely excited for whoever got picked. I mean, easy for me to say because I didn't have to be gracious about it to someone else. But I do think we were all genuinely excited for each other. It was, you know, everyone there had just won a free roll shootout. So it's not like people with a ton of experience necessarily or a ton of exposure. So everyone is kind of living out a once in a lifetime experience, just being there, meeting you guys for the auditions, having the excitement of potentially being on this iconic show. So it was really cool. I loved that aspect of it.
Now that you're not auditioning anymore and don't really have to kiss our butts or make us like you, was there any point during it that you wanted to be like, this is awkward, I don't want to do this? Was there any sort of, is there any feedback that you would like to give us now that we really don't have any control anymore?
I was not expecting to be asked that question.
I wasn't expecting to ask it. I was like,
honestly, no. I think actually you guys made the process really fun. You know, the energy was upbeat. Like, I feel like it kept flowing, even though there's downtime because obviously you have 20 people auditioning. I felt like it was exciting to see, you know, what's the next step going to be? What's the next round going to be? I kind of liked that we didn't know exactly how it was going to go down because it kept us guessing, kept us on our toes. We didn't know, oh, in 3 hours, we're going to be asked to do this task. Let's do some research for it. So I thought it actually went really well.
Now, one thing we have changed from last year is you mentioned the shootout. So this year, we're kind of looking at the milestone satellite format, the win your seat in the auditions. So basically, basically you've got to run up your starting stack from 10K to 50K, and then when you hit that milestone, your chips come out of play and you're through to the auditions. Because we kind of felt that was probably a better way of trying to find the type of player who would perform well in a game like the big game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that makes sense. I think it's tough for any qualifier to really determine who's going to be able to handle the poker aspect of the game because of the nature of, variance in poker and everything like that. So I think that's where it's really makes sense to have qualifiers audition, because then you guys can kind of parse through, okay, who's going to be okay in front of the camera, who's going to be okay on this stage, who's going to be comfortable being willing to put 50K in the middle, win or lose, because those are things that it takes a certain kind of person to be comfortable doing that versus playing a free roll satellite. So I think it makes sense to have a poker aspect of the audition process, but also, have there be some discernment from you guys as well.
Yeah. Fortunately, it wasn't that long ago that your shows aired, right? So it's all fresh in everyone's memories, because it was a year ago now. Was there anything you'd forgotten between playing in that game and seeing the shows actually go out? And obviously, I hope you were happy with how the shows came out and how you were portrayed in those shows.
Yeah, for sure. It was really fun to watch back. It was fun for my son to see himself on the screen and, all of that. And I had to explain to my sister what a knit roll was, and my mom texting me. And actually, my family members learned a decent amount about poker for the first time. So that was really fun, just experience to share with everyone. But honestly, because there's so much stress, you're in the hot seat during that time, I didn't necessarily remember all of the hands the way they went down, all of the pots. Obviously, I remembered the big hands. And also, like, even the hands that I remember, I didn't see, the whole card. So that was really cool to be able to relive the experience from that, that viewpoint.
Yeah, the key thing I'd forgotten and was reminded of when we came to do the commentary for those 5 episodes was the fact that you got coolered not once but twice by Sam Grafton, the latter being the knit roll, but the fact that you not only survived those hands and didn't go broke in those hands, but then mounted a comeback. That's not easy to do, because for that to happen on what was it, hand 2 or 3, where you lose like half the 50K, like at that point, a certain mentally, that's got to be a kind of like, oh, now I'm screwed.
Yeah, the third hand I was down by, I think, like 14,000. Yeah, and then I climbed my way back and, winning pots and gaining some momentum just to like hit a Sam Grafton wall again, was pretty gross. It was interesting because we were watching the last episode and you guys said it was one of the biggest comebacks in big game history. And my boyfriend was like, I wonder if there was any bigger. And I was like, well, I ran my stack up from 14K to over 100,000. So I'm guessing that was just the only one. But yeah, it was definitely a mindset battle. And I think that's where the experience really helped me. If you have years of experience in this business as a rec player or anyone, you have to learn to become as immune as possible to what happens, to learn to like get right back up. It's that classic Rocky speech. It's not how many times you get knocked down, and it's really true.
Ooh, pocket kings for poker royalty.
Another good starting hand.
Raised to 1,200. David Williams, king 9 suited. Makes the call. Ace 8 for the loose cannon, Will Davis. He folds.
He wanted to so bad that time.
I wanted to. Doyle's a scary guy over there.
He ain't that scary, believe me.
Action folds around to Jason Calacanis. Calls.
Calls with a weak ace out of position.
So 3 players to the flop. Deuce, deuce, 6. Calacanis checks.
Safe flop for Doyle. Going to try to get some value.
Bets 3,300. Williams folds. So does Calacanis.
My favorite hand.
The 10 deuce.
Jason Calacanis. Itty bitty pocket pair. Raises to 1,200. Negreanu folds. Pair of ladies for Doyle Brunson.
Pocket queen's definitely a re-raising hand. See if Doyle goes for it.
Raise the pot.
He does to 4,800. And he gets an evil stare from Calacanis. Williams folds. Pocket jacks for the loose cannon.
Two very big hands here. Could see a lot of money go into the pot.
A tough spot for our loose cannon. Let's see how he plays it.
How much to call?
4,800, so 4,400 more.
The first big decision for Will Davis. Getting the stare down from Doyle. Re-raise to 14-8.
Well, looks like a raise.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
Calacanis folds.
10,000 more.
Those are the two guys I would not want to get into it with.
Will's supposed to be the amateur. He's certainly not playing scared. Might be his undoing. Decides he wants to go toe-to-toe with Doyle Brunson. Re-raising with jacks, not always recommended. When you get action, usually you're racing at best.
I'm all in.
Here's re-raising pot.
Once again, it is pot limit
cool.
pre-flop.
Close enough anyway.
So Doyle can only raise to 46-4.
Will's looking a little sick right now.
Can he get away from this?
I have no idea what's going on here.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, for real. This would be a devastating pot for the table to lose to you, by the way.
Now Doyle wasn't able to move all in the way he wanted to, but this fifth bet should be a big indication to Will as to what kind of shape he's in.
You're like the one guy I didn't want to get involved in a pot with. This hurts.
That's why you decided to re-raise him 10,000 more.
You're supposed to fold.
You're supposed to fold, that's all.
Well, Will, 5-bet says you're supposed to fold.
I never like to let my children drown.
Doyle's referring to the chips he's already got in the pot. To my knowledge, both Pam and Todd Brunson are capable swimmers.
Okay, nice hand, Doyle.
Will's hand is sunk, and it might have saved him an awful lot of dough. Ace-Jack offsuit. Raises to 1,500. Doyle Brunson, pocket queens.
Queens again.
He's also had kings. Doyle makes the call.
Just call's going to mix it up a little this time.
Oops, sorry.
Action folds around to Jason Calacanis, who folds as well. So it's just Daniel and Doyle, king 7-8. Pair of spades on the flop. Negreanu checks.
Doyle seems confident in his hand. Doesn't think Daniel would check a king to him.
Doyle bets 3,300. Daniel folds.
You're doing a good job here, by the way.
I'll give a little credit to the dealer.
Action begins with Daniel Negreanu, 7-4 suited. And looks like he wants to play.
I think they wanted more dead money at the table.
Raised ace to 1,200. Pocket kings again for Brunson.
Doyle's fourth big pocket pair, and we're only 22 hands in.
Just calls.
Playing it tricky.
We'll find out.
Williams folds. Davis folds. Abe's in with pocket eights.
All I know is I'm the least experienced player at this table. And no limit hold. By far.
We should just make a triple draw, just for you.
Another big pocket pair for Doyle. Going to try another slow play.
Jack deuce tray, 2 diamonds. Masseri checks. Negreanu bets 3,200.
Daniel raised pre-flop. He's continuation betting here. Something tells me it's not going to work. Doyle looks like he's thinking about a raise. Try to get some value.
Doyle with a re-raise to 15-2.
It's tough to get value out of a re-raise that big. Abe may have liked his eights before. Probably not so much now.
Gets rid of him. And Daniel folds.
What do we got? Tell him how smart you are.
I have no idea.
No, tell him.
I really don't know. Kings? Kings?
King? I mean, how you gonna beat this guy? He knows what you got all the time.
I missed that show.
Another pair of ladies for Doyle Brunson.
Check his face for bruises. He's getting smacked with the deck.
He just calls. David Williams folds on the button. The loose cannon does as well. Abe Mosseri, though, he's playing.
Doyle's just called with his queens, maybe trying to trap Jason yet again.
3 to the flop. 4 deuce jack, 3 diamonds.
No one's got a diamond.
Abe checks. Calacanis bets 4,000.
This is another very bad flop for Jason. It's a pretty safe board for Doyle. It's hard to put someone on a flop flush.
Doyle smooth calls.
Doyle's calling for pot control and to watch the diamond situation.
And Abe folds.
Easy fold for Abe.
So it's Calacanis and his top pair against Doyle Brunson and his queens. To the turn, another queen, giving Doyle a set.
If Doyle liked his hand before, he loves it now.
Calacanis is checked on over to the Hall of Famer.
He's probably going to bet now, try to build this pot.
Makes it 8,000 to go.
Another difficult spot. He lets it go. The tech guru must have seen the README file on Doyle.
Can we pick a card?
Yeah, you can.
The front one, this one right here.
That's it. Thank you, God.
How about the other one?
Yeah, it's the same card.
The other one was the best it could be there. I think it was Queen of Diamonds.
Raise the pot.
Jason Calacanis announces a raise.
What is that?
To 3,400.
Not a bad raise in an unopened pot, but Daniel's got a hand and chips to play with.
Now we both got a lot of money. We could play a big pot.
Nice.
Okay, let's try it. Is it 84? That's what I'm doing. I'm just saying. 84. Not pot or anything, but just 84.
And look at the hand for Doyle Brunson.
Doyle has picked up more giant hands than the cleaning crew at an NCAA game. He straddled, so this time he's got pre-flop position. Doesn't look like he's going to slow play them this time.
Doyle's coming over the top to 28-4.
They can play a real big pot. Yeah, raising out of position, that was a good idea.
The internet tycoon continues to get his firewall hacked.
And folds.
Okay, I'm going to be honest here. I honestly think Doyle is making one of them internet moves, the 4-bet bluff, but I don't have the balls to do anything about it, so I'm going to fold. But I do think you're making a move.
Daniel folds.
Too chicken. I should just shut it.
That's why you're the man.
I do think you were bluffing, but I don't know.
Bad read.
Doyle is officially inside Daniel's head. Hello. Aces for Doyle Brunson.
Turns out the poker gods are sick of giving Doyle kings and queens. Nowhere to go but up.
Raised to 1,500. David Williams calls on the button.
Let me think.
The loose cannon's in.
Still gearing up. Love it.
Abe's out. Three to the flop. Trey Queen 8. Check by Davis.
Pretty safe flop for Doyle. Not sure he'll get a lot of action.
Doyle bets 4,500. David Williams calls.
Fold.
And the loose cannon folds.
Kind of a loose call for David with only a gut shot.
The turn. Ace of diamonds giving Brunson a set.
Doyle's hoping David was calling with an ace high, but in all likelihood, this is probably going to be an action-killing card.
Doyle leads out again. That's 8,200. David folds.
That was a good card. No.
What do you have? What do you have?
Ace.
Oh, a lot of aces he had. He had a lot of aces.
What?
Doyle's still smiling. He's got pocket kings.
Only pocket kings this time. Must have angered the poker gods.
Brunson raises to 1,500. Roble folds. Ace queen suited for Doyle's good friend.
Come, Abe.
I'm coming, Doyle. I'm
His
coming.
boy Abe's got a hand he can play with.
Abe calls. Daniel's out.
I just want to see tears this hand.
You'll see him.
Physical tears. If you could do that for me, that'll make my day.
Thank you, Dirty Harry. 9-6 tray, 2 spades.
Doyle's still out in front with his 2 kings.
Fires 3,000. 8 folds.
What do I got, Daniel?
I don't know. Kings, I guess.
What? How do you know every time?
You always have kings.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. Day 4 of the 5K main event continues here at Resorts World Las Vegas. 10 players returning to the tables, 2 tables of 5 as we play down to the final table today. Of course, a single table will be 9. The official final table is 8. The ambition today is to get down to 6. But regardless of that, as long as we're at a single table, we'll only play 5 levels tonight. So 2 more levels to play, this one and another 90 minutes of poker, and then we'll call time on day 4 and come back tomorrow and play down to a winner. Might not take that long to get down to 9. We've got a 6 big blind stack, a 9 big blind stack, and a 10 big blind stack on the main stage. Plus a 9 big blind stack at the secondary feature table, and the big stacks aren't even that big as we go to the 40-80 blind level. That's 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. It's James Harskin joined by Maria Ho.
Hello there.
It's lovely to work alongside you, Maria, rather than deal with the technical problems of our satellite connection.
I know, I can't wait for the Chop Hot song.
But of course you were going to come to Vegas. It's a short flight from LA, and who wouldn't want to be at the NAPT?
And with this bigger and better schedule, I feel like there was always so many different tournaments to choose from. You got all these mixed game guys out here playing that 5K too. It's fun.
765K up top in this bigger than last year main event. A 5K buy-in, 895 total entries. I think it's fair to say, Maria, exceeding even the most optimistic forecasts.
I mean, I think it was just a great idea to raise the buy-in to this amount. I feel like it's the perfect amount. Also, you know, having the re-entry per day helped the numbers, but of course, just a lot to play for, and the prestige of winning the NAPT.
You're not disqualified for the hand, are you?
So rules are being explained to the players about the virtual all-in procedure. This is the trying to stall to get a pay jump by committing most of your stack but only leaving a couple of chips behind. Tournament staff explaining if you do that, you will be on a 5-second shot clock when the action returns to you.
Or like you can't stall with just a little bit of chips behind.
You can't leave chips behind.
I mean, you can do it, but you have no time back.
Yeah.
You can do it, but you got a quick action after that.
Okay.
Yeah, 5-second action, like, yeah.
If the other person goes all in, okay.
Still, like
I see. So that's you can't tank unnecessarily.
Yeah.
You know, this has been something that's become really prevalent in the last few years, especially these kind of effective commitments of your stack.
Yeah, I get it.
And,
I get it.
you know, I don't mind when we can play within the rules and exploit certain things, but once it becomes a rule that is enforced by the tournament staff, you know, then of course we all have to abide by it. And there are going to be people that'll still take their liberties, try to abuse it, but especially when there's only so few players left, it's really easy to enforce.
Bye-bye, Jeff.
So action has resumed, and we're currently playing four-handed because Jeff Madsen has not returned.
You do that.
I mean, I know he has walking chips, but this is kind of an important stage of the tournament, Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I didn't have it.
You would check it out on the YouTube.
He would.
I just scanned your card.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
So it'll. Okay. I played King 10 open the 3-bet.
He always says he's Jack.
Yeah.
Jeff is back.
Oh, his range is Ace-Jack of suited only.
Oh yeah.
So one more elimination, and that will necessitate the final redraw of the main event. And the final 9 will take their seats on the main stage, and we'll carry on today. As I said, we'll play through this level, and then we'll play through level 29. If we get to 6 players, we'll stop there. So effectively, it's either 5 levels today or down to 6, whichever comes first.
We got 40-80.
Oh, we just have completely disregarded what the widget is saying, though.
The widget is very confused by how shallow this tournament became pretty early on. The widget figured they'd get to 16 pretty easily yesterday. We came back with 18 players today. Wantman's all in, shoving under the gun. Rounds the blinds. Both Madsen and Marchington fold. And this table very much the have and the have-nots. I guess two halves, right? Madsen playing around 50 bigs. Marchington, chip leader, with 5.6 million, 70 big blinds.
You definitely don't envy Madsen's position at the table, though having Marchington to his direct left is definitely going to make it a little bit hard for him, especially with how short the short stacks are at this point.
Kohlberg playing 10 bigs, queen, jack suited.
He's definitely seemed to be a little more on the snug side in terms of what hands he's willing to go with. And you can see here, you know, folding a spot where a lot of people would just shove. I mean, understandably, we do have the 5 big blind stack and Wantman with the 9 big blinds, but, you know, again, you don't want to really get into the territory where you lose fold equity. You want to be able to still maintain some of that in your stack.
Madsen opens on the button with jack 8 of strawberries. Gets folds. This is not just about trying to outlast another player to make it to the final table. There is also a real money implication. We've reached the stage where there is now a money jump with every single bust out. So exit in 10th, you get $56,950, but nearly 71K if you can ladder to 9th.
Yeah, it's really just about balancing the fact that you want to ladder up, but also you want to be in a position where you have fold equity, where you can actually still, you know, utilize your chips in a way where you can amass a big stack to put yourself in a position to win. And that's kind of what, you know, ICM handcuffs are all about. It's just the big stacks getting to leverage that, but, you know, some of the shorter stacks needing to kind of understand at what points do they kind of just hang back and lay low and stay out of trouble, and what points they really have to go with it.
Snowman's for Nick Marchington, and he is going to raise the button.
Nom nom.
Kohlberg has folded. The hand is over. You referenced, Maria, that there were multiple re-entries available in this NAPT Las Vegas main event. I think it was single re-entry per flight, so with 3 starting flights and late reg open at the start of day 2, it was possible to fire 7 bullets in this tournament. Speaking personally, I would prefer to see this align with the EPT and become a single re-entry event, but I don't play 5Ks, so my opinion counts for nothing.
Yeah, you know, I love the EPT format. I will say that I think, you know, this schedule is still a little less robust than the EPT, right, in terms of like number of days, number of events. So maybe that helps, you know, people want to come and travel to this stop when they know that they can fire multiple bullets in the main. But, you know, I like to settle on maybe 2 re-entries.
Okay. There's probably a compromise to be reached. Sandy Sanchez says EPT doesn't have guarantee to meet, NAPT did. The NAPT pretty much met its guarantee based on unique players. 543 uniques. It needed 600 entries to cover the guarantee. So actually, had it been single re-entry, the guarantee would not have been a problem. Now, I think it makes it more of a level playing field for the qualifiers, like the 117 gold pass winners, if it's single re-entry. But I hear your argument, Maria, and I also think we have to adjust for what I consider to be cultural differences as well. And I think it's clear that most major 5Ks in the US are multiple re-entry, and you don't want to break ranks with what people who are in the US community expect.
Good luck.
Yokosawa just going to pass up on this spot folded to him in the small blind. I mean, I feel like just as the shortest stack, you don't really... I don't see a better spot, you know, it being unopened to him in the small blind, even though he doesn't have fold equity, really, which is kind of the problem. But Queen 8, you know, definitely not a bad hand to C5 with.
Matthew Wampman, 9-8, folds. Folded to Masato Yokosawa, who's all in on the button with ace-queen.
You are in with all of your chips.
Madsen will be folding the small blind.
No messing around. He's all in. No chips back.
What is Nick Marchington going to do? He's calling. What's Marchington got? 8-deuce? I guess Yokosawa's super short.
Deuce 9. Deuce 9.
Yeah, just keep it. Keep it. Keep it. No, don't do that. Just keep it.
Oh, did it see? They wouldn't do it anyway.
They would, yeah, they need it for the TV.
Wow.
Been running hot with these today.
I mean, eight deuce.
Live cards are live cards.
Too hard, flop. Lucky. Ace high, too hard.
Blackjack versus a double down.
Yokosawa is a 2-1 favorite to double up here.
Yeah.
Blackjack versus double down. Blackjack win.
This blackjack player.
Okay. Good flop so far.
Not a bad flop. Of course,
like
heart on the turn gives us a sweat.
Yeah.
It's okay, ace.
King. Oh, ace, thank you.
Ace of hearts.
Good.
Oh, no.
I'm broken.
Have a sweat, sir.
So sick.
Marchington picks up outs.
Poker's so sick.
8 cards.
Money on
So Yokosawa has to fade on the river.
No, never.
What's it?
Deuce of club on the river. You hit a deuce.
Ooh, red.
It's a diamond. Yokosawa doubles up.
Your heart was beating a little.
Now he has 7 big
It was
blinds.
red, yeah.
Please, black.
Short stacks. Strong.
Strong, yeah.
The short stacks and doubling.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, I run so bad.
Let us go
So many
indeed.
camera.
Which one's yours? Do you have a personal camera, mate?
No. No personal.
I have a vlogger.
I asked her to let me a double up.
Oh.
She said, yeah.
That's not fair. You know her?
No.
You bribed her?
So this is a 5-day main event. Tomorrow we play down to a winner. A reminder that the live stream will start at 1 p.m. local time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central European time. And we have Masato Yokosawa with ace-8 here.
All of it.
All in again.
Yeah, and this time with more fold equity than he had last time.
Madsen folds the button. Marchington gives up the small blind. Wantman
Let's go. I'm back.
folds the big.
Let's go.
Fold equity. Yeah. You have fold equity.
Yeah. No deuce eight student anymore. Sure.
So interestingly, of the
Now I feel like I'm gonna
10 players remaining,
beat
only 2 are not from the USA, and both those players are at our feature table. Nick Marchington from the UK and Masato Yokosawa from Japan.
Right. Now I feel like I gotta win this.
You know, I I found there to be a lot of Canadians out here, you know, who won gold pass.
There were a lot of Canadian Gold Pass winners, yes.
And it was really great to just chat with them because I feel like I haven't really had the opportunity to play with too many Canadians. You know, even most of the tournaments in the state, of course, because of taxes for them and what other reasons. And EPTs, I don't really find myself sitting next to many Canadians. So it was really nice to kind of chat with them and about the state of poker for them.
I mean, you do get to spend an unhealthy amount of time in Griffin's company. He's Canadian.
That's true.
Of course.
I forget that sometimes, though.
100% sure.
He's not as nice as the other Canadians are, so.
It's like Asia Cup suited and just A suited, that's it.
Is this the 4th level of the day? So one more after this? Or
One more
is this
after
it?
this.
Correct.
4 6. But yeah, 6 rares sounds like impossible.
I mean, the only way we'd continue beyond the end of level 29 would be if we were still at 10 players, and I just don't see how that is even possible.
We got 3 hours.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a kinky hose right now. They are just going to get eaten up by the blinds.
Yeah. 3 super short stacks at the feature table, a short stack on the other table.
Hello, Shogun.
Got a lot of Masato fans in the chat. Not surprised to see that.
So Kurt Kohlberg, King 8 of hearts in the small blind. 5 big blinds. And he gives Masato a walk.
I can't say I love that.
I'm a bit nitty. So I have to look at this from the perspective of someone who's not good at poker.
Not only you.
I think that was a mistake not to shove there with the King 8
Yeah,
suited.
especially because you're shoving into Yokosawa, right?
Yes.
That's going to be most of his stack to call off there.
Yes.
Versus, you know, it being into Madsen's big blind or Marchington's big blind, who can perhaps call off a little bit wider in that spot. And so, you know, I definitely think that
Missed opportunity.
missed opportunity, maybe not the first one that I've seen from Kohlberg.
I didn't 3-bet you.
You 3-bet him?
Yes.
You 3-bet ace-2 suited, you didn't 3-bet me.
Come on, Kurt.
Only fold that one time.
Boom. All you can eat. Oh, and Yokosawa's got 4s. Folded it, and Madsen folds the 9 deuce. So Kohlberg hovering around 8 bigs, Wantman 6 bigs, Yokosawa 10 bigs. I just feel that we're biding time until one of these guys goes broke. As horrible as it is.
Yeah, but it's bound to happen. Who knows, we might even have a triple elimination to get us down to 6 later. These people are pretty short.
Kohlberg likely to be all in again.
Luck.
Shoves with queens. Has the blinds to get through. And look at this, Jeff Madsen's got ace-queen suited in the small blind. A lot of people very surprised that Masato folded 4s when Kohlberg shoved with the 6s.
I think that's because he had Madsen behind, and, you know, it's like the collision effect of just staying out of that pot. If Madsen were to knock out Kohlberg, you get the pay jump.
And look at this situation. Madsen flats in the small blind. Marchington has jacks in the big blind. He announces all in, and Madsen now just has to fold ace-queen.
And this looks like an incredible spot for Kohlberg because, you know, Madsen actually is more live against Kohlberg's holding than Marchington is.
But you can't call here, right?
No.
And this is a great spot for Kohlberg, because now he's going to be a huge favorite to get a triple up.
It's okay, Jeff. Just let it go.
Does let it go. So it's jacks versus queens. It is a domination situation, and Kohlberg, big favorite to win a pretty decent pot.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
That's good news for me, actually.
Yeah.
Well, we know a queen's dead.
It's less likely I'm completely down.
Jack's alive. You know the ace is coming, right?
Oh, I got a pair too.
Right now, Marchington drawing to 2 cards. 2 cards for Kohlberg to fade.
Do you have diamonds?
Hearts.
Oh, obviously not.
Hearts.
Okay. Swaps 2 jacks for the case queen and the 3 sevens left in the deck. The 7s that are not the 7 of diamonds, I should say. River card is the 3 of hearts. Queens hold, and Kohlberg triples up. And Kurt now playing 25 big blinds. He's out of the danger zone.
What a spin.
650.
Leaving Yokosawa with 10 big blinds. Wandman with 6 big blinds, and he's about to post the big blind and the ante on this very next hand.
Graduated.
Over to the secondary table, where it is Joel Mika versus Matt Affleck. A button raise, a big blind defend, and a continuation bet from Matt Affleck of 200K with top pair. Called by Mika, who improves to a full house. Had 2 pair on the flop, my mistake, but now has the boat.
Yeah, very often this is just going to be a check back for Affleck. Just, you know, going to be a lot. Jack X here. Actually kills the action a bit, you know, because if it was just a more innocuous card like Deuce 5, I would imagine, you know, Affleck is going to lose chunks here. I am a little surprised to see Affleck bet. I mean, obviously, you know, he's going to beat a lot of all of the other King X's, and, you know, he's not really going to get value from 8X, unfortunately. I think those hands would fold out to the second barrel, and he does block a lot of the straight draws, right? So, I mean, we'll see how this works out for him, though, if he decides to check back here on the river.
So it was 330,000 on the turn. We've got a pot of 1.5 million. Mika, the effective stack, we're just shy of 2 million behind.
Just leave that. Thank you. You're good now.
What's up?
I probably win.
Good.
Check, check.
It's,
Check king queen.
yeah, they're definitely, but we've been 10 hands. But one more.
Mika wins that pot.
You played that 10K yesterday?
And we're going to head back to the main feature table, where Masato Yokosawa shoved from the cutoff, and Matthew Wandman has called all in from the big blind. So Wandman, the at-risk player, and the player who is way behind. He's got 9s. Yokosawa has him dominated with jacks.
Build up the pressure.
Wait. Come on, don't do that.
Ace 10-4 on the flop. Diamond's not a factor. Wandman with 2 outs, needs a 9. Six on the turn. Wandman still looking for a 9. He has 2 outs, or we are down to 9. The river is an 8. Close, but no cigar.
Again.
We lose Matthew Watman in 10th place. He cashes for $56,950. We are down to a single table. This will necessitate the final redraw of the tournament.
Confirmed it.
Yeah.
Before the redraw, though, I believe there is still a hand in progress at the other table. We'll get over there in just a moment. Masato Yokosawa now playing 17 bigs, another player who's worked his way out of the danger zone. And remember, we'll still have more than an hour to play at this blind level.
There's not going to be a break, 5 minutes to get back into it.
Okay.
So make sure you don't leave the table, so we know.
Okay.
So let's head over to the other table and see what is occurring. It's Johnson versus Wilson.
220.
Button raise, big blind defend.
225.
And Wilson has flopped huge. Pair and a flush draw. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but it's Johnson who's doing the betting.
Don't think I got that kind of authority, John.
So Brock Wilson deciding how to play this.
Yeah, you know, with this lead, obviously a lot of draws possible, some 7x, some 4x, some other 6x's might be in there.
Jack of spades on the turn. Wilson now a 95% favorite. What do you make of the flop lead from Johnson, Maria?
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. I feel like he just feels like this is a board he could rep more comfortably as the big blind. But, you know, you have to remember when someone's opening from the button, obviously their range is so much wider. And so, you know, even though it does kind of look like a favorable board for you, it's definitely within the wheelhouse of some button opens to have some of those hands that would have hit that board texture as well. And, you know, now Wilson just deciding what he wants to do with his pair and a flush draw. You know, does he feel like his sixes need a little bit of protection?
I think we're all going to go move chips first and then we'll have a quick through.
275.
Wilson bets 275,000 on the turn.
Yeah, pretty small sizing, gonna get, you know, calls sometimes from some 5x, just trying to keep some of the hands that are worse than his in. And for, you know, the situations where he doesn't have the best hand, of course, he could still improve to a flush.
So Johnson folds, and that will conclude play at this table, and we will bring all 9 players to the main stage. They will draw for seats, new seating assignments, and we'll get to watch them as they continue to play for another 2.5 hours here on the penultimate day of this tournament, playing down to the final 6 or to the end of the next level, whichever happens first. And I guess that will necessitate a short break for the redraw. And still some exciting stories to follow, Maria. Faces that we recognize, players like Matt Affleck, Joel Micker, Jeff Madsen, Masato Yokosawa, Brock Wilson, Nick Marchington. This should be a good final table.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of people that have been around the poker world for a long time. You know, some of them who have had big scores in the past, but of course this one will be right up there with some of their biggest accomplishments.
Eve asking what time the final will start tomorrow. Whether it's 9, 8, 7 or 6 players, we will start streaming at 1 o'clock local time tomorrow as we check on the payouts. All of the remaining scores now on the screen. All players now guaranteed at least $70,800. A 6-figure score locked up if you can make it to 7. And up top in this year's NAPT Las Vegas main event, $765,000. $765,200 if you want to be precise. So we mentioned that making up this field of 895 entries, there were 117 Gold Pass winners. None still in contention, but we've been getting to know some of the people who came to Vegas, including Steve Monarch, who drove here all the way from Canada and made this trip a family reunion. Let's learn more about Steve.
My name's Steve Monarch. I'm from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and I'm 58 years old. I was 19, met my wife who was 29. We've been together 40 years. My wife and son are here with me, and we're just gonna make a week of it. So I won my Gold Pass by playing through the steps on PokerStars, and started with a daily free roll of 50 cent and worked my way through all 5 steps, and just happened to win each one. We drove 2,200 miles, so we'd planned it over 4.5 days. That's kind of how we arrived. Poker's a way for me to relax and forget about real world for a while. Life is all about everybody else. Poker's about me. I love live poker. I'd rather talk to people when I'm playing, you know, where they're from, what their story is, that kind of thing. So that's what I love about it. Never played in a multi-day tournament, so no idea what this experience will be like. Dinner break. Oh, I'm having a great time chatting, just listen to stories and that kind of thing, which is what I like. So it's been awesome. My game is patience, just to last longer. Make it to the next day or the next level or whatever in a tournament. I'm cheesy, I need souvenirs. Well, I've really worked on just patience, because I used to be very impatient playing, which didn't work well. So.
Congratulations, everyone. You're all in the
How about that? I made the money. It's awesome. I can't even explain the feeling. I just almost got emotional. So, yeah, it's a big deal for me. Just near the end there, after making the money, I was kind of low on chips, and the blinds just are getting higher, things like that. Took a chance at a couple of hands. It didn't go well, and it was see you later, Steve. Finished in 108th spot, and it was $9,750. My total investment in the turn was probably less than $10, so it's definitely a huge profit. It's something I would more openly consider now to do. Feeling the excitement of it, I want to do it again, definitely.
Max Martinez, the cannon with 10-9 suited. Raises to 1,300.
All right, loose cannon.
Ace-9 for Helmuth. Calls.
This is one of the best thing we have. Did you like it?
Minieri calls 1,300 with pocket sixes. Elke out. Lock gone. Bill Perkins, 6-3 offsuit. Why not?
We'll be saying that a lot this week.
Italy was the first place I went where I bought pizza by the kilogram. They weighed it, and they said, oh, you have like, 180, whatever.
Flop 8-4-7, couple of diamonds. Perkins checks his gut shot.
That's a lock check. This is the full lock check. No, this is
He's
two-handed check. Sometimes he likes this. I like that little.
Looks like everyone's learning to play chopsticks.
You go get a ham sandwich.
Martinez checking his up and down straight draw.
Helmuth with nothing but ace high.
42.
Oh, Joe, he's got every backdoor draw imaginable.
That's true. He does have some backdoor draws.
Bets 4,200. Minieri quickly out.
Perkins still with a gut shot.
Businessman's done.
Max has 2 overs and he's open-ended, even though we know his 9's no good.
And Martinez makes the call.
Standard call.
Heads up to the turn. 10 of hearts. Max makes a pair. Phil is also up and down now.
Top pair for the loose cannon.
Martinez checks.
Phil's gearing up for a bet.
12,800.
You heard the man. 12,800 is the bet now.
It's over 3/4 of the pot.
I'll take this one now. You fold. I win.
I know.
He can probably understand complete sentences.
Well, this definitely isn't a fold.
A cannon showing some stones makes the call.
At this point, Phil should know he no longer has the best hand.
To the river, 7 of spades. Phil misses. Max's pair is still good.
Looks like he's thinking about betting it.
And he fires 15,500.
This is a pretty small bet into this pot. It's sort of a blocker / merge. He's trying to bet a little less than what he thinks Phil would have bet. Problem with a blocker bet, though, is that it can sometimes look weak.
Raise it. 45,000.
Phil raises 45,000 more.
Now, Phil's the kind of guy that makes a lot of tight, just calls, so this raise is pretty polarizing, which means either full house or nothing. It's a very tough spot for Max, since he's the one guy at the table who absolutely cannot reload. If he called here and he was wrong, he'd be left with less than 25K. I know what almost every other loose cannon would do in this spot.
Please don't have forceful.
What you got?
Huh?
What you got?
To recap, Phil has nothing.
And over half his chips in this pot.
You got fourth?
I might have forceful. I might not.
Sick level.
Okay, call.
Wow.
Good call. You win.
That pot worth over 160,000 bucks.
Absolutely amazing call.
Helmuth looks stunned.
Oh my God, what is going on? What is going on?
Tilt
oh my
juice!
God.
Get the tilt juice out for everyone. Have a little sip.
Drink it up.
Wow. I can't make that call.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed, $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. Day 4 of the main event continues. We are down to 9 players. We're down to a single table. They've redrawn for seats and everyone left is now sat on the main stage. They will continue to play tonight, trying to get down to 6. As we continue the 40-80 blind level. And we still do have a couple of shorties. Masato Yokosawa now hovering around 15 big blinds. Yang Lee down to 6 big blinds. Yang Lee still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I'm James Hartigan, he's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho is still with us.
Hello.
What an unofficial final table we have here.
A lot of big names, a lot of players we've seen before on both sides of the Atlantic.
Nicholas Marchington is a literally huge name. That's like 27 letters.
And he is chip leader right now with 5.1 million chips, 63 big blinds. Everyone guaranteed more than 70K with 765K up top. A reminder, we'll see that top prize and the trophy awarded tomorrow when we stream every single hand live and cards up from the FT. The stream starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Players comfortable, ready to go. And we reach that weird dynamic right now, Maria, where they've been short-handed for an extended period of time, and now we're back to full ring.
Yeah, gotta adjust the ranges a little bit. And you know, definitely a different composition than what we saw when we were at 2 tables with the shorties kind of doubling up, and now just really one supreme short stack in the mix.
Is a supreme short stack one with tomatoes and sour cream?
Oh, I was going the other way, like pizza.
Oh, so with green peppers, pineapple,
Yeah, okay.
sausage, pepperoni, meat topping. You know that's part of supreme, right? Meat topping, they call it.
Action has resumed. We've still got 66 minutes to play of level 28. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante.
Every time he says big blind ante, I think of my mom's sister Helen.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
And queens for Brock Wilson. Nice start to the session.
B-Rock with the Lady Kings.
He's opened with a raise to 175,000. We've seen Matt Affleck fold. Nick Marchington is out. Kurt Kohlberg has kings.
Yikes. Kohlberg, who at one point had like 4 big blinds, now finds himself on the good end of a big cooler.
Kohlberg has re-raised. It's a 3-bet to 450,000.
Did you say Kohlberg?
Round to Jeff Madsen, who folds the big blind. Action back on Brock Wilson. So we had aces versus kings earlier. Now we've got kings versus queens. Are all the chips going in?
I actually think this is appropriate now. Wilson! Wilson! Well, maybe not. Let's see what he learned at pokercoaching.com.
He shoves on Kohlberg. Kohlberg makes the call and is set for a double up here. Huge favorite for a huge pot. You just mentioned, Maria, Kohlberg was down to like 4 or 5 big blinds. He was down to crumbs. He could be catapulted into second place on the leaderboard after this.
Yeah, the sickest spin I think I've seen in a while.
Brock Wilson is the Titanic, and he just read headfirst into the Kohlberg.
Ace-5 tray on the flop. Looking good for the Kings. Kohlberg, 9-1 favorite to win the pot outright. Has to fade a queen. Wilson with 2 outs. No queen on the turn. Club's not a factor.
If I flatted, this wouldn't have happened.
But you didn't.
Wilson
needs a 2-outer. Nope. And that will see Kurt Kohlberg double up to 4.26 million. He's now got more than 50 big blinds. He's second in chips. Brock Wilson down to 25 big blinds.
It could be worse. It could be a lot worse.
For sure. And you heard Wilson mention that he had considered flatting. And I think the reason for that is because Kohlberg is playing so tight, right? And to think that he's going to 3-bet under the gun +1 open, got to be pretty strong. And, you know, most players would do that with ace-king, but maybe not Kohlberg in Brock's mind. And, of course, you know, with that ace on the flop, it would have slowed the action down. But Brock, not super short, though. He still has 25 bigs to play with.
Nice hand.
And no disrespect to Kohlberg, but I think the rest of the table would much rather see Kohlberg with all the chips here than Brock.
Tournament is so dramatic.
Never stops.
Yeah, nobody knows who's gonna win. Very hard to guess.
So still 9-handed. As we move on to the next hand, which will start with Brock Wilson under the gun.
Nobody
He has to play another hand already.
My winning, not Nick. Like, Masato took
Give him a
from
minute.
Nick.
It's possible.
It's possible, yes. Double up.
Oh no.
King, queen suited. That's a raise. Matt Affleck has folded. Nick Marchington's out. Kohlberg passes. Marco Johnson in the hijack.
Johnson.
8-4 off for Lee. Hold on a second. We've got Johnson's out first. Okay, he's out of the way. Lee will pass. Yokosawa gives up the button. So around the blinds. Jeff Madsen in the small. King 9. And now Joel Micker folding ace deuce in the big.
All right, Brock. The comeback starts now. How do you feel about the way he played King Queen suited there, Maria?
I think he played it perfectly.
That's what I thought. My analysis game on point right now.
1 for 1.
1 for 1.
Well, remember, it is Chat Pro Saturday, so all analysis from the audience is objectively accurate. She's Monad said, if Wilson had just called, he would not have lost a huge chunk there. The older guy has been very tight. He may not have had that information, but it was a very aggressive shove, even if he didn't know how the older guy plays.
I think you'll find for the effective stack size, it's pretty standard. But of course, you know, you make some adjustments.
Well, I'm sorry,
players.
Maria, Chat Pro Saturday, and Shees is still going. He's wearing the poker coaching patch. He's definitely not someone to learn from.
Burn.
That is objectively accurate analysis on Chat Pro Saturday. Madsen raising the button with ace-4. We've seen Joel Micker fold the small blind. It's Brock Wilson's big blind.
Isn't this such a wild final table with these blasts from the past here?
Yeah.
Unofficial final table. Madsen, Kohlberg, Affleck, Micker.
Johnson.
Johnson.
It did shock me when I saw Joel Micker and was thinking, oh, he was at the PCA a few years ago. And it was 11 years ago.
Wow.
Jack for Trey with 2 clubs. Madsen with the advantage.
Try to bet here and deny equity to, you know, some overcards in Wilson's hand. It's nice to have the ace of clubs. You know, Wilson certainly has some reasons to want to stick around in the pot. Of course, there's some backdoor possibilities, but looks like he's just gonna fold.
Maria, what is the stack depth right now? It feels a little shallow to me.
It is a little shallow. I mean, you know, if we're just kind of looking at average stack, it's really not that many big blinds. I mean, 35, 37 big blinds. We've definitely seen in EPT structures, of course, at this stage, you know, maybe 50 big blind averages.
I mean, supposedly this is an EPT structure.
It is. But interestingly, they've been playing shallower from the late stages of yesterday. So it's quite standard when we get down to a single table, when we reach the stage where the ICM pressure is real because there's a pay jump with every single elimination, that the average stack maybe gets closer to 35, 40 bigs. But these guys were playing like 35 big blind average yesterday.
I think it's because of the high fructose corn syrup in the food here.
Tell me about it. I mean, it's not like I have Gushers in my bag or anything right now. Yeah. I haven't had Gushers in so long, and I saw them at the crafts table.
They're disgusting.
Disgustingly good.
No, disgusting.
So Madsen's made it 175,000. Affleck in the big blind with a worse 5, Jack 5. He defends. Seven Trey deuce with 2 spades. Where is Yokosawa? Asks a viewer on YouTube. At the final table. Thank you for your question. I get the impression that some of the Masato fans would rather we just have a camera permanently on him, regardless of whether he's in the hand or not.
He already has a camera permanently on him. Just wait.
Madsen has continued for 100,000.
Got another Chat Pro Saturday comment here. It says, free roll password, please. That is correct. That is great analysis. Thank you for your comment.
Madsen making sourdough suited work for him. He is third in chips right now, playing around 45 big blinds. Here comes Frankie J. He's more machine than man. Imagine going to sleep with that thing wired to your back. I mean, it was very painful when they put the bolts in to harness that thing, but, you know, he's used to it now.
So is the plan to play to 6 no matter what?
No, the plan is we will play out level 28 and we will play out level 29. If we get to 6, we'll stop before then, but we are not playing beyond the end of level 29.
Roger Dodger. I think we might get there.
Aiden's a very good chance we get there. The widget says we should get there, but the widget is confused about these Americans.
I am too, these days.
I understand.
No diamonds on the flop, but a pair of 10s.
Maybe blockers are real?
Mr. Madsen. By the way, those of you asking about the free roll, late registration is open for another 25 minutes. The password is Perry, because Katy Perry had a residency here at Resorts World last year. She did her last show at Resorts World while the NAPT was taking place. So PERRY will get you into that free roll. And remember, these are free rolls exclusively for PokerStars players in New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ontario, Canada.
Didn't you watch Katy Perry when you were out here?
We went to her last gig.
Yeah.
She came on stage an hour late because we had to wait for Harry and Meghan to arrive. And you know what? Wow. I don't think they paid for their tickets.
How dare they? And they kept everybody waiting.
Yep.
Madsen with the check back on the turn, just trying to exercise pot control against a stack that has him covered. You know, now with one last check from Marchington, you wonder, does Madsen want to try to get a little bit of value? Great kicker with his 10, so, you know, could get called by a lot of worse 10x, some 8x. You know, it would appear that Marchington has some showdown value, right? Given the fact that he's checked this all the way down. So you do see Madsen putting in a bet. It's never too late to get a little value.
The dude, Matty.
Any chance Marchington pays this off with a 5? No, folds. XVic, watching on YouTube, says good morning from the Asia. Hello, the Asia. This is Las Vegas calling. I can barely see Yokosawa, says Frank. He's right in the middle of the table. If he plays a hand, we'll focus on him. We're following the action. We're not just going to show players sat there twiddling their thumbs while other people play poker.
Well, so far we've just been seeing a whole lot of Jeff playing poker, which, you know, is understandable given his holdings and also his...
No, don't pan across. Keep Yokosawa in the shot. Don't pan across.
No, we want to see him drink water.
Oh, God damn, we just lost 500 viewers. Well done. Marchington, ace-9 suited in the small blind.
He's not going to let Madsen have all the fun. After all, he is the chip leader.
Well, Madsen elects to call the 3-bet, and these two big stacks will go to the flop. Ace, king, tray. It's Marchington who flops best and is a 95% favorite in this hand.
Unreal. Always an ace on the desk. What a frustrating flop for nines when you get re-raised.
Yeah, especially because, you know, we have seen Marchington be quite liberal with his 3-bets with the chip lead, but, you know, it's just not the texture you can really comfortably continue on, even if you feel like Marchington has that part of his range, the 3-bet bluffs that don't contain an ace.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Don't get sticky, Jeffy.
We saw him get pretty sticky. At least one other hand. I think he's going to get away. Yeah, he folded it in his mind already.
He does get away as we have what might be our first or maybe only second bad lookalike of the day. Charles Leopold says, Matt Affleck looks like the guy that was in that Wolverine movie recently.
Said you don't have any?
Ryan Reynolds? I'll allow it. It's Chat Pro Saturday. Matt Affleck, spitting image of Ryan Reynolds.
I mean, it's like having Ryan Reynolds at the table.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for your comment.
Sorry, at least I won all those other hands.
Madsen currently 4th in chips, hovering around the 40 big blind mark. In fact, it's pretty bunched up right now. Very little between Affleck, Mika, Madsen, and Johnson in terms of stack size. Kohlberg playing 50 bigs. Marchington, the chip leader, with 70 bigs. Yang Lee still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Thank you, with 6 big blinds.
Sorry, I was just reading this Chat Pro Saturday comment. Streams I usually watch, this is from Chai's again. Chai's Monad. Streams I usually watch on mute, I find my thoughts more interesting.
His thoughts are more interesting. We have to objectively agree to that.
Of course, I'm just glad that he doesn't have access to my bosses, or he'd probably replace me.
We've got Mika's... Oh, interestingly, so hang on, Jeff Madsen limped and then Mika raised?
Yeah, and I think this is just a function of the fact that Madsen has a hand he wants to try to get to the flop with, right? And he sees kind of the big stacks behind potentially squeezing, and so he decides, you know, he doesn't want to face a raise. You know, if he raises and he gets 3-bet, that would make it really tough. But if he limps and somebody raises behind him, perhaps he can still see a flop with the suited ace, but not when you have Marchington putting in the 3-bet with king-queen on the button. And You know, this is just going to mean that the ace-8 suited's going to fold. But what about the ace-queen suited? You know, it's like you can see this coming almost when you are Mika. You're just like, man, I know I have the chip leader behind me, but my hand is too good not to raise with. But now you're facing this 3-bet when there is a ton of ICM pressure, but your hand is still so good. I mean, I would really lean towards calling here. I really think folding is kind of a big mistake, especially when you have suited. I mean,
Yang Lee, 6 big blinds is going to make people do some funky stuff.
For sure, but you know what? See a flop. Try to realize some equity with a really good holding.
What if clubs are your unlucky suit?
Well, if you're enjoying our live coverage of the NAPT, a reminder that we will be streaming the next European Poker Tour event. In fact, it's the season finale, just ahead of Christmas in Prague, December 4th through 15th. The last 5 days of the main event will be streamed live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channel. And there's a unique event, the first event of its kind taking place at EPT Prague, the first ever Spin and Go Championship. A series of 3-handed tournaments featuring 74 qualifiers and 7 special guests competing for 100,000 euros in guaranteed prize money.
Can I have special guests?
Unfortunately, I think Nick Walsh is pretty much guaranteed one of those spots, and we can't lose anyone else from the booth, because I guarantee you, she ain't coming to Prague. Griffin wants to play the main event. Nick wants to do his spin and go thing. It's just going to be you and me, buddy.
Nick deserves to play the spin and go thing. That's fine. Speaking of Nicks.
Marchington just really trying to create some separation between him and the rest of the pack, and he's been doing a good job of that, you know, staying very active and having some good spots. You know, of course, you know, he's not going to just be 3-betting with anything earlier. He had King Queen, which, you know, blocks a lot of the premium holdings. You know, it wasn't like he's just going to be in there with anything.
Eight-5 deuce is the flop. Lee checks the gut shot over to the pre-flop razor. Marchington also with a gut shot.
Yeah, and just gonna put Lee all in. Essentially, gonna make him call off his stack if he wants to continue. And, you know, unfortunately, don't think he's gonna want to come along. Just gonna get shorter now with 3 big blinds.
Is it crazy just to stop and go with that hand if you're Lee?
I think I would have preferred that, you know, because I think once you check, you don't really want to call it off. But it is one of those spots that you do think that Marchington is just gonna call you. You don't really have a ton of fold equity, even if you elected to stop and go. But you know, if you had a little bit more, then I think that's definitely a line that you want to consider taking.
Diesel asks, are they reading YouTube comments or Twitch? Yes. Thank you for your question. Affleck putting some chips in with 10s. And Marchington with ace-7 suited. Gets a little look from Affleck. After 3-betting to 440,000. Marchington's a little devil. Johnson with the dominating ace, ace-jack off, but Marchington's bravado here is going to get better hands to fold.
Yeah, and this is just the power of leveraging your chip stack in this situation when there's, you know, so many shorter stacks and you're a middling stack and you're facing all of this pressure from the biggest stack, it's really, really tough. You know, you have such a strong hand here, like tens, you know, definitely want to continue, but you just hate the fact that these pots get so bloated and get so inflated because you have the chip leader to your left and they're not going to make it cheap for you. You know, Marchington has been lucky in the sense that he's getting the combos to do it with, right? Again, he's not just going to be applying this pressure with any two. You know, of course, you know, doing it with these suited aces or, you know, the king queens, those all make sense. But if you don't get dealt that, then you're not really able to apply this much pressure.
5 deuce deuce is the flop. Couple of spades. 10's got to be loving this. Do you think the players have any idea how loose Marchington has been with his 3-bets? Has there been time for the information to catch up with them?
I mean, I don't even think that they need the delay to catch up. I think it's just a matter of how much they think Marchington knows about, you know, ICM and, you know, how he would play his hands and his ranges because of that. I think knowing Nick, I think they would give him credit for obviously understanding what he needs to do, the types of hand he's going to do it with. So they do expect him to be, you know, somewhat out of line and somewhat wide in these spots.
Affleck now facing a bet of 260,000. And as suspected, not going anywhere. Can he fade a scare card on the turn? No.
Wow.
Not just a scare card, a card that connects hard with Marchington. Puke.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have loved to see another low card roll off and see if Marchington was willing to just empty the clip in this spot and try to get Affleck off of these types of hands, these, you know, middling pairs. But now Marchington has a lot of showdown value. The best hand right now just, you know, isn't a spot where he is bluffing any longer. Now he's trying to get value from these hands. He understands that the way that it's been played so far, that's going to be a big part of Affleck's range.
Bet's like 1/10 pot, under 1/10 pot.
Yeah, I think he recognizes that Affleck is going to know that this ace will hit Marchington, you know, a high percentage of the time. And so, you know, doesn't really want to go too big on the sizing. You know, this size has the potential to still keep, of course, all of the weaker hands in. It's a card that you expect Marchington as the pre-flop 3-better to be betting again on.
I mean, you just call and try to hit your 10 for this amount of money?
Yeah, I mean, I
What if you hit the 10 of spades? You really have one out you like here, don't you? Fine. I get it. Affleck does let it go. Marchington up to 91 big blinds, which is equal to Kohlberg and Johnson's stacks combined. That's the number 2 and number 3 in chips. Marchington, number 1 of.
What I would really like to see is Kohlberg start to take advantage of his position at the table, right? You're second in chips and you're to Marchington's left. So anytime he folds, it should kind of be a green light for you to take that spot of bullying the rest of the table. You know, we have seen Kohlberg play quite tight. He had been on the short stack for a while, so now that he does have more chips, I'd really like to see him shift gears when Marchington is out of the pot.
Yen says the 10 of spades would be a full house. That's right, whether it's a full, or whether it's a Chat Pro Saturday or not.
This is the case where they are actually.
You're right.
And we're not
You're
just
right.
being sarcastic.
No, that's right either way. Correct. Good job.
Did they not read them?
Ace, King, Jack. This flop, top pair for Madsen. Defending after this raise from Kohlberg.
I think this is just a spot where you bet range as Kohlberg, you know, and he does go ahead and bet.
Nick, what are you going to do with 740?
Oh, Kurt.
Yeah.
I do think it'd be pretty cool to try to put a lot of pressure on, you know, some weak one pair hands that you think Madsen could have here. Obviously, Queen 10 is a possibility when he defends from the big blind, but his range is somewhat capped when he just calls from the big. You know, Kohlberg can't really like the jack pairing though, because if Madsen called with bottom pair on the flop, then obviously there's just going to be a lot of improvement to trips. And then it also makes a hand like an ace-x a bit stronger because they're going to be chopping with other ace-x's.
Goes check, check on the turn. 6 of spades on the river.
And I think it's nice, you know, for Madsen because there are so many, you know, misdraws, some of the 10x, some of the queen x hearts that you do want to try to get some value, hoping that Kohlberg maybe has a king x. Again, you're chopping with all the other ace x's, you know, outside of ace king. You're going to, you know, not necessarily be taking yourself to value town, basically, if you bet here and you get called by, you know, a hand like ace 10 or ace 9. But Kohlberg can't really call, just a little too weak, even though there are a lot of misdraws.
Just shipped Triton 50K.
Jeff Madsen chipping up a little bit there.
I wasn't ever in contention, but
Still third in chips. Well, now third in chips, I should say. Just slightly surpassed Marco Johnson.
Yeah, I don't. It's very hard.
Steven's the sickest one because though he plays like 25 cases, he doesn't play like Tritons.
Agreed,
So
yeah. I mean, he doesn't even play that many 25
Yeah.
Ks. Like, he doesn't play, like,
for him to have won it before and then like be able to try to win it again is crazy.
He's a killer.
I'm a Triton player of the year? What player
Uh,
of the year?
Total.
GPI.
Total. GPI.
Season's almost over.
Yeah, it will end of the year.
Nick Marchington actually has it this time, opening.
It's almost unfair.
It is almost unfair.
It's like the main event.
There's nothing fair about poker. If it was, you would win every time.
Oh, that's so nice.
I assume.
I feel like on any given day you could have taken that as an insult, but today
All these other aggressive
I got it through as a compliment.
Wow. Did you really try to like level me there though? Were you trying
No,
to
of
insult
course
me
not.
and
No.
have me not know?
Finally had it.
Certainly not.
You finally had it. No, I've actually had it a lot today. Like
Sometimes I think I'm like, you know what? I want to win this tournament, but then I'm like, no, I'd rather save up my run good for life stuff.
I've been saving my run good for a long time, and I'm going to need it on Wednesday.
Right.
I'm playing on
Big
No
day.
Gamble, No Future on Wednesday, and I just found out what the blinds are. 100, 100.
You know, it's so weird because when people say yes to appear on these cash games, they know this information before they commit. It's funny how you do things in reverse.
I might be the only guy who's on television who pays to be on television instead of getting paid to be on television.
You literally said yes first, then asked for the lineup and the stakes after. Something is wrong here.
Yang Lee all in. Joel Mika with my favorite hand, Janina. Jack 9 suited. Passes. Brock Wilson makes the call. He is dominated. Lee's got a shot.
Oh, just coming out, okay? Okay. Don't be happy yet.
Is Brock Wilson gonna bad beat Yang Lee out of this tournament?
Masato stopped him from celebrating too early.
You have the best hand?
Large chance of chop. King, Queen, Jack. Bigger chance of chop now.
What card?
More than half the time, this board's gonna run out with only the kings playing. Oh, but it is always coming 7. And Yang Lee now needs the Yangtze River to stay alive in this tournament. Not good enough. Full house for Wilson. Yang Lee is bad beat. Exits in 9th place. $70,800. Pretty good score.
I feel like that's a good.
And we are now at the official final table.
I had a 7.
You had a 7?
Yikes.
Apparently that was the last, not the last 7, but there was one less 7 out there.
I was happy.
Brock Wilson, after getting coolered moments ago, picks up a few more chips, is now second from the bottom with 27 big blinds. The short stack, the danger zone stack, now belongs to Masato Yokosawa. Just 14 bigs. We're in the final minute of late registration for the free rolls, by the way. Don't ask me what the password is or how to find them. You're on your own. That's too much pressure for me. I wasn't here when all that happened. Good luck. 2 more eliminations, and we are going to call it quits for today. Otherwise, we're going to finish out the 30 minutes of this level and another 75-minute level. 90-minute level? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
A lot of respect for Kohlberg's under the gun +1 open. Pulled it all the way around to Wilson in the small blind. Gonna muck.
Aces?
So does the big. Someone said aces. That's what Kohlberg's range is in their mind from early position. Aces or kings.
Kohlberg now second in chips on 50 bigs. Love all the support in chat for Masato Yokosawa. Marco Johnson, ace 10. You know what? I was just thinking to myself how much I would hate looking down and seeing that hand with that stack. position.
8 folds.
Everybody folds. Everybody's scared of you.
Now, Maria, regarding my appearance in this 100-100, I know you have no future. Is it unethical to sell more than 100% of myself, as long as I'm telling people I'm selling more than 100% of myself? If I end up having to pay out...
Yeah. I mean, the answer is no then.
Okay.
As long as it is fully disclosed.
I'm looking to sell, I'm going to buy them for $10,000. I'm looking to sell around 25K worth of action. Who wants some? Even if I try to lose, I could still win. Which is probably what would happen if I sold 250% of myself. Sato Yokosawa, king-queen suited. Opts to go for the raise. Wilson, king-queen offsuit.
Definitely a little peculiar, I think, to Wilson that Yokosawa didn't elect to just shove with his stack. You know, does he have some raise folds here? Is he trapping with top of range?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Wilson had called already. Excuse me.
Excuse you. No, Wilson is deciding what to do with his holding against this min open. Does fold.
Good PokerCoaching.com ad, both of you, side by side.
Affleck's going to ditch 69. Nick is out in the small blind. What do you got in the big there, Kurt? No, not gonna play. What a read.
Is out. I'm satisfied with it.
Trizball says, you can find people to buy, Joe? Where are these people? Tell me now. I could sell easily. I would sell out in 5 minutes if I sold 100% of my action to play in this game. There's a lot of dumb people out there, is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, just put, well, I mean, you have a lot of followers. There's definitely, once you put it on social media, you're just going to snap it up.
Exactly. I think Josh R.A. owes me money, by the way, from when I sold action via his goofy little site. He was like, yep, you're up this much.
Did you say goofy little?
His goofy little site.
No, I thought you said another word after that.
No. What did it sound like I said? I did drop apparently a very offensive racial slur earlier today that I'd never heard before.
What?
Yeah.
How are you not canceled?
I thought my dad taught me all of them. It was weird to have heard a new one. He's going to be thrilled. Marchington is going to raise and take it from the button. Things eerily quiet.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot more talkative when we were down to 2 tables. I mean, certainly the gravity of the situation has increased now that we are at the final table, 8 players left. And some big pots being played, to be fair, you know, just a lot of 3-bet pots, you know, an early all-in confrontation.
Well, one thing that was said, if you say PokerCoaching.com 3 times, Jonathan Little appears. And there he is in the chat. Hey, buddy.
You can give me a walk.
You know, Jonathan Little took me out for one of the most fun nights of my life.
Really?
Yeah. Me, him, Boston Rob, Tyson, Apostle, a couple other Survivor cast members. Had a blast. He took us all out to dinner in L.A. Great time.
I mean, I'm assuming it didn't just end at dinner.
No,
And
it did. Yeah, no,
what
it ended at
else?
dinner. It was just a really nice, fun dinner. I mean, the best part was when he took out his credit card and I didn't have to pay. Like, that's really what made it. You know me. You know me and a free dinner.
Yeah.
Better than work.
Can you make your chips like able to count? It's hard to know how much you have. Like it's like, yeah. No, you're good. It's just you like mash them up. It's hard to kind of tell.
I know that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, but if someone said that to me, I would just knock on my
When the
chips
pink's
over
on top of the
immediately.
orange, it's hard.
Really hard. That's good. Yeah, you highlight that. Just with 15 seconds, like.
Marchington still way out on top, still with more chips than Kohlberg and Madsen combined. And he's going to open this pot with King Jack and the hijack. What do you got there, Marco? Ace tray off. Jeffrey can't play the 8 tray.
Marchington making it look easy.
So when Jeff won Player of the Year in 2006, was that the year they gave away a truck for the Player of the Year? I feel like it was.
I think it might be, actually.
Wonder what he did with that truck. I don't think I've ever seen Jeff drive.
I remember, you know, Jeff and Brandon Cantu buying houses next to each other after they won their bracelets early on in their career, or like it was on the same street.
We're going to be friends forever.
And then, you know, definitely a lot of parties.
Jeff's house was party central for a while. One time we left a strip club and the cab driver didn't even need an address. Jeff just pointed and the guy knew where to go. Brock Wilson opening under the gun with Queen 10 suited. Madsen just going to call out of the small blind with Ace Jack. And here we go to the flop. Queen Jack 7, pair for both players. Wilson's better.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit cautious, you know, knowing that Madsen's range calling from the small blind against an under the gun open is going to be pretty strong, and, you know, will contain some better Queen X's, right? We'll have the King Queen, we'll have Queen Jack. Can certainly have a lot of hands that'll interact quite nicely with this board. So you see a bit of pot control here with the check back.
And that check back brings a quattro, 4 of spades.
You know, that check back definitely strengthens Madsen's holding in his mind, you know, with second pair, top kicker. Because I think you would imagine that Wilson's going to be betting some of his better Queen X's, right? I think Ace Queen would have C-bet there. So now Madsen is going for a little bit of value. But Wilson has a really easy call, you know, once you check back and you're in position now, you've got top pair, you know, certainly kept the pot small enough where you could very comfortably call.
And call he does. To the river. It's another jack trips for Madsen. Terrible river for Wilson.
Now you wonder if Madsen might want to start polarizing, you know, some of these missed draws. The flush doesn't get there. King 10, you know, 10-9. 10-9 suited, King 10 suited, all hands that you would imagine is going to call from the small blind.
A pure value bet from Madsen, just under half pot.
It's kind of tough for Wilson, right? Because, you know, you're blocking Queen Jack. You're thinking what hands would lead turn, right? Obviously, some of these draws are going to lead the turn. You know, maybe King Queen. But what hands lead the turn and still bet the river, right? There's not as many. You know, because if you had King Queen, you would lead turn, but you'd probably check river when the jack pairs. So there are going to be a certain number of bluffs here in Madsen's range. And again, you block full houses, you block the Queen Jack. Yeah, you do see the chips go in because of that.
Madsen gets paid. And poor Brock Wilson has been taking it on the chin this level. Major cooler, mini cooler. Now the shortest stack at the table has to post this hand. Has 15 big blinds behind.
Can't really blame him for calling there. There's definitely going to be a lot of busted draws. You know, having the 10 isn't great because you do block some of those, you know, King 10 suited, 10-9 suited that I mentioned. But, you know, there's still, I think, quite a few bluffs there that, again, makes it a call that you can't really feel too bad about. I know it feels really bad right now because now you're sitting there as the short stack. But I think in theory it seems fine.
Just 15 minutes left on this level. Jeff Madsen second in chips, 53 big blinds. Nicholas Marchington still the chip leader with 100 big blinds.
9 raised to 175,000, 10 fold,
And
1 fold.
Matt Affleck is going to open Queen Jack suited. Gets a fold from a few players, including Marchington. Madsen likely to go as well.
6 folds, 7 folds.
And B. Wilson in the BB folds ace-6. Nice pickup there for Affleck. Definitely not sweating it. Opening with Queen Jack and taking the blinds and antes.
Why do I have Yankee Doodle stuck in my head? Do you know why?
Maybe it's just a little good old-fashioned American patriotism.
Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, it's public domain, so have at it. Sing it to your heart's content. Jonathan Little chimes in to say, great play from Matt there. Is that the kind of thing you can learn on pokercoaching.com to raise and take it? If so, you're not charging enough. Ace Jack suited for Johnson. Yay!
Ooh.
And a couple of babes for Joel Micka.
We don't like to be referred to as babes.
Who's we?
Or sweeties.
Are you a pocket queen?
Or
talking about an inanimate object.
Or honey. Or
yeah, I did say object.
Little lady. Yeah, this is tough for Johnson. You know, he really hasn't played very many hands, and, you know, the first time he opens, pretty much, he gets 3-bet, and he does have a pretty looking hand. You know, definitely the suited variety makes it much closer decision. I think if it's offsuit, he might just, you know, decide to fold, given the fact that Mika has also been pretty tight, but does still end up folding even though it's the suited variety.
That's the same fellow that folded ace-10. Electing not to open it from early position.
Some 25Ks or 100Ks? As much as you want to give me. Just trying to.
Bellagio Tunnel says, how much do we love Maria's voice? They've already been timed out once, Maria. If you want, I'd be more than happy. It's kind of got a creepy edge to it, right? Isn't it weird when people say that they love your voice?
I feel like it's better than them hating my voice, so I don't get creeped out by it.
Is it better?
But you're the man with the band hammer. I mean, do with it what you will, but...
I'm going to let it fly for now. You're on thin ice.
I just want to make sure you're not power tripping, though. I have to keep
Oh, no,
you in
I am
check.
absolutely power tripping every single time. That's the whole point. King, queen for Mika.
7 raises to 175,000. 8 folds. 9 folds.
And Nick Marchington, the chip leader, is going to defend with Studio 54. I see a 4, and I see an up and down straight draw. Mika whiffs.
Running pure. When I defend with 5-4, it comes ace, king, queen.
Martin just leads at it. I love it. He's like, you know I caught a piece of this.
And even if I didn't, what are you going to do
What are
about
you gonna
it?
do about it with your king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack? Marchington marching his way to the final day of this event. Marching up and down the field. Marching all over your face. Ton. Maria, I'm glad we're working together today because I feel like I haven't gotten enough of you this week. I feel like we were 2 ships passing in the night.
Yeah, you were too busy for me, basically. Tried to
Yeah, that's correct.
grab you for a slice and wine. You were nowhere to be found.
That's not true. That's
okay,
not
you're
how-
right. That's not true.
But I was too busy for you.
I haven't had pizza since we had it the first, was it the first night or the second night that I was here?
I do have a bone to pick with you, and I'm going to bring it up in front of the general public right now. You told me that your fiance is the biggest Gronk fan in the world, and if I could maybe get something from Gronk, and I did something I never did, and I got Gronk's autograph, and I gave it to you, and you couldn't have acted any less impressed than when I handed you a piece of paper.
First of all, I
have
didn't know
never
what it
asked for an
was.
autograph ever in the 20 years I've been doing poker.
I didn't know what it was at first because it was on the back of your notes.
I handed him the big
of your
game rules
script.
sheet, which I thought would be cool for him to sign the front, but he flipped it over and signed the back. So what was I going to do? Be like, Gronk, you didn't do it the way I wanted you to.
Yeah, yeah. Shows what kind of friend you are.
Top pair for Marchington. Kohlberg hits 1 heart. Barely a straight card. I'm sorry that I asked Gronk for an. My boss is in here now. I'm sorry I asked Gronk for an autograph. I know it was unprofessional. I did it for Maria.
175.
I'm in big trouble now.
You're going to get your bathroom privileges taken away. You're going to have to stay in here from now until we're done. No breaks for you.
No betting on the flop. Turns a deuce.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him really tight too. Like queen doesn't ever get called by anything.
And by the way, Gronk's autograph takes a long time to sign. I don't know what he's thinking. It's like a 12-second autograph.
He's remembering how to spell his name.
Oh, he does have a long name, I guess.
He does. No, he seemed awesome, though.
He was super cool. Marchington finally bets with top pair, finally wins the pot.
Yeah, I think especially against players where you don't feel like they're going to stab too often, you have to start betting your own hands for value. Whereas, you know, opponent dependent, you might want to try to trap a certain type of player more.
Did Lex play this event or just the big game? I think just the big game. I don't think Lex played the main. You might have seen him.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Lex is, you know, big time. He's a very busy man.
I know Lex came here specifically to play the big game, so I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't play the main. Unfortunately, the big game and the main sort of overlapped. It would be really hard to do both. I think there was only one day you could have played big game and also still played the main event. Unless you had really no confidence in yourself and you knew you were going to go broke on day one, which I don't recommend.
10 raised to 180.
Nick Marchington, almost unfair. Ace-queen suited on the button.
Yeah, is either getting big hands or, you know, when he doesn't have big hands, connects with flops. But not taking anything away from him, certainly has been maneuvering the way a chip leader should.
Mm-hmm. And Johnson is going to defend with queen 8 suited, is dominated. Will there be diamonds? Yeah, diamond. But a gut shot.
Yeah, we saw in a similar situation earlier when there were 2 tables left, Johnson kind of leading these flops that he feels like favor his range more. Wonder if he might elect to do the same thing here. Marchington does have backdoor clubs, which might keep him interested.
This is an interesting approach. The donk lead.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good turns for Johnson to continue.
Johnson.
But, you know, on some terms, he's just going to check and give up.
And there's another club. So the double barrel ain't gonna work.
You get a 45, and then one more level.
Johnson lays up.
I thought someone said we didn't get it.
They have 45 minutes?
We do.
Wow.
I thought we didn't. I thought we just played it out. I have no idea what time it is.
Y'all are playing it out. No dinner break.
I didn't think we would take a...
I think so. There is a dinner break.
Phones,
Oh, there's a dinner break and then one more level. No one told me that.
I was like, really?
Good thing I'm not telling the players. What I say doesn't matter.
And you see Marchington not going to give Johnson a free card here. You know, if, in Marchington's mind, if Johnson led with a 1-pair type hand, a 6x, a 5x, you know, just trying to get some protection there, you know, he's not going to let him get to the river cheaply. Going to put pressure on a lot of hands and
very, very scared.
Continues to build.
These young guys.
Stuck in Micros asks, as the big game already televised, or when will it be shown? So yeah, so we did a new season of the big game. Hey, Jonathan Tamayo on the rail. Is it Tamayo or Tamayo?
I'm trying to become
You
the
say
champ.
Tamayo, I say Tamayo.
I'm trying to become the champ like you. I'm trying to become the champ like you.
There was a season of the Big Game film last year that aired over the summer, and we just shot another one over the last 3 days. It'll probably air a little sooner this year, I'm thinking. I don't know if it'll take all the way to summer, but I can't say for sure.
6 folds, 7 folds.
B-Rock Wilson, King Jack. 1 minute and 10 left on the clock, so this will be the last hand. Maybe squeeze in one more.
80,000, 9 folds, 10 folds.
Well, if everyone folds, we are going to get one more in. Oh, everyone will not be folding.
Yeah, Brock.
All in.
Brock's getting shoved on. Well said.
He will not be calling.
And we will be getting one more hand in. This is going to be the last hand before the break. Then a dinner break. Then one last level, or we play down to 6 players. Maria, real quick, because I don't think I know the answer to this. Eric Scott Gold wants to know, who is your favorite poker player of all time? Is there someone specific who got you into poker?
I don't think I have a favorite because, you know, to be honest, when I first started playing poker, it wasn't actually, it was pre-Moneymaker era, which, you know, dates me a little bit, but it's fine. I'm okay with it. I've
You
learned to
dated Chris
accept.
Moneymaker?
So, you know, poker just was not that popular. So it wasn't like I was watching it on TV for years before I got into the game. I have some players that I really like and admire, but I would not say that there's one player that got me into the game.
What a flop for Jeff Madsen. Thank you for that, Maria. Pair of 7s is the best hand, and a couple of hearts. Domination, rotation. You have to understand that Maria's been playing since the 1970s, and there was no one on TV then.
I mean, I was lucky to even have a TV.
She saw an episode of Mork and Mindy. That's what inspired her to get out to the Commerce Casino back when it was self-dealing.
9 bets, 250,000.
Affleck.
Ugh, really stepping in it here.
Yeah, but, you know, he feels like there's going to be a lot of favorable turns, which is why he's just going to see bet
There is
here.
not a lot of favorable turns.
In his mind.
No, I understand, but I get to see the hold cards. I get to be the all-knowing commentator, and I think this is a terrible bet.
It is Chat Pro Saturday.
That's
so
right.
You are
I'm the biggest chat pro of them all.
correct.
Madsen does not call, elects to raise. Matt, go to dinner. Get some food. Get a sandwich. Carb up. Enter ketosis. Whatever it is, don't do it now. Let's it go. Jeff Madsen's going to take down the last hand of this level. Firmly in second place with 8 players remaining in the North American Poker Tour Las Vegas main event. Chip counts of the 8 remaining players right there for your eye holes. Nicholas Marchington, still daddy. 90 big blinds. Jeff Madsen, 47 bigs. Quite a distance between them, but Madsen is firmly in second. Has some distance between him and Kurt Kohlberg. This is what they're playing for. Yang Lee, the first bust out of the final 9. Everyone now guaranteed $92,000. Make it to 4th, you make better than $250,000, almost $500,000 for second place, and $750,000 for first. We're heading to dinner break. One more level or 2 eliminations. Back after this.
Jonathan Jaffe first to speak. He'll muck the 6-9. Jason Mercier has Queen 10.
Jason's in early middle position. A lot of tight players would fold this 9-handed.
We're at 16.
He makes it 1,600. Pocket 6s for von Kriegenberg. He will call. Joe Sweeney will fold, as does Micah Raskin. Michael Pesek gives up the small blind. Eugene Kachalov has ace-jack in the big blind.
We should see a call here, even though Eugene's out of position.
He will call, so 3-way to the flop.
Von Kriegenberg's 6s are best.
The flop is Jack 3-4. Kachalov takes the lead with top pair, top kicker. He has checked to the razor. And Jason Mercier makes a continuation bet of 2,350.
It's not a horrible flop for 2 6s, only 1 overcard out there.
But von Kriegenberg decides to let his pocket pair go. Kachalov makes the call.
I think once Eugene calls, Jason knows he's behind, or at least has very little equity.
The turn card is the Queen of Spades. Mercier moves in front. Kachalov now has a better flush draw to go with his pair of jacks.
Jason's run pretty good in this tournament, and this turn card is no exception. Have to see if the spade is an action killer.
Goes check, check. The river is the deuce of diamonds.
Jason Mercier with the best hand. Kachalov has missed the bust to Value Town. Now it looks like he's attempting to get on one going the wrong direction.
He leads out for 2,700.
There's Eugene's dad, Alex Kachalov. And there's Jason's new girlfriend, Erica.
Always good to have support on the rail.
Jason's still facing a river bet.
93.
And he raises it to 9,300.
Okay, so I'll often give Jason a hard time for running good, but this is what makes him a great poker player. It's a thin spot for a value raise, and he's made a ridiculously accurate read. Eugene's a great player in his own right, though, and he may not want to call off 10% of his stack on a river raise.
He does let it go. So Mercier wins a pot with nearly 23,000 in it, much to Erica's delight.
And if Eugene's dad is anything like my dad, it's nothing but disappointment.
So Jason Mercier is now back to just about even, just over his starting stack. All 9 players still remain. Actions folded to Eugene Kachalov, with the blinds now at 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. Kachalov is going to raise with ace deuce of diamonds under the gun +1.
Kind of a loose raise from that position, but I'll cut him a break since it's suited.
King Jack for Scott Blackman goes in the muck.
As Ali G says, respect.
Jason Mercier has ace 6 offsuit. And he will pass.
More respect.
Joe Sweeney has 8-9 of hearts.
Sweeney didn't get the memo. No one else is wearing the jerseys today. Awkward.
Call.
Well, he's going to call from the small blind, and Micah Raskin will fold the big blind.
Typically, this would be a loose call, but it's not so bad early on when blinds are low and you're pretty deep. And it was a min raise, so he's getting a good price.
The flop is all diamonds, the nut flush for Kachalov.
Joe Sweeney's flop middle pair. He's first to act. What is he doing?
I think he's looking at the flop in close-up.
They're all red, so maybe that's confusing him. He's not supposed to bet this at all. He's supposed to check to the razor.
He's counting his chips. He's got about 28,000 behind.
Eugene has to be a little confused and probably also thrilled.
What? He's all in?
I call I have a flush.
Absolutely.
Good hand, brother.
Sweeney drawing dead to a running full house or quad, so he might as well start running for the door.
A strange move by Sweeney, and he is drawing dead on the turn, and he will be the first player out of this final table.
Good job, mate. Good plan.
Mr. Kachaloff, go give that man a hug because he just gave your boy an absolute gift.
Hi, big fella. Nice run.
Yeah, but a bit of a misstep there. He will walk away with $50,000 that he earned from the first round of this tournament. Eugene Kachaloff looks down here at ace-7.
Just one ace, but it's suited.
He raises from under the gun +1 to 3,200. Jonathan Jaffe has king-jack.
Jaffe won enough money playing poker during college that he bought a house. Guaranteed I paid for some of that house.
He has 3-bet to 6,000 from the cutoff.
Jason's in position.
Pocket nines on the button, and he will 4-bet to 11,700. Micah Raskin is in the big blind with 7-10 of spades. He will muck, so back to Kachaloff, the initial raiser.
Eugene should realize at least one of these guys hasn't beat.
He wisely folds.
On.
Jaffe shoves.
Call.
And Jason Mercier will call.
Looks like Jason had a plan all along in this hand, got Jaffe to think he was trying to steal it, and then snap called the all-in.
Binks it.
Jaffe's buddy's calling for some binkage. These two are racing. Jason has the slight mathematical advantage, like peanut butter versus jelly.
Jaffe looking to hit one of his 2 overcards to Jason's 9s. The flop is 10-3-10.
No big for you. Safe flop for Jason. Jaffe did flop some backdoor outs, but still really only looking for a king or a jack.
The turn is a jack. So now it's Mercier who needs to hit.
Jason has to hate the turn. Whatever, bro.
Take a black card. Just any black card.
See, Jason gets it. You can't be too greedy.
He needs a 9, but it's an ace on the river, so Jonathan Jaffe will double up through the defending champion.
And don't worry too much, Erica. Your boyfriend's still in pretty good shape because he's Jason Mercier.
Well, Jonathan Jaffe has taken the chip lead at the final table. Let's have a look at how all the players stack up right now. Jaffe has just under 100,000 in chips. Eugene Kachaloff not too far behind him in second. Taylor von Kriegenberg in third. Jason Mercier is now the table short stack with just under 25,000.
After losing that big race, Jason Mercier could very well be steaming. I think we're about to see the chat box light up.
Nothing like running into the bottom of my range.
Jason saying 2-9 is the worst hand he'd ever do that with, and apparently that's hilarious.
Just mess around. Nice hand.
You gotta love the fun, exciting post-hand poker talk.
Action is on Jimmy Ginther. Now, he bubbled the main event in LA last year, and it was Jason Mercier who took him out.
Says he wants Jason's bounty most of all and is gonna buy 10 grand worth of cotton candy with it. He should save some of that money for dental bills and insulin.
Action's been folded to Jason Mercier, who has king 9 of clubs.
Jason's in late position and has about 15 big blinds.
And he has moved all in. Micah Raskin, ace-4 in the small blind. He'll fold. Michael Pesek's in the big blind with jack 9.
Pesek's got a marginal hand and he is dominated, but he's got the chips to spare. Jason's bounty adds massive equity to this pot.
Pesek giving this some serious consideration. He's called.
Michael will call.
And Jason will see the good news.
The bounty equity and the thought of Jason's face on his nightstand have talked Michael Pesek into making a pretty loose call, and Jason's in great shape to double up.
3-1 favorite with 5 cards to come.
Michael Pesek looking to catch a 3-outer. If he does, Jason won't leave empty-handed. He's got 6 bounty chips to take home.
Is it sick that I was almost rooting for a call? Is that weird?
No reason to sit there short-stacked, either double up or take a drive through scenic Uncasville.
The flop has a jack on it, but Mercier does have a gut shot, and his king is still live.
Oh yeah, and he's Jason Mercier.
Come on, Ronnie.
Summoning the spirit of Ronnie Barder.
I'll take a king, too. King works.
King or a 10. It's a 3 on the turn.
We just saw Vanessa Selps go back-to-back here at Mohegan Sun, but now the defending champ of this event is 1 card away from getting bounced out of here.
Are we about to lose Jason Mercier? Of course we're not. He hits on the river. He always hits on the river.
Was there ever any doubt? He's Jason Mercier.
Yeah, I run so good. so pure.
Well, Mercier's been all over the place so far today, and once again, he's back to just about where he started. Actions on Eugene Kachelov. He's folded. Jimmy Ginther has Queen 9 of spades.
Ginther's been playing pretty tight.
36. 36.
And now he's raising to 3,600 from under the gun +1.
Let's see if this raise gets him any respect.
Ace Queen here for Scott Blackman.
I don't see him folding this with his stack.
Well, he is virtually all in. He's left himself 75, 3 green chips. So the bet stands, 29,400. Ace King for Michael Pesek.
We could easily see a fourth bet.
He moves all in.
Actually, Pesek doesn't have enough for a full raise.
I don't really see how I can fold.
Just way too much equity in this pot with 2 bounties on the line.
So Ginther makes the call, and fun enough, Blackman doesn't pass for his last 75.
Michael Pesek is the favorite to just about triple up here. Blackman actually has the least amount of equity in this pot, and he can't even win a bounty, so he's in very bad shape.
Ginther could eliminate 2 players and claim 2 bounties here. The flop is 3-7-9, and Ginther takes the lead.
Ginther outflops everyone with 1 live card. Pesek now must hit an ace or a king to stay alive. And Blackman's dominated on one side, reverse dominated on the other. Terrible flop for him.
The turn card is the Jack of Spades. Now Scott Blackman is drawing dead.
Pesek can still win with an ace or a king.
Ginther, a 92% favorite to claim 2 bounties. That's $20,000. But it's a king on the river, and Pesek gets the triple up.
Ay-ya!
All right, one more card.
And he will also get Scott Blackman's bounty. While Jimmy Ginther is crippled, left with just 7,500. Scott Blackman's our 7th place finisher. No bounties for him today, but he did pick up 3 on his way to winning his first table. So he gets $42,000. And Michael Pesek is right back in this thing as 6 players remain in the quest for the trophy. Remember, whoever claims the most bounties gets the bounty bonus, $20,000. Blinds are up. We're playing 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. Taylor von Kriegenberg has folded, as does Michael Pesek. Action on Eugene Kachelov. He has Queen 3. He'll pass. Jonathan Jaffe is in the small blind. He's got King Queen of diamonds.
A very strong hand, heads up small to big, but man, oh man, how I do not envy him having Jason Mercier to his left. And in this case, Jason's in position also.
Jaffe's raised to 5,000. Jason's got 7-8 of diamonds and will defend his big blind.
I would personally just hand Jason's big blind back to him every hand.
3-7 ace, just 1 diamond on board. Jason flops second pair.
Let's see if Jaffe continues.
He does. He makes it 4,000.
Jason knows Jaffe doesn't necessarily have to have an ace to raise pre-flop or to bet the flop.
Looks like he's counting out chips for a raise. He moves all in. And Jaffe calls him.
Not much of Jonathan's stack from the call, and of course there's always bounty equity. Jason's in a good spot to double up. Erica very attentive now that there's all these diamonds in play, maybe catching a glimpse of her future. There's still a better than 1 in 5 chance Jaffe will catch up. He can hit a king, a queen, or running straight or flush cards.
The turn is the 5 of diamonds. They both pick up a flush draw. Jaffe's is better.
Not a good turn card for Jason. Jaffe picks up 9 more outs. Jason's still the 3-1 favorite to double up in this spot.
I mean, how many diamonds are in this deck, really?
We're little black cards, right, Jason?
I know. I don't really want.
Let's see the river. Diamond saturated.
Jason has to fade kings, queens, and diamonds. It is the 9 of hearts on the river. Mercier gets the double up.
Of course he dodged all those outs. Did I mention he's Jason Mercier?
Well, Jonathan Jaffe still has the chip lead with nearly 121,000. And Jason doubles up with middle pair.
action will start here on Phil Hellmuth with 9-7 offsuit. Limps again.
Phil's been limping around all week. Hasn't really worked out for him so far, but he should probably keep trying.
King tray of diamonds for Minieri. Raises to 1100. Over to Elke. Folds. Locke, who just got caught bluffing.
I played that hand poorly.
Calls.
In so many ways.
I get off the tilt juice.
Hard to get off that tilt teat.
6-8 for the cannon. And he's going to defend.
Pretty loose, but decent pot odds. Phil's got a call now.
And he does. Four-way action to the flop. 7 king, 7 rainbow. Hellmuth hits trips.
I meant to say Phil Hellmuth's a genius.
Martinez checks, and Hellmuth checks.
Dario's got top pair, and he had the pre-flop betting lead. This could get ugly for him.
Bets 2,600. Lock is out. Martinez out.
For Hellmuth, this is probably a spot to just call. It would be easy to chase away action on such a dry board, even though we know Dario wouldn't fold top pair. Even a call would look pretty strong here, though.
There is the strong-looking call from Phil. We'll see a turn. King of spades, boat for Dario.
I don't know a lot of Italian poker terms, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, go!
Oh! Check from Hellmuth.
Really, really bad card for Phil. Especially since this looks like such a great card for Dario to keep barreling on.
53.
Minieri bets 5,300.
Almost impossible for Phil to get away since Dario has such an aggressive rep.
And Phil will not get away. Makes the call.
Well, he's not drawing dead. I mean, he could hit quads.
River, 9 of spades. No quads for Phil, and Minieri's got it locked up.
Totally inconsequential card.
Phil checks.
How big will Dario's value bet be?
$17,200 worth.
Nearly a pot-sized value bet. A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh, man.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I have it.
Oh boy, that's going to be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me at this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean,
I had the best on the turn, I had the best hand on the river.
The guys have 2 outs every pot we play.
the best hand pre-flop. And I had the best hand pre-flop, unless you're A7.
Nice hand, buddy.
Thanks, Chief.
I mean, what the is going on in this place? They do me
What the
kings
is going on
versus
the river? How
queens,
do you
I
call it? You
flop
always take a
trips.
bluff, I only wait for the nuts.
Oh, please, Dario. You know, I mean, you just cooled me off. You hit a 2-outer, and, you know, and now you're a genius, I
I
guess.
just betted my hand. I don't feel a genius.
That was pretty dirty, but not Dario's fault.
This has nothing to do with you.
But
I mean, I know, you know, I want to just trap you. I mean, I think you have 2 outs, or you're drawing dead. So I just call.
But I'm not make this in bet if the other king doesn't come. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't lose any more, right? You don't lose any more in the hand, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Chance for Dario to go back-to-back. He'll start the action here.
What are they doing to me? I mean, this is real.
Is that you think I'm stupid. That's the only thing that makes me crazy.
Phil had queens cold decked by Bill Perkins' kings earlier in the week. I see virtually no way Phil could lose with these kings.
And he min raises over to Minieri. Makes the call with the ace-5 suited. Elke out.
It's usually where you raise it up on me, Dario.
Yeah, he wanted Dario to 3-bet. No such luck.
Queen 4 for lock. Folds.
Cost me $4 to play.
Perkins calls with the 10-7.
I get to play against my new target. How many targets you have?
Target!
OMG, I think Phil's jealous.
To the flop, ace, ace, queen, and Dario has run down Phil again.
Bye-bye, kings.
I check.
Perkins checks. As does Hellmuth.
I know.
Checks around.
Dario trapping the trapper.
Turn, 5 of diamonds, full boat for Dario.
Now, even if Phil hits his king, he still loses.
Check.
Perkins checks.
I better bet. I got to bet.
You better bet something.
1,200.
Hellmuth bets 1,200.
Hellmuth runs worse than a 78 pacer. Dario could raise here, but he has virtually nothing to protect against, and he doesn't want to chase his action away.
Minieri calls.
I better fold.
And Perkins is done with it.
Phil's soon to be done with this whole game.
Jack of diamonds on the end.
How much will he fire into the abyss?
28.
Phil now guaranteed to lose at least another $2,800.
Dario knows he's raising, and he knows how much. He's just mentally preparing himself for the verbal abuse he's about to incur.
Dario makes it 6,600.
It's just a really kind of unreal night, huh? Wow, how can this happen every time I'm in the game here?
Phil doesn't do himself many favors, but he runs worse than a hot chick in a horror movie. And the carnage is unfortunately just as entertaining.
I guess you got me.
I got you. Never bluff.
Dario takes it down.
Ace-5. That's good.
Phil shows the kings.
Good the king didn't come on the river.
Look at that silver lining, huh?
It's unbelievable. This kid was drawn to a 2-outer on me, and a 3-outer, and a 4-outer.
You have pocket kings?
Yeah, pocket kings. I only lost 10,000, so it's pretty, good.
That's astounding.
It's astounding?
That you only lost 10,000.
You think I ever win? You think I ever win in this game with kings or queens? They always hit their frickin' weird card.
You know that weird card, the ace?
Dario Minieri, Jack 9, makes the call. Elke with Jack Trey of hearts. Looks like he wants to play, and he'll call out of the small blind.
Helmuth's practically priced in the whole table.
Queen 8 for a lock. And he'll call.
Let me look.
10 deuce for Perkins.
Go, please.
See, this is so sick. I limp with this hand for a specific reason.
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
It's a good trapper hand.
Says the man with only one leg.
Jack 4-9 rainbow, 2 pair for Dario.
Elke's flopped top pair, but it's not the best top pair. Dario has top pair with a kicker that's also a pair.
Elke bets 2,200. Lock folds. Over to Perkins.
I'm scared of you. Scared of that guy.
Folds.
The guy in the middle. He looks too serious.
Dario looks too serious. He looks like a lost puppy.
Helmuth calls 2,200 with a gut shot and 1 over.
Got shot to the nuts.
Action back on Dario.
The serious guy.
11,000.
I knew it. Saw that face.
That's a serious raise to 11,000 from Minieri.
Great spot for a raise. He can get called by draws and maybe even someone like Elke with top pair.
But Elke folds.
Phil doesn't have a ton of money left behind. He does have 1 over, but this would be a pretty loose call.
It's for a quarter of his stack.
We know Phil's stuck and steaming, which doesn't always lead to the best decisions.
All right, I call.
And Helmuth will make the call with the gut shot.
Helmuth's really gambling now.
To the turn. Queen of clubs, and this would be a bad time for a snack break. Phil hits his gut shot.
Yahtzee.
Checks.
I like the check by Phil. Dario's pretty likely to keep firing. That queen wasn't a good card for Dario, but he's still pretty likely to think he has the best hand.
He does. Bets 14,700.
Now this would be a pretty good spot for Phil to raise since Dario's probably got something. And like Michelangelo's David, Phil's got the stone nuts. Phil's been waiting all week to get a piece of Dario. And Phil does not have very much left behind.
I raise.
He's going to raise.
We're likely to see it all get in here.
29-9.
And Phil is all in.
I call. How many times do you want to run?
Dario makes the call.
Well, you might be drawing dead, so I'm hoping you're drawing dead. I hope you have 10.
I might be drawing that. You have 10 king?
Yeah.
Nice call on the turn. On the flop, sorry. I'm not drawing that anyway.
Well, let's see what you have.
Good call on the flop. As you say to everyone. That's the only reason why I say it.
Was a pretty ridiculous call on the flop.
Tilt juice. He getting a little bit of his tilt juice here.
Yeah.
Dario's taking it pretty well. Look at that smile. He's adorable. Phil might finally have a hand that holds up. Dario looking for a jack or a 9.
They're only going to run it once. River, 5 of spades, and Phil will double up.
5 of spades, it's over.
I wish I could call river cards like that.
26. 29-9. 29-9.
Phil, you're up after that hand.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed, $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. More main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Blinds are up to 1,200, 2,400 with a 400 ante. Jason Mercier looking down at the King of Hearts and the King of Hearts.
What? No way he thinks he has kings, right?
Well, he's raising to 4,800.
Actually, some of these guys have played so much poker that they can tell what the card is just from the tiniest sliver of a squeeze.
Wow, I've no idea what Taylor von Kriegenberg's got.
It wasn't paint and it was a club.
He's shoving with it, whatever it was.
The blank of clubs.
Interesting hand.
Yeah, we've got some blind man's bluff over here. Only one card revealed.
Eugene Kachalov has pocket aces. I hope for Jason's sake he hasn't got kings.
I call.
There is the call.
Guess it doesn't matter what von Kriegenberg's hand is. He's way behind.
Jason has King-Jack offsuit.
Jason could potentially win 2 bounties, but he's almost never ahead in this spot and could easily be dominated in both spots.
He folds, and we now see that von Kriegenberg had pocket fives.
We got 2 birds.
Von Kriegenberg reporting back to his fans that he is a 4-to-1 dog. And maybe if Eugene wins this, he'll upgrade his dad to a Bluetooth. My old man won't stop wearing that thing inside either.
Eugene always has 2 aces.
That's what I like to play.
That's what I like to play, right?
Von Kriegenberg is about to get Von Kriegen doubled through.
Okay.
That's a real thing, trust me.
The flop is 7-3-9. Kachalov now an 88% favorite to double up and cripple Taylor von Kriegenberg.
Or a 4 or a 6.
Oh, you want to see paint?
I'll stick the ace.
Yeah.
It's option C, it's a 5.
Von Kriegenberg now a 95% favorite to eliminate Eugene Kachalov.
Sorry, Dad, I'll try to run better next time.
He's drawing to an ace. 2 outs in the deck for Kachalov. And there's one of them, an ace on the river!
That's so cruel to Von Kriegenberg. Kachalov's dad lived in the former Soviet Union, and this is stressing him out.
Von Kriegenberg left with 15K.
I thought I had 1 out when you made that face.
How about Von Kriegenberg's face? He's got to pick his jaw up off the floor.
That was a roller coaster of a hand. Eugene Kachalov now has nearly 129,000. That means he has the chip lead at this final table. Jason's under the gun here with ace-9.
48.
And he's raising. He doubles the big blind, makes it 4,800.
Ace-9 is a trouble hand, but we are playing 4-handed.
7-6 for Jonathan Jaffe in the big blind. And he will defend.
This is a pretty loose defend against an under-the-gun raiser, but then again, he was priced in.
The flop is 9-8 king. Second pair for Mercier. An up and down straight draw for Jonathan Jaffe. And Jaffe leads out into the raiser, 6,100.
Jaffe's donk bet, which usually means you're looking for a fold or a raise. In this case, Jaffe might be okay with either.
Looks like he's going to get a raise. Mercier makes it 15,500.
Normally, I'd say we might see all the money get in here, but Jason's re-raise so small, Jaffe can just call if he wants to.
He does call.
Jonathan calls.
And we go to the turn. The jack of clubs.
Jaffe missed, but the board got way worse for Jason's hand. Plenty of other draws came in and or picked up outs.
Jaffe checks. And Jason checks behind.
Check. The river.
10 of clubs on the river. There's the straight for Jaffe.
Jaffe's made his straight, but it's the dummy and clubs got there too, so this would be a pretty thin spot for a value bet.
He still sticks 15,000 out there.
It's a pretty tough board to get called with a worse hand. Should be an easy fold for Jason. This board takes away more of the action than watching Die Hard on regular TV.
Jason mucks. And Jaffe will win that pot.
Low diamond, 5 of diamonds.
It's possible.
Maybe.
Well, this has been an up and down table so far for Jason Mercier. Just when he gets a little bit of momentum, he seems to lose it.
Yeah, but when he gets it in bad, he still runs like Jason Mercier. He even runs good on the rail, especially compared to Jaffe's motley crew. Hey guys, sorry if I've been harsh on your boy. Let me buy you a drink.
Let's see how the final four stack up in chips. Kachalov leads the table with just over 150,000. Michael Pesek behind him. Jason Mercier has the slight edge over Jonathan Jaffe, who is the shortest stack with just under 90,000. Blinds up to 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 ante. 8-5 of hearts under the gun for Michael Pesek. He'll fold. Kachalov is on the button with Jack 10 of clubs.
It's a juicy hand in position.
He will raise it. Makes it 6K. Ace 9 in the small blind for Jonathan Jaffe.
Jaffe knows Eugene's likely to be raising pretty wide from the button.
Re-raise.
It's a 3-bet. Almost all in. 71,500. And now Jason wakes up with ace queen.
Here we go.
Come on.
So he shoves.
Smell you later, Eugene.
That's enough to put Jaffe all in. And he makes the call.
You calling?
Kind of unlucky for Jason to wake up with a bigger ace, but Jaffe is dominated. And Jason Mercier is in a great spot. He's a 3-1 favorite to bust Jaffe, collect his bounty, and get this table three-handed.
Flop is 8-6 king. Ace queen still good.
Jaffe looking for a 9 or running straight cards.
Just to lock up the bounties too.
Don't jinx me like that.
Jason knocks out Jonathan. He will at least share the bounty win. The 8 of diamonds on the turn. So now there's some chop outs.
A king or a 6 will chop it.
Jaffe can win and double up with a 9.
Anything else, and Jonathan Jaffe will be jettisoned.
It's a 5. Mercier's hand holds. Jonathan Jaffe is eliminated in 4th. He'll take home a total of $54,000.
Jonathan said he'd rather be liked than envy, but I gotta tell you, I'm envying the 54 grand he's walking away with.
Sure. So how many bounties do you have? 4?
Don't worry, you're locked up.
No, I'm not locked up. If either of you guys run the table, you get your own bounty and then you tie me.
Mercier is correct, but he's got a commanding chip lead. 3 players remain. Michael Pesek and Eugene Kachalov have got their work cut out for them. Mercier's leading the way right now. Pesek and Kachalov are neck and neck behind him at the moment. Mercier has also locked up at least part of the bounty bonus. Kachalov and Pesek can only tie him at this point. Remember, that bounty bonus is worth $20,000. Pesek's first to speak here. He has 5-6 of diamonds.
Under the gun is also the button when you're three-handed, so Pesek's in position.
And he is going to raise it. A min raise to 6,000. 10-9 offsuit for Eugene Kachalov. He'll fold. Jason Mercier has 10-3 of clubs in the big blind.
Not a very good hand at all. Jason knows Pesek's button range is going to be pretty wide, though.
And he will 3-bet to 15,800.
Pesek, who's a little embarrassed over his garlic breath, knows Jason knows this as well.
So he will call in position. Jason actually bluffing with the best hand here.
Well, my guess is he's got plans for this hand after the flop.
Well, that flop is ace 5-3 with 2 hearts. A pair of 5s for Pesek, a pair of 3s for Mercier.
Jason will probably want to keep repping a big hand.
He is counting out chips for a continuation bet. He makes it 11,800.
If Jason were 3-betting light pre-flop, he'd have to continue now, which he is, and typically if you flop a piece in a 3-bet pot, you don't fold.
Pesek makes the call.
Jason might be ready to shut it down at this point. FBI expert Joe Navarro says most players give away mouth tails. It could be what Pesek's trying to cover up.
The jack of clubs on the turn, so Mercier picks up a flush draw.
This changes things a bit. Jason's equity just went up considerably.
Will he fire again? No, he checks.
Jason's given up the betting lead, but if Pesek fires, I don't see him giving up a pair and a flush draw.
Well, Pesek does fire. He bets 17,000.
He does have the best hand.
All in.
Mercier shoves on him.
This is a 6 semi-bluff, and Jason knows his equity's got to be pretty strong here, even if he does get called.
Pesek lays it down.
Jason Mercier catches rivers sometimes, but this move was pure BA.
As in Baracus, the man in the black van with the red stripe.
Very similar. Wonder if Pesek's puking into that thing right now. His chip stack isn't all that healthy.
While Mercier's side of the table is getting taken over by bounties and chips.
It's a good problem to have.
So three-handed action continues.
I once tried to give Eugene Kachalov the nickname Silent but Deadly because he doesn't talk all that much, but now I'm thinking maybe that's why Pesek's always covering his face.
Ace-5 offsuit on the button, and he raises to 6,000. Mercier mucks the 5 deuce. Pesek has ace-6 in the big blind.
Pesek has Eugene pipped, which means exactly 1 card higher.
He moves all in.
Eugene knows Pesek could be shoving pretty wide. He's got bounty equity, and he's got him way covered.
So he makes the call.
Eugene is dominated. Pesek's at risk, but he's ahead. There's also the tie for the bounty bonus on the line as well. And what's worse for Kachalov, Jason Mercier folded a 5.
Obviously, those percentages take into account these split pot possibilities. The flop is ace, queen, 5, 2 pairs for Kachalov.
That's so sick. There were only 2 5s left in the deck. Pesek is now reverse dominated and needs to catch a 6 or running clubs or a counterfeit.
Pesek on the verge of elimination unless he can improve on the turn or river.
He might need both the turn and river.
He's almost chewing that thing now.
Let's see the turn.
The turn is the 7 of clubs.
And you queen, and you 7, and you 6, and you club.
Oh, thanks, Eugene. Steal our work, why don't you?
I have no problem with that. If Pesek misses, it'll be Kachalov v. Mercier, heads up. And Michael Pesek is down to his last card.
Let's see the river.
The river is the king of diamonds, and that will do it for Michael Pesek.
Eugene knocks out.
He's eliminated in 3rd place. He did pick up 3 bounties today. That's 4 in total. Plus the money he got for winning his first table means he walks away with $68,000.
So I guess triple draw, right?
Let's make this nice and long.
Oh no, I was trying to catch the red eye.
So here we go. The blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 ante. Action begins with Jason. He's on the button. He's posted the small blind. He's got 5-6 offsuit.
Jason's under the gun, which means he'll be in position after the flop.
He's raised to 6,000. And Eugene Kachalov needs to move his chips because the camera can't see his hole cards.
So we're having an unintentional sweat with Jason Mercier hand.
Well, that's cool. Let's play it from Jason's perspective. The flop's ace, ace, 5. Kachalov called from the big blind, and Jason has flopped a pair of 5s to go with the aces on board. Kachalov's checked to him.
Eugene didn't 3-bet, so Jason's 5 is going to be good most of the time.
Looks like he's planning a continuation bet. He makes it 4,800.
Jason's got what's likely to be the best hand and the pre-flop betting lead.
Eugene has called.
That call's got Jason on red alert. Hard to think Eugene called with total air, and there aren't a ton of draws on that board.
Jack of hearts on the turn. Eugene checks a second time.
A bet here would be fine, but personally, I like to keep the pot smaller with a hand like this.
Jason does check behind. The river is the deuce of hearts.
Backdoor hearts just came in, which makes Jason's hand even less likely to be good.
Kachalov giving this serious consideration. He will lead the river. He will bet 8,600.
I'd have to say Eugene's range is pretty wide in this spot. He could have busted diamonds with a jack. He could have an ace, really. Jason may feel his range includes a lot of bluffs, which may cause him to call.
He's counting out chips for the call. They're not in play until they're across the line. He has called. And Kachalov shows ace-7.
7 plays.
Eugene checked the turn to set up the river bet. Very nice.
1-1.
Right? Keep it going at that rate.
Yeah. Right.
I'll give you my small blind.
Let's not, guys. I bought my plane ticket online. It's non-refundable.
All the blinds are up. They're now playing 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. Kachalov is on the button. He'll be first to speak pre-flop. And he will look down 8-7 offsuit.
He managed to find the whole card camera this time.
He min raises. Jason has 9-10. And he will call.
Jason's the slight favorite headed to the flop. These guys are sharing a lot of outs, though.
And what a flop. 7, 8, 9. 2 pairs for Kachalov, top pair, and an up and down straight draw for Mercier. Jason checks to the razor.
This board is so wet, Eugene can start betting this right now for value.
12,000.
And for that same reason, Jason may not be able to give him credit for having a hand.
How much do you have about?
Jason's likely to be ahead, but with an open ender, he knows even if he's not, he can't be in terrible shape.
I have about 150
total
with the bet.
All in.
Jason puts Eugene all in. And Kachalov calls.
10-9.
Yeah, flip.
It is almost 50-50.
Jason looks like he's going to be sick.
That's all they needed.
So many suckouts to get here. He's going to need at least one more. Eugene will be one step closer to a #1 Sun t-shirt. And either way, Jason's going to have her waiting for him afterward. So that's sort of a free roll.
The turn card.
Yeah.
It's the 3 of spades. Kachalov now a 2-1 favorite to double up.
Jason can hit a 6, a 9, a 10, or a jack.
And if he does, he will win this title for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, let's see the river.
The river is a 10! Another river suck out for Jason Mercier, and this one gives him the win.
Only fitting that it ended on a suck out. If I had to sum up Jason's win, I would have to say it's because he's Jason Mercier. He played great and ran even better. It's a pretty deadly combination.
Once again, he's the bounty shootout champion and the overall bounty winner. That bounty bonus worth an extra 20 grand to him.
I won the gold pass. I couldn't believe it, and the events always look incredible. So to actually get to experience one firsthand, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
It's been awesome seeing all the players, Joe Stapleton, James Artigan, Maria Ho. Seeing all these players and talking to them is just surreal.
If you've ever been in a bar or a restaurant where poker's on TV, I'm one of the voices that's on mute.
Joe Stapleton, absolutely hilarious, man. So getting to actually see him perform comedy, it was great.
Morgan J roasted me, which was terrible. He called me out for my raspy voice.
Bro, why you got no voice for tonight? Okay.
Because I was screaming last night.
Why were you screaming, bro?
I was at a wedding.
Okay. Good story.
I've seen his videos before. I've never thought I'd run into him like that, so it's a real experience.
Oh, tonight was incredible. Basically everything you would think it would be from the PokerStars event.
Just a dream come true. Won the gold pass and here we are.
That was me pointing at something. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. It's day 4 of the main event. We are already at the final table. 8 players returning from the dinner break. And one of 2 things is going to happen over the course of the next hour and a half. Either we're going to play out level 29, play a full 90 minutes of poker, or we're going to get down to 6. And do you know what? I'm going to take the second option. We've got a few shorties at the table. No one's shorter than Brock Wilson. With 9 big blinds, he's in the danger zone.
That was me on mute.
I am James Hartigan. He is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
We are rejoined by Maria Ho.
Hello.
And it's Nick Marchington who leads right now. He has a 2-1 lead pretty much on Jeff Madsen, who sits in second place. So yeah, Wilson and Masato Yokosawa both pretty short right now. Matt Affleck playing fewer than 20 bigs. Next player out will get 92K. Then we see a 6-figure score locked up. with $765,000 being paid out tomorrow to the winner, along with this year's NAPT main event trophy. And a reminder that the final table, the final day of this 5K main event will play out tomorrow from 1 local time. That's 1 p.m. Pacific. That is 4 p.m. Eastern. That is 10 p.m. Central European time.
Good luck, guys.
How'd you do that?
I'm very good at time zones.
Could that be your specialist subject on the wall, the floor?
Okay, what time is it in Hawaii right now?
Hawaii's on Pacific, right?
No, Hawaii's 5 hours earlier than Pacific.
Oh.
If I remember correctly.
Stumped you already.
Damn it, I can only do the kind of main ones.
The ones where we have events. Wait a minute. We could do Hawaii for an APT, couldn't we?
I believe it is one of the 50 United States.
That would be dope. Why has no one brought that up?
I think we're on to something.
How would you do time zones on the floor? Here's a picture of a country. What's the time there?
Yeah. Or just like it's a picture of like it says GMT and you're like, that's Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah,
right.
Because the first way is like a geography and a time zone quiz. It's not fair.
It is also important to highlight that the question has to be incredibly easy for it to be on the floor. So we have had a raise from Brock Wilson with 10s. Raise and take it for the shorty, now playing 12 big blinds. We are at the 50K, 100K blind level. I know this is a personal favorite blind level of the human calculator over there.
Love this one. You know, we had a version of the floor when I was in college. It was called the Name Anything game. And we would just be in a circle and you had to just say something when it was your turn. As long as it wasn't too similar to something someone else had said or something in the room, and then we would all just arbitrarily decide that someone got it wrong. So it would just be like, a dog, dinner, and then someone goes a fork, and we go, no, you're out. It's kind of like the floor.
Without Rob Lowe. Kohlberg with kings. This guy's had some big hands today.
Patience pays off.
He is definitely patient, but I'm afraid that he also has this image that he is incredibly tight, which is unfortunate for him when he picks up these big hands, right? You know, some other players might get a little more action. We'll see if he does here with kings when he opens from early position.
Jack 6 of diamonds for Brock Wilson.
This ain't it, Brock.
Jeffrey, don't do that. It's not good for the microphone.
You leave Jeffrey alone. I can't tell you how much time I spent with Jeff Madsen my first couple years in poker. Like, we were so tight.
Same.
Yeah.
I would like to hear Jeff Madsen and James Hardigan get into a rap battle.
Oh, that's right. He used to freestyle rap.
Yeah.
Remember when he rap battled Helmuth and Aruba, and it was like just an absolute ass-kicking?
If the last 48 hours have taught me anything, it's there's no place for rap at the poker table. And quite a lot of people telling me that there are no casinos in Hawaii, Joe, which may be a problem for trying to take the NAPT to Hawaii.
You know what? Let me go there, see who I can talk to. Maybe I can work a few things out. No more than a month, probably. 2 months. 2 months over there.
We're sending Joe on a 2-month recce to Hawaii.
Yeah, I got to check out all the islands is the thing. Pay my respects. You know how it is. It can take a while.
Action has been folded to the blinds. Brock Wilson in the small with 6 deuce.
You hate to see it, but you gotta give the big blind a walk.
Matt Affleck hovering around the 20 big blind mark right now.
Once again, a ringing endorsement for PokerCoaching.com. Getting a walk in the big blind? Jonathan Little, how do you do it?
You're not being the shark, Danny.
Be the shark.
Is that Tomeo on the rail?
He was there earlier. He's holding a laptop for Brock Wilson.
Pay it
Sorry,
forward.
Brock.
You gotta pay it forward.
You're just catching strays there. I know. No offense intended. You're the first name I thought of.
Jeff Madsen, 8-deuce in the hijack, and he's folding.
Tricked us there. Thought he was going to cap his cards with
Oh,
the chip.
ho, 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 ho.
Joel Mika with queens.
The Fabian Kavasas.
Raises to 200,000. Matt Affleck looks interested. Oh, he's got ace-king in the small blind. He's got fewer than 20 big blinds. Strap in. We're about to see the sickest and classicest of races as Matt Affleck shoves. And Joel Mika calls.
Like mindful versus demure, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. So mindful, so demure.
1.9. I have left.
So Affleck is the at-risk player. He will need to hit to survive. And this is a great result for Brock Wilson and Masato Yokosawa, who at the very least could ladder. As we see a Jack 9-4 flop, and Affleck is looking to spike an ace or a king, 6 outs.
How's it have to work out for him to get one outed? Not that I want that to happen.
Well, same outs required. 6 cards in the deck that can save Matt Affleck from busting in 8th place. Ace or a king required on the river. The river card is a 3, and we lose Matt Affleck in 8th place. He'll receive $92,000. The final 7, all now guaranteed the better part of 120K.
That's a bummer. I really enjoyed having Matt here.
Okay.
Would have liked to see him go a little deeper.
And yes, both Brock Wilson and Masato Yokosawa ladder. Both players still relatively short. And now we're at 7. One more KO, one more elimination.
Really? They were 12 years old.
We're done.
Yeah?
For day 4.
It was genuine when he said good luck, I could tell.
Wow. Crazy how poker brings these moments.
Joel Mika now 3rd in chips.
All right, one more. We got an early day. Who wants to be there?
Yeah, these guys have played pretty long days the last 2 days. 7 levels as opposed to 5.
Is it just one more elimination?
Yeah, we're at 7.
not talking about you.
No, I mean, that
It's always coming 7.
that hand is just so, like, the fact that he was...
It may not be coming 7 tomorrow. It may be coming 6 players at the FT playing down to a winner.
I just always see him lose. I mean, he's obviously a very good player, but whenever I play with him, he just seems to like lose and all in.
Yeah, I mean, going back for a long time.
Yeah.
Before me and you were...
Ace 10 for Yokosawa.
I mean, if you made it to the top 8, you probably won if you're on.
Pay attention, Japan.
Brock Wilson with Jack Deuce. Folds, we have Nick Marchington in the small blind. The chip leader with King 10 of clubs. And I'd argue, Maria, he's got a pretty sweet spot at the table because I can't see Kurt Kohlberg defending his big blind as widely as some of the other players at the table.
Yeah, definitely. So, you know, it's really going to be a nice spot for Marchington to, you know,
be careful when you kill your cards
open
like this.
from the small blind,
I didn't see
whether he
nothing,
has
but,
a big hand or not.
I feel like if I was accidentally looking like that,
I appreciate it.
It's nice and honest of Nick because, you know, he's already picking up aces. He's already 3-betting and getting people off of better hands. And now, you know, you don't need the extra edge of potentially seeing your neighbor's hole cards.
Round to Wilson. King, queen.
It's time.
He has declared all in. And the blinds fold.
I think Matt's hand in the main event is probably, for me, it's like the most legendary main event hand of all time.
Yeah. Definitely top 3 for me, yeah.
Now that Matt Affleck
Like
has
such a
departed,
pure
they can
moment.
talk about that hand.
Like,
Most
the
dramatic
cameras,
moment.
the cameras get him like storming off at the end, where it's just like
It's like everyone couldn't wait to talk about Shakira when PK was on the big game.
Such a pure moment.
And his face just, his face is just like pure drama. $220.
Jeff Madsen opening with ace queen of clubs.
Jeffrey. So he used to do a segment on my first ever podcast, and it was Jeff Mad Dog Madsen with the weather. And we would have him pre-record random weather reports. Today in the poker room, 71 degrees. Back to you guys. Two-time bracelet winner.
Is this like for Poker Road?
That was Poker Road, yeah.
Okay.
So interestingly, Nick Marchington with the Spraggy is going to respond to Madsen's open with a re-raise. He's 3-bet to 680,000.
Did 3-bet. I was just going to give him credit, like, how, look, at least he, like, has the wherewithal to not 3-bet this one. But
No. No.
Got to leverage that monster stack against the guy who's second in chips with 2 shorties at the table.
Just too good to not see a flop with. You know, you hate to.
You got to realize that equity.
I mean, yeah, you hate to be out of position against the chip leader in these confrontations where he's 3-betting a lot, but, you know, some hands you're just going to have to see a flop and just hope that you have enough to hang on. Because Madsen definitely feels like there's a very good chance he has the best hand right now.
King, 8, deuce, ace, queen still ahead.
I mean, but then you just whiff the flop and now you're like, well, what can I really do?
This is why I don't call.
So Marchington continues. 405,000.
It's just a little bit of this feeling of helplessness. Like, we all know what Marchington is doing, but when you're not really connecting well post, it's a little bit difficult to proceed, especially when you know you're up against an opponent that's not going to let up very often, that's not really going to let you get to showdown cheaply.
Oh, you're so annoying.
It is annoying. I hear you, Jeff.
Hands dead.
And he is forced to fold the best hand.
That's why you don't call.
No one's going to keep you honest.
I don't, yeah.
How much? He said no, it's not worth $200. Oh, wow.
We decided on 400 each. The first one is, one's
for
like
you, for you and what you, it's like 1,000. For me, I'm not going to pay like, what do I care? But
I like folding by just tank instead of saying fold. So,
that's what he relies on.
2K for 3 of them? You can't.
Just, but if you like stack somebody, you will get the time bank tomorrow. So we make day 5. And, no problem.
What day is today? It's day 4.
So you don't have to pay for it. You just stack.
Chat Pro Saturday.
Okay?
Okay.
Not me.
It is true that tomorrow the returning players will get 6 additional time bank cards, the ones they bagged tonight.
I feel like you've been really lenient with this Chat Pro Saturday thing because technically it's Sunday in most parts of the world, so.
We go with local time.
Okay, well.
To the event.
You guys are Too kind.
Words that no one has ever said before. As we see Marco Johnson on the button with 5-4 of spades.
Johnson.
Let's go next 10.
Yes.
And it's a walk for Jeff Madsen in the big blind.
You have 500 in these?
In
6.
6, okay.
Yeah.
Understood, thank you. 8.
He has 1.1, basically.
All right.
1.1, yes.
Me and you are tied, buddy. Although I have to go through the blinds.
1.1.
Well, I have
You guys should get all in with each other. It's the only fair way.
I think so.
Can you believe this smack
fair,
talk?
Yeah.
They do.
Sounds very fair.
$200,000.
Okay, let me take a look. Oh, it's 200,000. Okay. Not this time.
Under the gun raise from Wilson, and it's raise and take it. As Leo says, 765K for first. That's a really low prize. There aren't many people to participate, are there? Against a 3 million guarantee, the prize pool was 4.3 million. 895 total entries, exceeding everyone's expectations. I'd take $765,000. Don't know about you guys.
No, I think they're saying there's a low turnout because there's only 7 people left.
Oh, I see.
More people started earlier. You just didn't see them.
Madsen, pocket 8s on the button. Snowmans.
Nom nom.
Raises. Made it 220,000. Brock Wilson's big blind. He is one of the 2 shortest stacks at the table. He has the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. Don't do it. Do not pull the trigger on this hand. Oh, he's done it. He's moved all in.
Oh, no.
And he has been called, and he needs to hit an ace.
Black.
Brock Wilson does not improve here. If 8s hold, we are done for the day. We'll be down to 6.
Brock needs a berry.
Wilson! Wilson!
Get it out while you can. This might be the last time you get to do it, this
I mean,
event.
you don't think that as he walks away, and he's gonna go crazy?
Well, he has picked up additional outs because it is always coming 7. So aces and 7s now working for Wilson. And if we see a diamond on the turn, he'll pick up additional outs. No diamond, but the wheel draw. Aces, 7s, and 5s. 9 cards that Wilson can hit to survive.
Spicy.
Is it always coming 7?
Not this time. And that'll take us down to 6 as Brock Wilson busts in 7th. He cashes for $119,650. The other 6 players are going to bag and tag and return for the final day of the 2024 NAPT Las Vegas main event.
Oh, I get new time.
Yeah, this is what I said, yes. You gotta try to stack somebody and you will get the...
Who was the most time?
Does it?
You haven't used any, right?
I got 6.
You just know you just snap that. Those were his time banks. We ditched those.
Sorry, Jeffrey, you do not inherit his time bank cards, but you will get 6 new cards tomorrow. He did burn through all of his time banks today.
And we have,
I thought we would.
I mean,
it got a little shallower the last 2 levels.
You only needed
it was
about
so deep the whole time. Last 2 levels.
4 people in 3 hours.
Well, for everyone besides
What was that?
Yeah.
Nice work.
Congrats.
Jeffrey?
No surprise that we did get down to 6 with 70 minutes left to play on this level, so we'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. Most of the 50K, 100K blind levels still to play. It's still only a 44 big blind average, so still not really where you'd expect this final table to be.
No, absolutely not. And it feels like they're finishing kind of early.
Can I grab a pen, please?
Well, it's Nick Marchington who's going to bag the most chips. Almost 10 million, almost 100 bigs. Masato Yokosawa still short. He will be in the danger zone when they return tomorrow with just 10 bigs.
Danger zone?
Yeah, I need it too.
I think they need.
Let me get my phone so I can put my.
Marchington did a really good job of applying loads of pressure. And has put him in the spot where he has created quite a bit of distance between him and Madsen, who's second in chips.
And wise advice from Tom on Twitch.
What are you talking
A reminder to all players out there, never, ever play this bragging. More evidence as if it were needed.
I do not like A7 as a hand.
I did this shit.
I feel like A6 really got all the bad press for years, and A7 is just catching up.
Ace queen suited that time.
A6, the Lashif.
A7, nice. Let you just own me.
What did you have?
Ace queen suited. One day we'll both flop top pair, and then
One day.
one day.
New Study Club asks, what time are they going to start tomorrow? 30 minutes before the broadcast.
Can you do me a
Thank you
favor
for your
and show this to
question.
me? Because I always like mess up the bag.
The bags that were hard to sing.
Try and make things easy for you guys by giving you 3 key time zones. Local time, Vegas time, Pacific time is 1 p.m. That's when the action starts.
When is that Marshall Island time?
4 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central European time. You should be able to do the conversion from one of those 3 for wherever you are in the world.
Man.
Yeah, that's true. Technically, yeah.
I think that on your bag they should have a
Feels
line
like
that
never
says
win. Yes, that's true.
affirmation. Like you should be able to write an affirmation on your bag if you want.
Right there.
Thank you.
Maria, don't-
What would yours be?
I did it.
it's
We did it, Mom. Yeah.
In the
Nikki's my
words
mom.
of the Heartland Poker Tour,
You guys didn't know
I'll
that.
be the last man standing with the money in my hand.
Game night.
That was your sign off?
I gotta miss my flight.
No, that was their theme song.
That was?
Yeah.
Was it business
Oh, I
class?
thought this was like a poker night.
That's okay then.
Sign off from you.
No.
That's true. I can buy first class maybe.
So congratulations to these 6 players who will be advancing to the final day. We'll play out the final table tomorrow. We'll play down to a winner, and it will be Nick Marchington who comes in as the chip leader. Nearly 100 bigs. Jeff Madsen winning that last hand of the night, playing around 55 bigs. Joel Mickers an average stack. Kurt Kohlberg hovering around 30 bigs. Marco Johnson close to 25 bigs. Masato Yokosawa is the short stack with just 10 big blinds. And now we are down to 6. Of course, everyone has locked up a 6-figure score. Next player out gets $155,000. More than $250,000 for 4. Nearly $500,000 for the runner-up. And more than $750,000. $765,200 for the eventual champion. And we will crown that champion. We will present that trophy tomorrow. So make sure you are with us for live action from the NAPT Las Vegas main event. A reminder that you will find updates from the North American Poker Tour on the PokerStars blog. And a reminder that we will be live tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central European time with the final table of the NAPT Las Vegas main event. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, Caitlin Komeski, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Vegas.